OKC or challenging San Antonio at this point. There's another team. Carter, how come nobody's mentioning this? San Antonio can afford LeBron James. And if there was one piece that they were missing, if there's one team when you think about, okay, if you're really about winning a championship, yeah, theoretically, Cleveland, Philadelphia, the Warriors, not so much. But there's some things that have to sort of fall in line. And you have to be a little bit lucky, I think, if it's going to happen in Philadelphia or Cleveland. I mean, theoretically, it can happen, but it's a bit of a reach. San Antonio's plug and play. Like San Antonio, now you're talking about the Spurs have a chance of winning that chip next year without LeBron. You bring LeBron, and what was the one thing that they were missing? Was in the fourth quarter, they needed someone to show them how to close. In the fourth quarter of the NBA Finals, they needed a veteran to say, hey, this is how we go home. Because those little kids, their booties got tight in the last 5 minutes of every one of those games. You talk about a perfect fit. I don't know why more people are not mentioning San Antonio. Now, I don't know that that's something San Antonio wants to do, but they can afford it. And, you know, he's a much better veteran fit than that of one Harrison Barnes. What do you think of San Antonio, Carter?
I mean, I'm glad you bring it up, Dan. Yesterday I said on here that I didn't believe San Antonio was on his mind because the next closest player in age to him is 15 years. And I think if you're going to ride out the rest of your career and your quote-unquote happiness is the biggest part of it, like, do you want to spend your last few years being a mentor to a team? That, to me, that didn't add up. Like, rather than picking to be with two guys who clearly you have a real relationship with off the court, you love Steve Kerr, like, it just didn't add up to me, right? Like, I didn't think that they had kind of the other stuff beside contending to offer him that the Warriors might have. Now, today, I feel completely different about it because from what I'm kind of gathering from everything, contention is his happiness. That's what I've gathered today. And every day we're going to get a new piece of information. And as you said, Dan, I'm not sure there is a better situation if you want to contend. I mean, obviously the East is easier probably to get through, but we look at the West as a two-horse race right now, don't you? I mean, it's OKC and it's the Spurs.
No doubt. No doubt.
And I think, to me, if he went there, that just seems like a no-brainer that you'd have to kind of pencil them in, it feels like, almost next year into the finals.
Well, you're penciling them in regardless, I think, for a lot of people.
Exactly.
But here's the thing. I don't know that San Antonio wants him. I really do, because San Antonio is one of those teams that it's about the team. It really is. And they emphasize that. And when LeBron James joins your team, especially to your point, whether he's the mentor, he's the leader, when he arrives, it immediately becomes LeBron James centric. Like when LeBron James and his entourage are now on your team officially, you change the entire dynamic. The culture of that team immediately changes. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but it now no longer becomes about Wembanyama, the kids spreading the wealth. We're going to do this as a young team together. It's about the collective. No. When he arrives, it's about LeBron. And yes, you guys are now sort of ancillary pieces. It's obviously going to be about Wembanyama to a certain degree. So I don't know that the culture is so important to them. And it started with Pops that I don't know that it's necessarily a fit for them, believe it or not. And so as much as, and I understand it, as much as this is a decision for one LeBron James, I think when it comes to San Antonio, they might be the outlier that we don't want to disrupt what it is that we have. And if someone like that comes into the building, we're not about focusing on one player. Even as good as Wembanyama was, Wembanyama made sure that everybody else was involved, and you had that sense that this was truly the true definition of a team and a young team. That all changes as LeBron walks into the building.
Yeah, I mean, look, Dan, a tiger typically doesn't change its stripes, right? And I think, I'm wondering, though, I guess, if what happened with L.A., where it really became obvious that for the first time in LeBron's career, he was not the guy anymore. And I'm wondering if that maybe, I don't want to say made him grow up a little bit, but if it maybe will change his perception of value when he goes to another team. is like, I'm not necessarily the guy here anymore. Like, this isn't my show. And he hasn't done that in his career, I fully admit. But I do wonder, like, is there room for growth there when it comes to LeBron? Do you think there is or no?
No, I think he's pretty much, I think he understands that he's not the number one if he goes to any of those teams. If he goes to Cleveland, it's Donovan Mitchell's the guy. If he goes to Philly, the offense still runs through that backcourt of VJ Edgecombe, Therese Maxey, and Joel Embiid. Maybe he's a 2, he's a 3. And if he goes to San Antonio, it's clearly about Wembanyama. So I think he's relegated, that he understands at age 41, he's no longer the number one. But he is aware, and he is a confident guy that when he goes to a team that you're going to do it my way to a certain degree. Like, I know that I have a good friend in Los Angeles, and he does sports out there in television. And he was telling me that, first of all, the narrative that he left the Lakers, I think we can all agree that's not what happened. The Los Angeles Lakers were done with LeBron James towards the latter part of last season. And so this offseason, they essentially went to him and said, okay, look it, you know we're not bringing you back, but we want to save face, and we'll leave the PR and the spin and the marketing up to you. And so sure enough, LeBron James is like, we're officially not going back to the Los Angeles Lakers. But I guarantee if LeBron James could do it his way, he loves Brentwood, man. He's an LA guy. He got sucked in. He's got his production company. He's all about Hollywood. He would stay right where he's at. They don't want him. And go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, because of that, aren't you a little shocked the Clippers aren't mentioned at all?
Yeah, but if it's about winning, you're not going to the Clippers.
That's true. If it's about winning, you're not going to the Clippers.
Yeah, the Clippers are an absolute mess, not to mention what's going to happen with the whole aspiration and the impending suspension that's coming down with one Kawhi Leonard. We can get into Kawhi Leonard. He's going to Toronto. We can get into Jaylen Brown. A reminder, basketball coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented by Xfinity Score, the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. It's Carter Chickering. It's Dan Devone on a Friday. We're going to continue with the LeBron James, Golden State Warriors, and NBA talk right after this.
Sports fans, get ready for game day with Laughing Monk Brewing. Whether you're watching with friends or heading out after the final whistle, Laughing Monk has the perfect beer for the moment. With locations in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, and Bayview in San Francisco, there's always a Monk nearby. And now, check out their newest San Francisco location in Nopa. From crisp lagers to bold IPAs, every beer is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Grab a pint, grab your crew, and make game day better at Laughing Monk Brewing. Righteously brewed in San Francisco.
As the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026, Bank of America knows how much hard work it takes to achieve a dream. So when it comes to owning a home, we're here to help. Get guidance and resources to buy a home you love, including up to $17,500 in select markets when combining down payment and closing cost grants. Visit BofA.com/home team. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America N.A. Equal Housing Lender. Credit and collateral is subject to approval. Restrictions apply. This is not a commitment to lend.
That'll be $84.52.
Perfect. Grab the bags, honey.
Mom, why do you always check your phone before we pay?
I'm just claiming my cash back on the Upside app. Since we're getting the groceries here and we filled up the car on the way, I've already earned enough this morning to pay for that pizza night we're having Friday.
Wait, so the app pays for pizza?
Not exactly, but the cash I earn on stuff we need helps us pay for the stuff we want. It's just a little win for our family every week.
Get more out of your everyday. Upside is the free app that gets you cash back on routine purchases like gas, groceries, and dining out at more than 100,000 locations nationwide. No points, no rebates, just cash back straight to your wallet. Download the free Upside app and use promo code WINNER to get a $5 bonus on your first purchase. That's promo code WINNER to get a $5 bonus. Remember, use promo code WINNER.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Looking forward to celebrating the 4th of July? Ford is too. Right now, it's the final days of employee pricing at your California Ford dealers. And we've got amazing sell-a-thon deals that won't last long. You pay what we pay. What's waiting for you? It's time to find out in a new truck or SUV during Sell-a-thon. Because it all ends July 6th. Tow your boat to the lake in a new Ford F-150 and start the holiday off with a splash. Check out fireworks from a location that only a new Ford Bronco or Bronco Sport can get you to. There's room for all your friends and family in a new Ford Explorer. Or celebrate in style with a new Ford Mustang Mach-E that delivers power and performance. We're looking forward to celebrating the 4th of July with you at Sell-a-thon. Whatever you're looking forward to, make it happen with Ford. Hurry in for the final days of Sell-a-thon at your California Ford dealers. It all ends July 6th.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
New Game Plus with Oxy makes your laundry smell incredible and fights stubborn smells, like the ones your dog Biscuit brought into your freshly made bed last night. But you washed that all away with Game, and now you're drifting asleep to the scent and sound of waves. Ah, no, that's the dog licking your ear.
Biscuit.
It just might be our greatest scent ever, now with odor-fighting power. New Game Plus with Oxy.
Sniff the difference.
Save more on what you need to get the job done right now at Lowe's. Get 15% off select custom entry and interior doors. Plus, save $80 on the DeWalt 20-volt Max 2-tool combo kit, now just $169. And at the Lowe's Pro Desk, bring us your materials list and get a quote in minutes. Handwritten, a photo, or even a sticky note is all you need. Keep your jobs moving faster and on budget at Lowe's. Valid through 7/8 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Now back to 95.7 The Game.
Carter Chickering and Dan Avone on the Friday the day before the 4th of July. Man, they're going to close that Golden Gate Bridge. What do you got going for the 4th?
I'm going to Bolinas, so I got to get back before they close it at 8 p.m.
So it closes at 8 tomorrow night?
8 to 11.
Wow.
For all those out there, bridge will be closed 8 to 11.
And is the fireworks show once again from Chrissy Field this year or no?
It's off the bridge.
Off the bridge, right? That's going to be insane. You close the bridge. I don't care if it's, 2 to 4 in the morning. It is, that's a no-no. I think the only times they've done it is they had like the anniversary of the bridge. That's just something you rarely see, but 250 years is 250 years.
You mean the 75th?
Was it the 75th?
I think it was the 75th. Yeah, that was pretty cool.
So let's get back into Bolinas, by the way. So I'm a Stinson guy. My sister has a place. Are you familiar with Seadrift?
I'm a Stinson guy, too. My mom has a house on Dipsy there.
Oh,
and
yeah, okay.
My sister lives in Bolinas, so it's kind of like a family feud. But I'm a big Stinson guy, not a Bolinas guy.
Do they still have the tug of war every summer?
Every year, yeah. I don't compete because I don't wake up for it. But, yeah, every year.
Would you be on the Stinson or the Bolinas side?
Oh, Stinson. I'm not on the Bolinas side. Come on.
No, we had the Stinson connection going on here.
Yeah, come on. Let's be honest, Dan. Stinson's beach is nicer than Bolinas' beach.
No, there's no doubt. But that Bolinas community, they just want nothing to do with Stinson. They see Stinson as just this sort of affluent, that Bolinas is like, I feel as though Bolinas, like, they'd be comfortable just seceding from the rest of the world. Just
100%.
Their farmer's market. We'll grow our own stuff. We got our own peeps, man. This is just.
They don't even have a sign that says Bolinas when you enter town because they don't want people to come in. Yeah, it's. I mean, they're kind of isolated by themselves over there. I feel like the Stinson Beach community is not the same.
Yeah. So is your is your mom or is it your sister that's in Stinson? Are they on the lagoon side or the beach side?
So my mom's on the lagoon side at Stinson.
Oh, okay.
Oh my God, we might be neighbors.
Yeah,
We didn't
hilarious.
even know it. That's
Wow.
crazy. Yeah,
All right.
my sister's in Balena's kind of up there on the cliff. So it's a family rivalry.
All right, from Balena's to the Toronto Raptors. Make that transition.
Love that.
By the way, shout out to our guy, Victor, who's first time I produced with the guy. Does Victor, we can't hear from him, can we?
We can hear from Victor.
Oh, Victor.
Get on in there, Vic.
What's going on, buddy?
What's going on, Dan?
Victor, by the way, joins us as one of the new producers here at 95.7 The Game. Really quick, your 10 seconds of fame. So where are you from?
I'm from Fairfield, California.
All right. I don't even know where the hell that is. If you leave San Francisco, I got no clue. Is that south, east? Where is Fairfield?
It's more north. It's like smack dab in between Vallejo and Sacramento.
Oh, okay. Nice stuff. And then you're a San Francisco State product, is that right?
Yes, sir. Go Gators.
All right. And as I understand it, you have a relationship with one Pasta. I don't know him by his first and last name. It's Pasta here.
It's funny because I really know him by Steven, but now I got to get used to everybody calling him Pasta.
Right on. Okay.
This is the creator of the nickname Pasta, by the way, this guy.
What a genius.
Well, Victor, welcome aboard, man. Glad to have you. Carter, let's get into this. So we'll get back into LeBron James. And by the way, Victor as well as Carter, we're keeping an eye out for any notification. If anything was to come down, not only concerning LeBron James, but this stuff it's fluid in terms of players and trades. And nobody, I think, could see the Jaylen Brown going to the Boston Celtics, which rocked the NBA world. And also, how about Kawhi Leonard going back to the Toronto Raptors? Your thoughts?
What'd you think, Dan? Look, I think they're going to be really good defensively with Scotty Barnes and Kawhi Leonard
They were
next to
good
each other.
last year defensively.
Yeah, but now, wow. To me, it seemed like a lot. Evan and I argued about this because, look, Brandon Ingram's a good player. He's 28, too, on top of that. You know what I mean? And he doesn't fit in a lot of systems, I think, is his problem. Like, he's a very iso ball guy, and if you're going to get a very iso ball guy, like, he's not Kevin Durant, you know what I mean? Where it's like, wow, that guy's so good that it doesn't really matter what the system is. But to give up then 2 first-round picks on top of it, I don't know. It seemed like a lot to me for a guy who's 35, 36 years old.
Yeah, I'm with you. I can go either way on this. I think that anything involving Kawhi Leonard, where you're giving up draft picks and he's 36 years of age, yes, he had remarkable numbers last year, but it is Kawhi Leonard at the end of the day, right? Like, was last year the outlier? I mean, can you rely on this guy playing as many games as he did last year? The often injured, the guy who essentially initiated load management back in the day with the San Antonio Spurs. Not to mention, let's not forget how much of a headache he was. You know, the last time he was with San Antonio and he came to the Toronto Raptors and sort of all the shenanigans they dealt with in Los Angeles, there is a high risk involved here. One thing I want to get at, I mean, is this the biggest conspiracy theory? That I'm not a conspiracy theorist, right? Like, I don't go down that route. But sometimes it's like, So the Raptors owner, this guy, Larry Tannenbaum, he's the owner of the Raptors, mind you. He's also overseeing the situation because he's the chairman of the NBA's board of governors. And he's overseeing, he has final say on the entire Kawhi Leonard aspiration situation. He's going to hand down the penalty. And Larry Tannenbaum is the owner of the Toronto Raptors, who, by the way, happens to be the team that Kawhi Leonard gets traded to. Is there something there, or is this just coincidental? I mean,
really? I didn't know that.
No doubt.
Are you serious?
Oh, yeah.
How does that work? Like, how did the NBA come to be like, this is the guy who's going to be handing out the penalty? What's his role?
Well, he's the chairman of the NBA's board of governors.
Okay.
And so that's essentially what it is that he does. It's part of his job description. And this was look, it's been 10 months. Like, you talk about
not a peep about it.
Trying to sweep something. If it wasn't for Pablo Torres, this thing would have gone away months ago, man. So
I kind of thought it had, Dan, until you just brought it up, frankly.
And so now it's all beginning to resurface because they're adding things up. And Larry Tannenbaum, who owns the Raptors, he's the head of the board of governors for the NBA. He's the guy who's going to oversee the whole aspiration of the Kawhi Leonard scenario. And you know what's fascinating? So remember his uncle was, I'm talking about Kawhi Leonard. His uncle, I think, is it Uncle Ben or Uncle?
I don't know his name, but he's when you bring up Kawhi Leonard's family, he's the first one to be brought up.
He's the guy, the agent, who the first time around, when he was with San Antonio, and he was going to that. This is when Toronto was trying to re-sign Kawhi Leonard. Because remember, Kawhi Leonard was now an unrestricted free agent. He can go wherever he wanted. They had just won an NBA championship. So Toronto and all the fan bases in the state of euphoria, and they're trying to lure Kawhi Leonard to stay in Toronto. And his agent, his uncle, wrote this memorandum, and it said, if you want us to stay, you have to get us a job where we're going to defer a lot of his money, but he's not going to do anything for this job. And so Toronto wrote back and they said, well, so he'll make public appearances, right? And they're like, no, he's not going to do anything, but you're going to pay him if you want to retain his services. They wrote that, I'm talking about Kawhi Leonard's camp, to that of the Toronto Raptors, and they also wrote a letter very similar to that of the Los Angeles Lakers. And both the Raptors and the Lakers reported this like, this is you're violating league policy and then union rules. This is something that's called the salary cap that you're trying to avert here. And so obviously that exact same letter went to that of Larry Baum and the Los Angeles Clippers, who said, okay, we got this thing called aspiration. And sure enough, and I don't know that they were privy or aware that this same letter and that they had solicited two other franchises with the exact same offer. So there's not a leg to stand on for that of Ballmer and the Los Angeles Clippers as to why it's taken so long for this penalty to come down. I think it's, to your point, I think it's one of those eyesores that the NBA is just hoping is going to go away the longer we wait.
I hope it doesn't, Dan. And it sounds to me like with that info you just gave us that we should expect a lenient penalty on Kawhi Leonard himself. That's fine, but I'll tell you what. I want to see them throw the book at the Clippers. That is so wrong what the Clippers did, frankly. And Steve Ballmer, look, he's the richest owner in sports. I mean, and if he's not one, he's definitely two. And just because you're the richest owner in sports does not mean they're not rules. And I would really like to see the NBA. I mean, I don't know what that punishment would look like, Dan. I'm sure you have some ideas of what you would think. And, you know, I'm just spitballing here. I would like to see them lose a first-round pick or two.
Oh, they will.
I would hope.
And that's where they live, and that's where everyone in the NBA lives right now. It's about draft picks. It's really about draft picks and coveting draft picks. Never before do I think, if we've been at a point in the NBA, when you think about the aprons and you think about the cap and when you think about now the new lottery system, draft picks are everything, man.
It's
That's
clear.
Capital. And so what they're going to do is they are going to strip them hard. Well, theoretically, who the hell knows now with Larry Tannenbaum now overseeing things. But what should happen, ideally, is that they lose significant draft capital, draft assets in the coming years. And that's really sort of, that's everything to NBA teams. And just to bring it back to the Golden State Warriors, don't you think it's one of the reasons why they won't get off of their draft picks? Whether it's to get, Jaylen Brown, or why, to your point, that LeBron James is attractive because we can hang on to the draft picks. Because think about this. We're all living in the here and now, and LeBron James joins the team. I still think you're in the same situation. I think you're still vying for a play-in. I know a lot of people may not agree with that, but I don't think you're really making a dent one way or the other because your team just got older, and it's all about whether you're going to be healthy towards the latter part of the season, and I just don't think they will be. But that aside, if LeBron James joins this team, please lay this out to me. What happens next year? Like, ideally, everybody's money's off the books. You may not own Draymond anything. Jimmy Butler's contract's done. LeBron will be a one-year deal. But what are we looking at? What's the future of the Golden State Warriors?
It's a bleak one. And I mean, well, I say that kind of tongue in cheek because, we've discussed this, is like the NBA lottery rules have changed. So you want to be more of a middle of the pack team that's missing the playoffs rather than a bottom 3 team now. And I think that to me is bleak, right? Is being a middle of the pack team is not where you want to be. And it's where we've kind of been for a couple years now, right? Now it's not as bleak as you bring up the Los Angeles Clippers, who are starting to rebuild now and potentially will have draft picks stripped from them. I mean, think about it. You couldn't really be in a worse position than that. But clearly this organization's plan is to ride out with Steph Curry until the wheels fall off. I mean, completely. They want him to retire here. And so you can never really go through a full rebuild as long as Steph Curry is here. And I've made the point, like, that's probably a good thing now with the way the lottery's going. Is a full rebuild. You don't want to be in those bottom 3. So at least if you have Steph, maybe it's a way you can avoid those bottom 3 if he's able to stay healthy.
Yeah, you know what, Carter, is what frustrates me about all of this is that I was on this horse 3 years ago that we all know how dynasties end. But for whatever reason, the Golden State Warriors just selected to be the latest casualty. I can't understand it. And I remember doing shows and poor Evan Giddings, because every week I would just tell him, no, you need to hit reset. You need to get rid of all of these guys. I didn't want to re-sign Draymond the first time around. And I was out. I didn't even want Jimmy Butler. And that looked like egg in my face initially, but it's not about getting Paul George or courting a Lauri Markkanen or bringing in a Kevin Durant or even LeBron last year. All these names that I've heard, it's about starting anew, accumulating draft picks in these last 2 drafts, which I thought were impactful picks, not only having one, but having multiple picks in the top 10 or hopefully in the top 4 to set yourself up for the future so that you can expedite the path to getting back to a team that can contend for Western Conference titles and to get back into the NBA Finals. Now that you've waited this long and you've decided that you're going to ride out sentimentality and that you're all about standing by your players and quote-unquote doing the right thing, even though you could see this locomotive coming from a mile away, they just decided to lay down on the tracks and get run over, which I don't understand. I really, it befuddles me. I understand that there's an obligation to be competitive and you're synonymous with NBA titles, but we knew how this is going to end, and this is the worst case scenario. It's an older team that's no longer going to the playoffs. They're having to fight for their play-in lives, and they're getting even older and re-signing Horford and now courting LeBron James with a team that's already old. It's just, this is a young man's league, and it always has been when it comes to the NBA. So I don't see what it is that the Warriors are thinking in terms of being competitive. If this is just about entertainment, okay. If this is just about, it's a carnival act or it's P.T. Barnum and a 3-ring circus, and we're just trying to put butts in the seat and come watch LeBron and some of the great players of the past. But in terms of being relevant and good, this ain't it.
Yeah, after that Suns loss to me, Dan, it became very clear, and I had kind of been feeling this way prior, but it became very clear to me that I think the fastest way back to contention would be to get whatever picks you could for Steph Curry. And I hate to say that.
Right on, really?
Yeah, I mean, I hate to say that as a Warriors fan because
Did you say that on the air?
I can't believe I did, yeah. But I just, that
I thought I was the only one, man. God bless you. Keep going.
Look, it is. I mean, let's be real. Let's be realistic. It's very clear that people value draft picks that way. And I would hate to see that from the bottom of my core. He's the best player that I've ever experienced in my lifetime here in the Bay Area. And him riding it out like Kobe, I'm all good with that too, Dan. I really am. You know what I mean? Like he deserves that. But I like being realistic. That probably is the closest way back to contention, right? Is loading up, trying to do a mini version of what the Thunder did. You know what I mean? And just build this monster through the draft. And first of all, you have to draft well, which the Warriors have not proven necessarily in the past, 5 to 10 years that they can do.
Although Dunleavy's been good.
Yeah, Dunleavy's been fine. So, I say that with complete pain in my throat that would be the best route. And but they're not going to do that, so it doesn't really matter, Dan. Right? They've made it clear that they are sticking with Steph Curry, and if that is the case, then I'm all in. Like, go get LeBron. Go try and make his years at least, as formidable to winning as possible. Like, I think the Warriors are doing the best that they can with the cards that they've been dealt right now and the cards that they're willing to deal.
Yeah, but it's not that they dealt themselves this hand, though. Like, they're the ones who decided to ride this out. And even bringing back Steve Kerr, I was against that as well. I love Steve Kerr as much as the next guy, but taking your time and turning the page is just going to prolong the agony. It's so simplistic to me. This is the fastest way to the abyss by just hanging on too long. And the thing about it is that when you think about dynasties, there haven't been a lot. I mean, I'm talking about real dynasties. The Lakers with Magic back in the day, the Boston Celtics with that great front court of McHale, Bird, and Parrish, and then, of course, the Chicago Bulls.
San Antonio.
But at least going back in the day with the Lakers and the Celtics, they didn't have the intel, right? Like, they tried to hang on to players too long because they're like, well, this is what we got to do. We got to ride them out. We got to be loyal to them, and they're still good basketball players. Same with the Chicago Bulls. But the Warriors don't have that excuse. They've seen what happened. Like, they had all of the information and the intel, and history was clearly something that they can rely on, that, hey, listen, this does not happen well, so jump off of this horse while you can. And they still decided to be the latest casualty when it comes to a dynasty. Yeah. Even though they had every opportunity to, I'm with you. I wanted to get off of Steph Curry, and I understand it, man. That dude is everything. He's God. I've said this. Listen, I'll rename Oracle after you, brother.
100%.
I'll rename Market Street. I understand what you mean to this community.
We could rename every street south of the ballpark after you, Steph.
But when it comes to me, I'm a little harsh, man. I don't have the emotional attachment when it comes to sports. I just don't, man. I don't. I love what you did, but I'm all about winning. And I'm all about continuing going down the track and continuing to be competitive and at least throwing my hat into the ring of getting back to the NBA Finals. I'm not about, man, that was a remarkable ride. Okay, let's go into the abyss, and maybe we'll resurface 10, 15, 20 years from now and be another good basketball team, and we'll see what that iteration is of players that I don't even know who the hell they are at this point. I mean, that's sort of the Warriors have been. Like, we're really good, and then, okay, we're off the map for the next 2 decades, and then we may resurface at some point. In order to continue, you've got to be proactive and get out in front of it. And for whatever reason, the Golden State Warriors have decided to go down this road. And it's almost too late at this point, because I wanted to get into this draft and last year's draft. And now, yeah, you may as well play LeBron, and you may as well do it that way. All right. Phone lines are stacking up. Jay's hanging out in San Francisco. Jay, what's on your mind? Welcome to the show.
Hey, how's it going? Okay, this is the one thing that I feel like you're leaving out of the situation. You ever had a guy who he gets a girl that she may be kind of out of his league, so he's doing everything. It's always a new gift, you keep on trying to keep up because you're not sure you belong with her. I feel like that may kind of be Joe Lacob with the Warriors. See, one of the things we keep forgetting is we became the number one organization in the league. Now, it's always been the Lakers. It's always been the Celtics. I think Joe loves that spot. So when you talk about, let's just trade everyone and rebuild and let's just – I don't know that they're comfortable that we have the equity to do that and remain the franchise that we are. So when you start getting rid of pieces, you have to keep somewhat of a core to keep consistency because we got to sell these tickets. It's expensive. It costs me a lot to go to a Warriors game in December. Point being that they can't just take us back to the 90s. They can't take us back to the early 2000s. They have to keep the franchise relevant. And one of the things I'll definitely push back on is this notion that we've been doing bad in the draft. I'm sorry, if you go back in real time, James Wiseman was the player to take. As much as we all may think LaMelo Ball became a better player, when you look at how our roster was constructed, that was the player to take. When we took Jonathan Kuminga, everything we said was we need athleticism. We need athleticism. So we brought in Jonathan Kuminga. The players did not pan out. Whether that's on the coach, whether that's on the players individually, who knows? But I don't feel like we had that bad of drafts. I think it's just maybe, I don't know, maybe maybe the system, I don't know. But I just feel like when you look at our position as a franchise, we can't just tank. No, we have to stay consistent for a while and get more equity. Because the minute we start sucking again, where does that drop us in relevancy? And I think that's what Joe's battling. Thank you.
Oh, that's a good point, Jay. I think when you think about Joe Lacob, it's a business tycoon. And so he's all about the economics, and he has to put in a good product on that floor. I understand that. But at some point, you have to hit reset, because at some point you're going to have to, there's going to be a due date where you got to cash this check, right? Like at some point, Steph Curry is going to retire at some point. He is going to leave. Draymond is almost there. And LeBron, I don't know if he comes to the Warriors, and even if he does, he plays here. At some point, this comes to an end. And at some point, you're going to have to cash that check. At some point, you're going to have to stare into your future that doesn't involve Steph Curry. And my whole point is you can get out in front of that and find a foundational or in pieces that you can identify as being the new version. Now, you're not going to find another Steph, Clay, and Draymond in the draft, but you can find players that are going to be the foundational pieces for your future, and then surround them, because they'll all be under team control, and you'll have money where you're not paying upwards to $60 million. If you re-sign Steph wants to come back at $72 million his second year. And by all indications, the Warriors are willing to do that. You would have money where you could bring in free agents to go along with a younger team. And I wouldn't say it's necessarily a tank, but at some point you're going to have to hit reset, whether it's now or it's in the future. Steph Curry, I'm sorry to break this to everybody, cannot play for the next 20 years.
Dan, I agreed with everything he said there, but I have to tell you, the last part was just complete BS to me. I'm sorry. We are going to say that you didn't whiff on the second overall pick for James Wiseman when the guy's not in the league anymore? Wake up. Come on. Jonathan Kuminga, he's not on your team anymore. You picked him 3-4 years ago in 2022? That's a whiff if he's not on your team. And you can give me maybe the coaches didn't cater to their game, yada, yada. Guess what? You picked him knowing how his game was and how it might fit into your system. That was your job. Therefore, you whiffed on the pick. There's no excuse around it. And he's right. Before the picks happened, we wanted those two players. But guess what? Just because we wanted them didn't mean that they were whiffs. They were whiffs.
Right on, man. Well said. I don't think there's any way you can slice that.
No, he's not in the league. He's the second overall pick. That's a whiff.
And the Atlanta Hawks now have said they're not going to pick up the option on one Jonathan Kuminga. We'll see what happens to him. All right, we're going to continue. We see you on the phone lines, 888-957-9570. We'll continue with your phone calls. It's Carter Chickering and Dan Avone here on a Friday on 95.7 The Game.
We all know what the two best words in sports are. Game 7. But the number 7 has even more meaning in vodka. Because when a vodka is 7 times distilled, it creates a smooth, premium taste that is unbeatable. And there's no better vodka than New Vodka. Spelled N-U-E, New Vodka is 7 times distilled, not 7 times the price. It's an award-winning, American-made vodka that is smooth enough to sip and bold enough to mix. So at a time when everything costs more, New Vodka is the best deal in town. Pick up a bottle of New Vodka at your local liquor store today and cheers to something new. Visit newvodka.com to find out more. That's N-U-E Vodka.
They call this one Bill.
Whoa, aliens? Am I in a spaceship?
Affirmative, Bill.
What's with the laser saw?
Relax. We are cutting our bill in half.
What?
An Xfinity mobile transmission says you can cut your bill in half.
Oh, your mobile bill, not me, Bill.
Xfinity Mobile also says we can try it free for a year. Free.
Yes, with no commitment. Can we put the saw away?
I am reluctant. But we will find another being to bisect.
That's not sci-fi. It's Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity Internet members cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
When it comes to hiring a plumber, heating, or HVAC or contractor, think Local 38. With non-signatory companies, that low price up front is often just to get in the door. And once the work starts, so does the extra charges. But with UA Local 38 signatory contractors, you know the cost up front. No surprises. And it's not just about the price, it's about the people. Non-signatory shops often cut corners, which means inconsistent work. UA Local 38 contractors invest in their workers with strong pay, real health benefits, and retirement plans. That means experienced professionals who take pride in what they do. Local 38 workers are craft certified and complete a 5-year apprenticeship consisting of 10,000 hours of training. So when someone comes into your home or your business, you know you're getting a trained, vetted professional. For quality, accountability, and peace of mind, choose better. Choose UA Local 38. Plumbers, pipe fitters, and HVACR union signatory contractors. For more information, go to ualocal38.org or call 415-626-2000.
Toyota's 4th of July sales event ends soon. Hurry in today for a new Toyota. Check out Toyota's 21 hybrid and electrified models. Score deals on the 50 MPG Corolla Hybrid and 51 MPG Camry. Get 1.99% APR on the all-new fully electric CHR or get 0% APR plus finance cash on the fully electric BZ. The 4th of July sales event is almost over. Don't miss out. Toyota. Let's go places. Offers available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit and cannot be combined with other offers. Ends 8/3/26.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. Our 4th of July sale's on now. 25% off store-wide through July 6th. Carpet, hardwood, laminate, waterproof flooring, and much more. With a sale like this, who needs fireworks? The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Yeah, Dan Dibley here for Fremont Bank, which, as you know by now, it's my bank, and it has been for more than 6 years. And I love this bank because it's a family-owned bank with the family-owned feel. They started back in 1964, and when they did that, it was just one branch, but now they have 21 branches. So if you go around in your Bay Area, you're going to find a Fremont Bank branch, and you're going to see it, and you're going to think, you know what? I want that full-service banking with no compromises, and you should. It's not a big box bank. It's a good local bank. And when you deposit your money with Fremont Bank, they reinvest it locally into businesses, philanthropy, home ownership, all the good stuff that makes our Bay Area the best area in all of the country. And that's why you should be a Fremont Bank customer. The money stays here. It's local. It's not a big box bank. It's a good, solid local bank. And we talk about Fremont Bank, and you know that they're here for you and here for good.
And the match is about to begin.
Most of the team is out with COVID-19, so there'll be some substitutes tonight.
What's this? We have an unexpected guest on the field.
It's a dog. Well, they could do with extra players.
She's going for the ball.
Are front paws hands or feet?
Soccer season is full of surprises, and COVID-19 could be one of them. If you test positive, prescription medications may help. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Learn more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi? For what?
Better not to know.
Get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in your price for 5 years and see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Join 95.7 The Game at the Mirastar Federal Credit Union Stuff the Bus event, a backpack drive supporting Bay Area student success July 18th in San Jose from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Help us make an impact in our community. Get all the details and donate now at 957thegame.com. Federally insured by NCUA.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Now back to 95.7 The Game.
Carter Chickering and Dan Avone. It's a Friday here. Overcast. What do you do? Are you watching the fireworks tomorrow?
Yeah, I gotta come home to watch them, Dan.
Okay.
Off the bridge? Come on, that's big stuff.
Yeah, I've never been a fireworks guy, but yeah, I'll get into it, I guess.
How is someone not a fireworks guy?
I don't know. I just never have. Chrissy Field, I grew up in San Francisco. I can count on one hand where I actually saw the fireworks because that thing is always fogged in every damn year.
100%. You're just looking at the glow above the fog, really.
All right, let's get out to some phone calls and knock some of these out here. I'm laughing because Victor, our new producer here, has written out, this caller doesn't agree with Dan on Warriors situation. You know what? You can copy and paste that for about 95% of the callers there, Victor. All right, Kel's hanging out in Antioch. Go ahead, Kel. Hit me hard. What do you got, buddy?
Good morning, man. Let me ask you a question. What year do you think we should have got off of Steph Curry?
I'm sorry, say that again. What year?
Yeah.
So I entertained that this past off season was the year that I would have got off of Steph Curry to get into this year's NBA draft. Now, again, I know it never would have happened. And the reason why I wanted to do that is that I wanted not just one, but I wanted multiple picks in the top 10 of this year's class in particular.
Okay. So you say you're about winning. When do you think we should have got? You think Kerr should still be the coach, even if Steph we'd have let Steph go, or when do you think Kerr should have got done coaching?
Well, I think ideally, because Kel, I'm one of those that they should have hit reset a lot sooner. And so when you're hitting reset, and this is not to denigrate anything that Steve Kerr has done, a Hall of Fame coach, but as you bring in a new iteration of this team, I think that Steve Kerr and his old ways of doing things no longer fit what it is that the Warriors needed to do in terms of refacing the new personality of this team, meaning bringing in newer, younger players. So I would have not brought Steve Kerr back. I would have got heavily into this draft. I would not have brought Draymond Green back, and I would have looked to rebuild, if that's the word that we want to use here, this year, to answer your question.
Okay, that's perfect. But let me tell you, the dynasty didn't die because of the older players. The dynasty died when they gave Steve Kerr an extension when we were the 10th seed. That did not make any sense at all. If we really go back and look at it, we should have 2 championships after the 22. This is all on Kerr and his philosophy and his stubbornness to never change. 23, they should have got rid of Draymond for doing that to Poole. He already then made so many mistakes. He was coming off the bench versus the Celtics. Draymond been past his prime. They should have never chose Draymond over Poole. And then to trade Poole for aging Chris Paul, I thought, okay, that maybe could work. But no, Steve Kerr had this man starting games and closing games, and we had the lead going into the fourth. Most of those games we lost, but he put Chris Paul in the closing lineups instead of J.K., and we lost those games, and we end up missing the playoffs the first time in Chris Paul's career. Then we get off of that, and we have a good run in the playoffs. We could have won if Steve Kerr wouldn't have got our players injured. He specifically is the reason that Steph and Jimmy got hurt. He's got Gee and he's got J.K. riding the bench, having to put extra pressure on these players. We were never supposed to be in the play-in. We should have been the 6th seed playing the Lakers that year, but he gave away all those games talking about we got 3 games to get into the playoffs when all we had to do was win 1, and we could have rested our players. And they would have had the rest. They would have been more fresh. They wouldn't have got injured. Kerr is the reason. If we would have got off of Kerr all them years ago and just let him go into greatness, we would still have our dynasty flowing. To bring him back this year after losing 4 seasons, being in the play-ins, missing the playoffs one time out of those, is the reason why you guys keep blaming the players. It's not. And can we please stop lumping Draymond with Curry? Draymond needs to go. Curry is his own entity. Curry is still an elite player in the league. All he needs is a little bit of help, some defense and some wings. He doesn't need to be playing with 2-3 other guards. This is the reason why we look like this at the time. When we get to the tall players of the game, it looks way different. Brandon Podziemski is not our future. We need to get off of him as well. That's Kerr bringing these old players in. I want to play GP2 over Will Richard because he's earned it. I want to keep Buddy Hield in the game for all of these, almost the whole season when he's been playing like trash instead of going with the hot hands.
All right, Kel. Well said. I don't know that I can go there with you when it comes to Steve Kerr. I don't know if he's responsible for the injuries. I just think my thing with Steve Kerr, it's not an indictment on what he's done as a head coach, but more about the future. That if you're turning the new page on the Golden State Warriors, as I strongly believe they should have, that future should not involve Steve Kerr as being the guy who's going to oversee this new version of the Golden State Warriors. Listen, Steve Kerr is very set in his ways, and he pretty much lets you know that I'm going to ride with veterans. Like, this is who I am. I'm a veteran. The dude's 60 years old, and he has very little interest of starting anew. And he's like, if you're going to employ me, if I'm going to stay here, well, then I'm going to want to play with the likes of Steph and Draymond. I'm going to want a LeBron James. I'm going to want someone like that of an Al Horford. This is who I am. And so it's on Lacob, it's on the powers that be that make the decision as to what direction this team wants to go in. Steve Kerr is Steve Kerr, and essentially he orchestrates the same offense from 2016. They're still playing 5 out. They're slow to the party in terms of re-embracing the mid-range, which I think has come back to the game. Only now do they address finally getting it big, and Kristaps Porzingis, the big, has returned to NBA offenses, I believe, over the last couple of years. Steve Kerr has been very stuck in his way in terms of how he wants to attack you offensively. And I think it's something that was relevant 5-6 years ago, but the NBA has sort of passed Steve Kerr and the Warriors by. But Steve Kerr is who he is. And that's up to management to decide what direction they want to go in. And by all indications, they're in the Steve Kerr camp. They're signing up with Steve Kerr is that, yes, you're old, but that's okay. We want a veteran coach. We want a veteran team, and we want to be loyal to this team, specifically Steph Curry, that has brought us so many NBA championships and obviously has been synonymous with winning. D, my man, hanging out in D.C. Now we get the show cooking. D, what do you got?
What's up, Dan? What's going on with you, brother? How you doing?
I'm doing well, man. How are you?
I'm all right, man. Happy 4th. Happy 4th. I think my man Cam, you know you can't fool me, right, Cam? I know it's you that was calling earlier, man. You went by the name of Kels, but I know it's Cam. But anyways, I agree with Cam 1,000,000%, man. I also agree with you, except for the part where you said you wanted to trade Steph Curry. I think the Warriors, they made a huge mistake by re-signing Kerr. And also, they're going to make another mistake by bringing back Draymond Green. That tells me Lacob does not really give a damn about winning basketball. He doesn't want to rebuild. He wants to keep stuff as always been. You know what I mean? Surround Steph Curry with nothing but a bunch of old fools who won't even help to win more than 40 games next season. You know what I'm saying? This does not make any sense to me that an organization could be managed the way Lacob decided he wants to manage it. Ever since the departure of what's his name, the logo
Jerry West.
Help me out, Dan.
Jerry West.
Yeah, exactly. Ever since his departure, man, this organization has been doing nothing but trashy moves. So they need to upgrade in that department. The decision makers need to get their heads together and find the right people to run this organization, because this is not making any sense what they're doing right now. Anyways, man, happy 4th to you and to all of the listeners, and you guys enjoy.
Right on, D. Thanks so much. Don't be a stranger. Call again. Carter, look, the one thing that I hear about is that one of the reasons why you don't want to rebuild and lean into the draft and younger players for the Golden State Warriors, it's because Joe Lacob is a businessman and that you want to continue. It's expensive to pay the lease on Oracle, I'm sure, right? And so you've got to put butts in the seat. But what I don't think when people say that, what I don't think that they realize is that, okay, so what's the option? We have a bit of a bubble here. This thing is going to burst at some point. And then what? When Steph is no longer Steph and Draymond's no longer part of the picture and the LeBrons and the Jimmy Butlers are in the rearview mirror, the rebuild that had you started this, the 2 years that you would have, 2 or 3 years that you would have dedicated to get back and expediting what I think would be your process to get back into being a competitive team, pales in comparison to what potentially can happen to this team if you continue to kick the can down the road.
Yeah, I also think, Dan, like, as long as Steph Curry's on the team, there will be butts in the seats, right? And obviously the whole LeBron saga, they're going for him, yada, yada. But if they don't get him, right, you're kind of in rebuild mode already. But then again, they've signed Al Horford, they've signed Kristaps Porzingis, and they've signed these other guys. But next year, I mean, your books kind of clear up, and you're kind of in rebuild mode anyway, right? So maybe you're going through that rebuild, right? But you're also filling butts in the seats because you got Steph Curry to go through the rebuild with. I think there is a scenario where Joe Lacob can eat his cake or have his cake and eat it too, you know?
Getting back to LeBron James, where this all started. LeBron James, of course, and we'll just revisit this, and I'll let you do it, Carter. So either you can play the sound, or maybe you can just sum up what it is that Rich Paul, who, by the way, is out in Wimbledon doing these interviews, he went out to see Serena, I don't know, in his private jet. He might be back in L.A., but essentially, what was the news this morning, if you want to sort of recap and get people up to date on the latest concerning LeBron James and the Golden State Warriors?
This is the most up-to-date from Shams Charania today.
Now back to 95.7 The Game.
Not that, sorry.
Joe, I think at least a few, but this is a true free agency process because so much has changed, right? There's the fluidity that comes with it, with information. A few days ago, the Sixers didn't have Jaylen Brown, so now they do. They did it in stunning fashion, and so now they have to be on the radar of LeBron James, and so where does that fit them? And then the Cavaliers, the Heat, they're two teams that are known quantities. The Warriors, going into free agency, they dreamt up a grand plan of Draymond Green, Stephen Curry, LeBron James. But the big domino with them is trying to get a player like an Anthony Davis. So you can bring in LeBron James and Anthony Davis as a package deal. Short of that, they're not really looked at right now at the top of this list, but things can change.
You know what makes me giggle about the whole Anthony Davis component of this? Is the complete disrespect for the Washington Wizards. It's like the Warriors are like, well, I tell you what, we'll just get Anthony Davis, and that'll lure LeBron James to come here. AD, that makes sense. Clutch client, LeBron James, Draymond Green. Forgetting that the Washington Wizards are by the way, you know what? We do have a say in this. And they're like, no. No, you don't get.
You don't, yeah.
You don't get Anthony Davis. I think it's sort of funny. It's like everybody's like, well, we'll just take Anthony Davis and the Washington Wizards. Granted, the Wizards, and I have no idea what it is that they're doing. Trae Young, really? You're going to re-sign him? I mean, they make no sense, but the complete disrespect that we'll do what it is that we want. We'll pilfer from your players and take Anthony Davis. And they're like, no, dude, you can't have Anthony Davis. Is there a scenario? Because now I'm hearing that if they don't re-sign him to the max, that Anthony Davis is going to demand a trade, quote unquote, to that.
That's what I hear too.
And of course, we've seen this in the past, like New Orleans, essentially, where he's like, trade me, and I want to go to Los Angeles, or I'm essentially not going to play. So this has played out. Do we close the book on Anthony Davis, or is there still a scenario where he arrives with the Golden State Warriors and bringing LeBron James on board as well?
Well, Dan, the Wizards have kind of been very clear. They have no intention of trading Anthony Davis. That's been reported. But look, Dan, if you're the Wizards and you're looking at Anthony Davis, who's saying to you, I need a 4-year max deal or else I'm going to want to be traded, my answer is pretty easy. I'm saying, great, go find a trade suitor for you. Like, I have no interest in signing, he's 33 maybe or something like that?
34.
Yeah, 34. A 34-year-old Anthony Davis to a max deal. I mean, that just seems like franchise suicide to me. But, and if he were to come to the Warriors, I wouldn't have interest in doing it either. So that's part of the problem.
Yeah, and I'm thinking, does Anthony Davis, is he the difference maker? I mean, what is it that am I missing something here? Or does Anthony Davis not get hurt every year?
Well, Jaylen Brown gets moved to the Sixers, right? And automatically they become a contender for LeBron. So I guess I ask, do you have to be LeBron's friend to then be the guy who's going to lure him here? Can we just find another great player who potentially the Warriors could trade for to lure him here? I mean, I don't have one off the top of my head, but it just seems like Anthony Davis is not a good answer for the team itself. Maybe it's a good answer to get LeBron, but it's not a good answer for the Golden State Warriors.
Gil's hanging out in the East Bay. What's up, Gil? Welcome to the show.
Thanks for finally taking my call. I'm a longtime Warrior fan. The first Warrior game I saw was at a place called, the Cow Palace. And the past 3 days, I've been hearing people talk about stress over this. We got to acquire a senior citizen. You can pair that senior citizen up with Steph, and it's not going to make the Warriors a contender. Let's see. You could take Michael Jordan in his prime, mind you, forget about the money, in his prime, and pair him with Steph, and the Warriors would not be a contender. I am a Warrior fan. You could take Will Chamberlain and pair him with Steph, and that might make the Warriors a contender. But look, realistically speaking, the Warriors are not a good team. Let's see, and I come from the Franklin Muley, Chris Cohan era. The Warriors are an entertaining team. Sometimes they're even a heroic team. But guess what? You got to deal with OKC and San Antonio, and that's it. The Warriors aren't in the conversation. Thank you, and I want both of you to have a good day. Thank you.
All right, Gil in the East Bay. Going back to the days of the Cow Palace. Last time the Golden State Warriors won an NBA championship before, of course, this recent run. And that's where we're at. How do we get back to being a team that's contending for the NBA Finals? Are the Warriors trying to hang on to something that simply isn't there anymore and trying to squeeze something out of guys like Steph and Draymond and now LeBron James? It just simply is in the rearview mirror.
Safe to say Gil does not think the Warriors are contenders. My God. Maybe they could get there with Wilt Chamberlain. That's quite a line.
I mean, he has a point, though, really, because I think you know what happens is that when we see LeBron James or we think about Steph Curry or Draymond Green, and this usually happens during the offseason, what happens? Our mind immediately goes back to when these were good players. Like, we romanticize about these guys.
Dan, you are so right there, and I think a great example of that is Paul George. I mean, that man is and I said it yesterday, and Evan came in and rightfully so kind of stuck up for him afterward, which is like he was good in the playoffs last year.
He was.
But that being said, I've seen too much bad Paul George in the playoffs for that 1 year to wipe my memory of everything else, right? And back when he was in his prime on the Pacers, like that was one of the best players in the league, but we haven't seen that in a long time. And so the bad has just so much overshadowed the name to me. And the name still remains, right? Like people still look at it like, well, you know, he's a $50 million guy still, but who cares? I mean,
do you want to try and explain away what it is that Brad Stevens and the Celtics were thinking?
Desperation is the only thing you can think, right, Dan? I think that the hourglass started emptying with all the teams being in there. I think they wanted 4 first-round picks, and I think teams started laughing, basically. And
well, why was Jaylen Brown devaluating?
Malcontent. I think, I think he was going on stream and being a malcontent and kind of, I think it rubbed people the wrong way that he said that was his favorite season last year. I mean, you won the championship the year before, you know what I mean? And that didn't sit right with people, like the year that you were the best and not the team. So who knows?
O's hanging out in the East Bay. A lot of East Bay today getting in on the conversation. Welcome to the show, O.
What's going on, guys? I frankly think this conversation's a bit myopic and disingenuous. You know,
where'd you get that word myopic? Come on, man. How many times have you used the word myopic in the last 2 months?
I'm letting you know, man. Look, here's the deal. You're talking about a front office that all they want to do is focus on 1 or 2 superstar acquisitions. They have no foresight to be able to just improve in the margins. There's other talent to be had than sitting on Giannis for 5 or 6 years. They told you in 2022 they didn't think they were championship worthy. And Steph did what? Like, the problem is there are no groceries in the cupboard. It's been that way. So the quickest way for them to get back to, I don't know, just being able to compete and to do things, it's got to come down the lake of just understanding he needs to have the right people making personnel decisions. Like, you're sitting on $80 million in either expirings or Moody being hurt, and you're not doing anything? Like, come on. You're running it back with the same squad that you had last year and hoping on a prayer that LeBron comes to save you? Like, come on, man. I get you want to value the assets of your draft picks going forward, but what have they shown you in being able to stock the cupboard? Go get Trey Murphy. He's a great bridge type player. He fits what they want to do. Go spend 2 and flop 2. I don't know, but go do something. But just running it back and just telling us, like, they're gaslighting us. And I'm just super surprised that the entire Bay Area media, they let Lakers get off on this. That's what I got, man.
Thanks, Ho. What do you think about Trey Murphy?
It was a great call. I think that guy was spot on with a lot of things, frankly. I think we have been very narrow-sighted here on star landing, right? To finish out Steph's last years. And frankly, Dan, the league is telling you that that's not the way to win anymore, is having a heavy loaded roster at the top. You look at the best teams in the league and they are deep as can be. And I mean, that guy has a point. Is like, could you have just built this team up with pieces that would fit, and then we could be talking about playoffs instead of talking about play-in? I think it's really legitimate. That was a great call, I thought.
What about Trey Murphy? What are you willing to give up to get Trey?
That's the question, right? Is like, what are you willing to give up for him? And I hear like 2 first-round picks, and I'm out. Yeah. Like, I'm immediately out on that, especially when you see Jaylen Brown go for 2 firsts. Like, the fact that that's potentially what it would take, there's just no way.
Ralph's in San Rafael as we continue the conversation. Ralph, welcome to the show, buddy.
Hey, good morning. How you guys doing today?
Well, thanks.
Well.
Outstanding. Hey, so I just have a quick question. The Warriors just signed this amazing, I guess it's the largest advertising deal for any sports team in North America, like ever, like $50 million a year and whatnot. So my question is very simple. How much, as far as that strategy of being able to obtain that deal, has been predicated, and I don't want to say conditional, on the fact that, they need Steph, they need Draymond, they need, that team, Steve Kerr, that cachet in place to obtain that deal. And that's basically the question. I mean, do you think that that's really behind a lot of this strategy? Because apparently they said it's like $1 billion deal or something over the time or over its lifetime, which is a lot of money. And, a lot of teams don't get that. So how much of that is playing into this? And that's my question. And you guys have a wonderful 4th. And I also wanted to say, you sound so much, sir, like John McEnroe. It's crazy to me. Anyway, have a great day.
Johnny Mac? I think he's referring to the multi-year sponsorship deal with the technology company Iron, which is worth $50 million a year. It's a good point, Ralph, because the inner workings sometimes of someone like that of a Joe Lacob, who is a business tycoon, is something that we just don't take into account. He does. We see things through the lens of a fan, right? We're like, just win. What can you do to make this team better and get back to the playoffs and win titles? That's the only way we see the Golden State Warriors. Whereas if you're a business guy, you're looking at it entirely differently. I mean, certainly you take that into consideration, but you're thinking about bottom line, revenue margins. I mean, come on. You got a background in the wine industry. You know what this is about. Like, at the end of the day, there's so many things that go into this in terms of the economics, which we as fans, we don't bother paying attention to. But as an owner, if somebody's going to give you $50 million a year to do whatever, there's certain obligations that you have, and you know that the obligations include being a competitive team that involves named players and guys that have star recognition and that you can put on the marquee. And for the average fan, someone like myself is like, no, strip this thing down. If you want to be good, let's expedite the entire process by getting young, and then in a couple of years, we'll be right back to where you want to be. Well, somebody that's looking at it from an economic standpoint may not agree with any of that.
Yeah, I would just say, like, you know, the Pacers were in the finals last year, but I'm sure that they wouldn't sign a deal that big with the Pacers. You know, I think that the Warriors have elevated themselves from a bottom feeder team to now one of the biggest market teams in the world.
It's a brand.
Oh, absolutely. And I think they are in the class with the Knicks and the Lakers. They are now. And their evaluation says so on Forbes. And you're not just selling that anymore either. You have Steph Curry, you know, and whether they're good or not, people want to watch Steph Curry. And that will bring eyes to your brand. And so, yeah, I think winning is obviously would be a nice aspect of it to say. But I don't think it's necessarily everything when it comes to these brand deals, in my opinion.
Hey, Victor, we're 2 minutes over. You need to wrap your guy Carter over there.
Yeah, that's my bad, Danny.
We'll be back on 95.7 The Game right after this.
Being built like a baller takes years of doing the right things. So does building real wealth. Baylord has been in the Bay since 1969. Independently owned, no corporate parent. They work with founders, executives, and families whose financial lives are anything but simple. From liquidity events and concentrated positions to decisions that span generations. The kind of experienced people who do right by what you've built. See if they're yours at Baylord.com/baller. That's BAILARD.com/baller.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. With burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and local service, our promise to the Bay Area remains the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
Hey, it's Willard. At Habas Law, it's never been about attention, never about applause, never about goofy smiles on candy-colored billboards. For more than 40 years, Habas Law is focused on one thing, fighting relentlessly for injured Californians, because behind every catastrophic injury case is a human life forever changed. That's why Habas fights with preparation, intensity, and relentless commitment. No fluff, no distractions, just real advocacy for injured Californians. Habas Law, relentless for justice. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Looking forward to celebrating the 4th of July? Ford is too. Right now, it's the final days of employee pricing at your California Ford dealers. And we've got amazing sell-a-thon deals that won't last long. You pay what we pay. What's waiting for you? It's time to find out in a new truck or SUV during Sell-a-thon. Because it all ends July 6th. Tow your boat to the lake in a new Ford F-150 and start the holiday off with a splash. Check out fireworks from a location that only a new Ford Bronco or Bronco Sport can get you to. There's room for all your friends and family in a new Ford Explorer. Or celebrate in style with a new Ford Mustang Mach-E that delivers power and performance. We're looking forward to celebrating the 4th of July with you at Sell-a-thon. Whatever you're looking forward to, make it happen with Ford. Hurry in for the final days of Sell-a-thon at your California Ford dealers. It all ends July 6th.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and R&S Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Stephanie from San Mateo. R&S installed a high-cycle spring for my garage door. Great job, Jason. He was professional, on time, and detailed. The office was responsive and efficient with scheduling and ordering parts. They were recommended by friends who had good experiences, too.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with R&S Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Hey, this is Lauren. And a little thing I love about the hash brown scrambled burrito is that it's going to add the protein that you need. The eggs with those crispy nuggets. It's the ultimate combo.
Hi, this is Maya, and a little thing I love about the hash brown scrambled burrito is that it's packed with protein. Having Chick-fil-A chicken in a breakfast burrito is just phenomenal to me. You have the chicken, you have the eggs, and then you add these hash browns. It's just complete, honestly.
Order the Chick-fil-A hash brown scrambled burrito and Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
And the match is about to begin. Most of the team is out with COVID-19, so there'll be some substitutes tonight.
What's this? We have an unexpected guest on the field.
It's a dog, but they could do with extra players.
She's going for the ball.
From paws, hands or feet?
Soccer season is full of surprises, and COVID-19 could be one of them. If you test positive, prescription medications may help. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Learn more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
I built this business the old-fashioned way. Hard work and a whole lot of spreadsheets.
Yeah, about that, I upgraded us to Odoo. Odoo puts everything we need, sales, inventory, accounting, on one connected platform. No more juggling systems, no more headaches.
So it all works together?
Exactly.
Odoo is the all-in-one business software that makes running and passing on a business easier than ever. Take your business into the next generation. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Now back to 95.7 The Game.
It's the day before the 4th of July, this country's 250th anniversary. It's Carter Chickering and it's Dan Avone. And what's your last name, Victor?
Harris.
Victor Harris, V. Harris. All right. Got to find a nickname for this guy, Carter. Give me some more clues. What do you like to do? Are you a baller? Did you play any hoops? Did you, if I threw you a football, would it hit you in the forehead?
Absolutely not.
Right on.
I played baseball.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I did.
SF State?
No, sir. Fairfield High School.
Okay. Right on. You catcher?
First base.
Oh, all right. Kind of taking a shot at your physique anytime you say, hey, were you a catcher? Victor Harris, that just sounds like an athlete, man. All right. If you got a nickname for Victor Harris, 888-957-9570.
Power name for sure.
Yeah, we got to tag our new producer, man, before the end of the day. All right, Carter. You're LeBron James, right? You go at about 6'9" and 240. And this is the difficult thing to do because all of this is conjecture. We can do it in terms of like process of elimination or whether it's happiness or winning. We just don't know at the end of the day. He could shock the world and go to Denver, right? But if you're LeBron at this point, what do you, if you were to give me the top 3 teams that you think make the most sense in, as far as him being happy, competitive, and also just a good fit in terms of city and waking up every day and having a smile on my face.
Well, Dan.
Also, the other thing we have to take into consideration, this whole documentary thing.
I know.
Because that's one where I'm like, okay, just when I'm ready to kick dirt on the Warriors and maybe you're out on this thing, I think a documentary works well with the Warriors. Because if you're doing a doc, it's like you want characters and you want a cast.
I think there's only 2 teams the documentary works well with, which is his third return to Cleveland and here. The Sixers, that doesn't make sense to me, right?
No.
And I'm going to be honest, Dan, the way people threw dirt on KD after he came here, they better give LeBron the same treatment if he goes to the 76ers. They were a dark horse. They came out of nowhere. And then all of a sudden they acquire Jaylen Brown and he's interested. I'm sorry. Like, I understand he's at the end of his career. I understand KD joined a 73-9 team. And maybe KD should be criticized for that more than LeBron should be for this. But he should absolutely be criticized if he goes to the 76ers in my mind.
Wait, why criticize him though?
I just think now you are ring hopping, and now
but he's clearly ring hopping.
Well, I don't know. Who knows? He says contention, right? If you come to the Warriors, you can't honestly think that you're the favorites to win a ring.
Well, I think that's the pitch, right? Like you come on board, we get AD, you got Steph. It's about winning. It's a little delusional, but I think that's what they're trying to sell him on. But I think to LeBron's credit, he's at a point in his career. It's like, boys, I've got 1 year left. I want to win another title before it's over with, and I also want to have fun. So I don't know if I can necessarily go after him if he feels that Philadelphia gives him the best opportunity to do that.
I think you got your one opportunity to do that when you went to the Miami Heat the first time.
What did you think of that decision? Did you have an issue with that?
I think everyone had an issue with it, right, Dan?
Well, except me, obviously.
You loved it.
I didn't love it. I really didn't understand the blowback. Maybe you can educate me. I'm not trying to be a wise guy here. So it was the biggest free agency in the history of the NBA. And Carter, I remember like 2 years before that, people were talking about LeBron James' free agency. Where do you think he's going to go? Where do you think he's going to go? Is there any chance we could get him? Literally every NBA franchise, all 32 teams were thinking, is there any chance? Is there any chance? 2 years leading up to his free agency, it was the biggest buildup I've ever seen for one player who was testing the market and could go anywhere. And do you remember the courting, the recruiting that was going on?
God, I remember the decision on ESPN. Can you believe they did that now looking back at it?
Well, no, but before that, he would, like, I remember he went to New York, and New York was recruiting him. And they went to the Garden, they turn on the lights, and Tony Soprano, James Gandolfini, RIP, was there. Howard Stern was there. All of these New York dignitaries and celebrities were there to try and woo and recruit him. And I use that as an example because every city was doing the exact same thing. I mean, there was nothing like it in terms of a guy touring the NBA and everybody doing whatever they can to hopefully get his services. And the anticipation for 2 years. And so then he holds this conference on ESPN and says live on television, I decided to take my talents, whatever the line was,
to South Beach.
To South Beach. And everybody's like, the arrogance. Oh my God. Can you believe this guy? The arrogance of you having a press conference and telling everybody after the 2 years of everybody anticipating this, the fact that everybody was courting you and you hold a press conference, my God, who the hell do you think you are? Look, I'm one of those, if you ever listen to the show, I am not a LeBron guy. I'm ragging this guy more than anybody, but that, like, I still need someone to explain to me what it is that he did wrong.
I have no idea, Dan, but people really had a problem with it. That's for sure. He came out 2 years later and said it was a huge mistake for him to do that. So I wonder how much ESPN pushed him to do it. I have no idea, to be honest.
I still don't understand. I mean, everybody wanted to know, so he went live on network and told everybody. And all of a sudden, it's the worst thing that's ever happened in the history of the.
When it was happening, I didn't have an issue with it. And to be honest with you, like, it seemed like the decision was a no-brainer to me, too. It's like, oh, wow, well, he can go live in Miami and play with his two best friends. I mean, that just seems like a no-brainer. And you probably have the best odds to win a title, too, because of the players you're teaming up with. And this was back when top-heavy teams were dominating the NBA. You know, we had just come off it with the Celtics, basically. So it seemed like a no-brainer at the time. I think people getting on him at that time, I can see where people would be very frustrated about it because it's, you know, that was ring hopping. There's no doubt. But if you're LeBron, right, he's the one who has to live there. I mean, I'd rather live in Miami than Cleveland. So, I mean, that's just me.
You know, you make a good point. That was the NBA back in the day. And it started with the Boston Celtics, where the template was, remember, you got to get 3 NBA stars. Not good players, stars.
Right.
And the Warriors took it to another level when they got Kevin Durant. But that's basically, that was the recipe and the ingredient. Now, with the first and second apron, that ain't happening. No. You just simply can't do that any longer. I do want to talk about LeBron James and his relationship with the Los Angeles Lakers, because I think that there's something that we can bring back home to the Golden State Warriors that they're going to also experience. And that is, as I mentioned before, the Lakers were out on LeBron James, and they let him spin it. And they said, Rich Paul, you can come out and PR this any way you want. You can say that you're leaving us. That's fine. But the relationship's done. And this isn't a knock on LeBron James, but with LeBron James leaving the Los Angeles Lakers, you can't tell me that there isn't this sense of relief from J.J. Redick to the players. Because, again, when LeBron James joins your team, which is one of the reasons why I don't think he would go to some place like San Antonio, because I don't think it's a good fit, you're immediately looking over your shoulder. You're immediately, while you're on the floor, you're going to make sure, did I do the right thing? You're aware of LeBron James, and things become LeBron James-centric. And then you have to factor in Bronny. You got to think about his playing time. And you got to make sure that when LeBron James is on the floor that you're doing right by him. I just think that when he left LA, I just think there was this sort of collective, we can just go back to being a team again. Like J.J. Redick doesn't have to cater to him. Again, you don't have all of these peripheral pieces you have to worry about. He's gone, and we can just play basketball. And so the point that I'm trying to make, I think there's going to be something very similar here to the Golden State Warriors. Not necessarily when Steph leaves, but when Draymond's gone.
That's interesting.
I think when Draymond is out the door finally, there's going to be sort of this sense of where Steve Kerr, and he'll never say this publicly, is going to be like, yeah, I hate to lose the guy, but I don't have to worry about his podcast. I don't have to worry about him giving him stink eye. I don't have to worry about somebody questioning my decisions. And then for the players, especially the younger players, Pajemski, and none of those guys are going to admit this. Will Richard, but going to be like, God, I don't have to worry about him giving me a dirty look because I went the wrong way on a play or I didn't rotate defensively. With stars like that of LeBron, with stars like that of Draymond Green, there's also a sort of tension that you have to take with their stardom. And I think that with LeBron leaving a franchise, it just dawned on me that J.J. Redick was probably the happiest guy in the world.
That's a really interesting comp, Dan. And I think that with your whole Draymond comp there, that's fascinating. And I agree with you to some degree. I think the Lakers also looked at it as Luka Doncic is one of the few players in the NBA who can, as a single star, drag you to the finals. Because we've seen it. And have just very, very good role players around him and get you there. And if you're there, you know, you got 7 games, figure it out to win it. I think LeBron's salary was really dragging them down, obviously, at $50 million. And I think the fit next to Luka necessarily wasn't good enough to get to a championship. I think that they've seen a blueprint of how to get Luka to a championship, and they didn't feel that included LeBron James.
They got Austin Reeves and Walker Kessler. The thing is with them, it's like who the other two play, like who's their starting 5 next year? I mean, they just mortgaged the future. They have no draft picks, and they're hard capped. It's like I don't know what that team does in the future. Like you better win that title because there's not a lot to look forward to out there in Los Angeles.
They have no future first. They don't have future first rounders for the next 7 years, I believe, and they have $475 million committed to Kessler, Reeves, and Luka Doncic. Pretty nuts.
Crazy. That's crazy talk. And I don't know who their other 2 are.
They're shackled. I mean, they really are shackled, and if it doesn't work out, they're in trouble. There's no doubt. I don't know if it's a better situation than having LeBron. These other teams are looking at signing LeBron for $15 million. That's a great situation for anybody. But the Lakers weren't looking at that. And I think, we saw that money free up, and look what they did. They went and got Colin Sexton and Quentin Grimes. I mean, they added like 4 players within 30 minutes. So it'll be interesting to see. I think I'm not sure how I feel about whether the Lakers will take a step back or a step forward this year. I have no read on that. I don't know if you do.
I think they're going to be a better team. I think they're going to be competitive. It's just the future that should scare the hell out of every Los Angeles Laker fan. But as it relates to LeBron James and the Golden State Warriors, that's why it's a perfect fit. If it's perfect, but one of the caveats and one of the reasons or the bargaining chips for him to come here is that you don't have to worry about what it is that I just laid out. That's an issue in San Antonio. It might be an issue in Philly, although I don't know as much because you've had to deal with that sort of attitude with Joel Embiid. That's a pretty star-laden team.
Jaylen Brown has an attitude too.
Jaylen Brown. But the Golden State Warriors, it's just like, all right, we'll just get in line with Draymond Green, Steph Curry. We've dealt with this. We're fine. We know how to cater to stars. You're not intimidating anybody. That's not going to alter our culture whatsoever. We've been living this life for some time now. That's essentially who we are. But I don't know that LeBron could go anywhere else and have that be the case. It's going to be something you have to factor in, especially a young team like that of the San Antonio Spurs. Is there somebody that we're not factoring in? Obviously, we talk about the Warriors. We talk about the Cavaliers. Although I don't think that's going to happen simply because it begins and ends with a guy, first name James, last name Harden. I just don't see that as being a fit. And I think it stops right there with LeBron James is not going to want to play with that guy. Could be wrong. But is there somebody that we're not taking into account? I've heard Minnesota. I've heard Denver.
Hey, you want the list? I've got the list here of kind of Rich Paul sat down with Max Kellerman this morning.
And tell me the teams that we haven't mentioned that you think have a somewhat viable opportunity.
These are the ones with a shot, just period, a shot. He basically canceled out the rest of the league outside of these teams. So the 76ers, the Knicks, the Cavs, the T-Wolves, the Nuggets, the Heat, the Warriors, the Celtics, Spurs, and the Mavericks.
The Mavericks?
The Mavericks.
The Mavericks?
That seemed crazy to me, too.
I don't see Dallas.
Timeline does not match up.
Yeah. And again, if we're talking about golf, you did mention Minnesota, right?
Yeah, that's what I think. I just think Minnesota sounds great maybe on the floor, but outside the floor, I just don't see it. There's no way. You can't use the word happiness and then go to Minnesota, you know?
Unless you're Prince, man.
Yeah,
Nobody's going to Minnesota. He ain't going to Minnesota. And why is he not going to Minnesota? Because it's Minnesota. I know that sucks. Hey, listen, man, he had an issue with the hotel he was staying in Memphis. He's like,
exactly.
He dogged Memphis because of the hotel. Look, where you put your head down at night, it matters, man. It matters.
Especially at 42, you would think it would matter even more. You know what I mean? At his age, where you're kind of getting ready for retirement and what's after, I mean, you got to be comfortable.
Speaking of Minnesota, man, LaMelo Ball, I think that's one of those trades that when you talk about winners and losers, I think Minnesota took the biggest step backwards. And I think Minnesota, at this time next year, we're going to be lamenting in that deal and like, what were you thinking?
Yeah, I think one of the really interesting parts of them is they kind of lived on being a big team and having a lot of length with Randall, with Naz Reid, and with Cat. You know what I mean? Prior to Cat coming to the Knicks, of course.
Gobert, obviously.
They got small, and Gobert, sorry. They got smaller than getting rid of Cat, which is fine. You have those other three. Now, Randall's gone, Naz Reid's gone. You know, all they have is Gobert, and they must think that Gobert is big enough to anchor that whole part of them. But I thought that their length was kind of their best part. Jaden McDaniels is long, and they got shorter, and they got a guy who, frankly, a lot of people I think don't really love as a team basketball player.
Jaden McDaniels is still with them.
Jaden McDaniels is still with them.
I mean,
great player.
I mean, that's a team that's right on the verge, right? You think that they're just one move away from doing what it is that the Warriors are trying to do, and that is to cross that threshold that they can challenge OKC and San Antonio. For crying out loud, you know, they've been synonymous with Western Conference Finals over the last couple of years, but LaMelo Ball, you know why it doesn't make sense is that Charlotte is telling, and maybe this is true to a certain degree with the Boston Celtics, Charlotte's telling you everything you need to know about LaMelo Ball. Like, why the hell, if you just had this breakout season last year, you're turning the corner, you've been a dormant franchise, you've been dog poop for so long, you finally have this breakout where you can finally see a future, and then you deal Bridges and LaMelo Ball. Charlotte's telling you everything you need to know about not only the player, but the person that is LaMelo Ball.
They could also be telling you that they're still the Charlotte Hornets.
Okay.
You know what I mean? I am so with you, Dan. It's just you have the best season you've had in what seems like 40 years, and all of a sudden you're just like, let's blow it up. It seems crazy.
Well, I don't know if they're necessarily blowing it up. I think that they see their future and their franchise and the foundation of that franchise in the future in Knipple and Brandon Miller and not LaMelo Ball and Bridges. And so I still think that they have a future. And picking up Naz Reid, I don't know. I think that they did what they needed to do. And I think that when they think about the turn of events, I think they accredit more of that to Con Knipple and company. And LaMelo Ball is, you know, he made improvements and took strides last year, but if that's who you think Minnesota, that's who's going to put you over the top, that's a winning basketball player, LaMelo Ball is anything but a winning basketball player. That dude's a highlight, and he's fun as hell to watch. I will watch Minnesota basketball only to see that dude jack 40-footers on 1 foot or throw a no-look that I've never seen before. But in terms of winning, hell no.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm completely with you. And it'll be interesting to see his mix with Anthony Edwards. Like,
I guarantee you Edwards doesn't like that. I don't know this is a fact, but there's no way Edwards could sign up for that.
I would think of all the players to be next to a chucker that Anthony Edwards would not be one to put up with that. I just think to be have a high volume shooter like that next to you and not have it be kind of one of the top 5 guys in the league. I don't see Anthony Edwards loving that, but we'll see.
I can understand the thinking is that they're going to double Edwards, so you get the ball out of his hands, we got to have a go-to star. Maybe they felt as though they didn't have that guy in Minnesota, and that's what LaMelo Ball is going to be. But that's not a good mix, man, on so many different levels. So can we just remove Minnesota from that?
I'm removing Minnesota. I'm sorry, Dan. I don't see the fit on the floor even really that well. I don't see.
I'm talking about LeBron James.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I don't see the fit on the floor even really well for LeBron. LeBron can fit in anywhere probably, but those are 2 heavy chuckers, and I just don't see it.
Who are you putting at front runners?
I can't believe I'm saying this. I think the Sixers and the Cavaliers are the front runners.
So the 76ers, so we're just to break this down, he's playing with Jaylen Brown. And now you got LeBron, you got Joel Embiid, and you got arguably the best backcourt in basketball. Yeah, I can see it again, though. But
I just can't fathom him moving to Philadelphia.
No, neither can I.
I'm struggling with that.
I could see him going to the East Coast, but New York or bust.
See, Miami just got Giannis. That would make sense to me. He's already lived there. I guarantee you he has a house there already that he still owns. Philadelphia, that's where I'm struggling with it. It's like the end of your career's on the Sixers. It just doesn't sound right to me.
No, I'm with you. And I don't know that, again, if this gets back to golf, if he's really got the bug, and I'm not being cute with this. If you ever played golf, you know what it is that I'm talking about, man. That thing takes a hold of your life, and that's where he plays golf like every day now.
Yeah, I mean,
he ain't doing that in Philly.
No, and he's not doing it in Cleveland either because of the snow. But look, Dan, the way indoor golf is nowadays, Rich Paul kind of mentioned, as long as they have indoor golf, So, I mean, the guy has enough money to put quite a setup in his own house.
Yeah, I'm not buying Rich
It's
Paul
not the same. It's just not the same as outdoor golf. Let's be honest.
That indoor golf line, that was Rich Paul just being an agent and making sure that everybody else has a shot. Basketball coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years, guaranteed Xfinity. Imagine that. 888-957-9570. When we come back, we want to hear from you. Are you in or out on LeBron James? Does it matter that this guy was public enemy number 1, or is it just all about winning at the end of the day and he gives you the best opportunity to do it? Continue the conversation with Carter Chickering and Dan Avone right after this.
In the market for a new mattress but overwhelmed by all the options? At Mattress Firm, we make it easy. Just drop in, answer a few questions, and our sleep experts will guide you to your perfect mattress. And with options for every budget and free and fast delivery, it's no wonder more shoppers choose Mattress Firm than any other mattress specialty retailer. And now through Monday, all brands are on sale with up to 60% off. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Hello. Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi?
They even brought their own devices and spell book.
You didn't give them the new Wi-Fi password, right?
No.
That's good.
I gave them our old one. Because Xfinity lets us keep the same network name and password so devices connect instantly.
What do they want Wi-Fi for anyways?
Better not to know. Plausible deniability.
Get streaming or scheming instantly with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in one price for the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi for 5 years. Guaranteed. And see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
At Big O, we are your home for all things tires and prices to fit your wallet. Now through July 5th, get $100 instant savings on 4 select in-stock Nitto, Toyo, and Cooper brand tires with installation purchase. Disposal fees extra. Not valid for other offers. See Big O dealer for pricing.
Toyota's 4th of July sales event ends soon. Hurry in today for a new Toyota truck. This 4th of July, get 3.99% APR plus 500 finance cash on 2026 Tacoma SR5, or get 2.99% APR on Tundra. The 4th of July sales event is almost over. Don't miss out. Toyota. Let's go places. Offers available through TFS to buyers with Premier Rated Credit and can be combined with other offers. Cashback offer excludes Tundra TRD Pro ends 8326.
Are you looking for a podcast about pro football that doesn't put you to sleep with an avalanche of analytics or insult your fandom with brainless hot takes? Well, hi. I'm Dan Hansis.
And I'm Mark Sessler.
Oh, hi, Mark. And we're the hosts of Heed the Call, the NFL podcast you've been waiting your whole life for.
Heed the Call covers every game, every storyline, everything that matters, and we do it all with a touch of mirth.
Football is fun. Why shouldn't your football podcast be the same?
Follow and listen to Heed the Call NFL podcast wherever you get your podcasts.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case, Skyrizi Risankizumab Riza can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZY.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Now back to 95.7 The Game.
It's Carter Chickering, it's Dan Avone, and Vic Harris. Victor. You like Vic? V? Victor?
A lot of people call me Vic, but, your choice.
All right. Trader Vic's? Is that still around, Carter?
It is. It's in Emeryville.
Oh, it's not in the city anymore?
No. It left the city a long time ago.
A long time ago. Used to be in that alleyway, man.
Yeah, then they tried to reopen it on Van Ness, and it just kind of failed miserably.
Those funky drinks.
God, I love that place. The poo-poo platters are to die for.
Poo-poo platters, right on, man. What's your go-to now aside from Monahan's? If you wanted to go get, I don't know, if you wanted to...
Yeah, what are we talking, Dan?
Let's see. If you wanted to get a slice, pizza slice.
I like Escape from New York on Haight Street. For just a slice, I think that's the best slice.
Tony's is getting a lot of play.
Tony's is delicious. It's just, that is not a slice, a cheap pizza. I mean,
no, I know when you think of a slice, you're thinking of something a little more economical. But yeah, Tony's is actually, I heard about some people talking about Tony's back east. I still don't think I just don't think you can do a New York slice out here. I don't know why. I don't know if it's the water or what have you, but.
You guys don't even have the best pizza back east, Dan.
What do you mean?
New York's not the best pizza back east. Come on, you know this.
Oh, you're going to tell me it's Connecticut?
Yeah,
New
know
Haven?
it. New Haven.
Yeah, no, they're for real, man.
They are for real. If you haven't been to New Haven, Connecticut, for all the listeners, for pizza, that is pizza mecca to me.
No, you're right. You're right. I didn't think even New Yorkers would give that. I thought you were going to go to Chicago and that damn casserole they call a pizza.
Oh.
That deep dish thing.
It's just so overrated. Can we agree on that?
I knew, every time I talk about slices, everybody goes Golden Boy, the best slice in the city. It is not, but I give Golden Boy props, first of all, because it's a San Francisco institution. But it's drunken pizza. It's like that's where you go because they're open late. Like that's where you go, especially where they're located. What are they right next to? Gino and Carlos, right?
Yeah, I think so.
So the beautiful thing about Gino and Carlos is, first of all the music is a jukebox. And secondly, you can grab your slice, go to the bar and eat it right there as you're swilling beer. But those two go hand in hand. I've never had a Golden Boy slice sober my entire life. I've never sober, made that a destination. I'm like, oh, let me go to North Beach and get a Golden Boy pizza. It's like, no, I'm staggering, and it's there, and they got that little window, like walking. I'm like, hell yeah. Give me 3 of those.
You're not wrong, Dan.
Right?
Never been in there sober. You're right.
Never, man. And Gino and Carlos, that back in the day, man, that was dangerous. That's a different institution. All right. We're talking about the Golden State Warriors and LeBron James, and we're on LeBron James' watch. First of all, how long do you think this will take? Do you think this is imminent in the next 24 to 48 hours? Is this going to be over the next couple of weeks?
God, I have no idea, Dan. I just wonder how like much he's narrowed down his choices. You know what I mean? It sounds like Rich Paul has 9 choices for him still. And if that's the truth, I would think that this is going to take an extended period of time, right? If it's between Cleveland and the Sixers or Cleveland and here, which we had heard rumored yesterday, then I assume that this should go pretty quickly. That we'd have it in the next couple days.
Well, the only reason why it could draw out a little bit is because maybe teams aren't done in terms of sweetening the pot. Maybe the Warriors are trying to get Anthony Davis. Maybe there's another piece that's going to fall in Philly. I doubt it, but maybe there's some promises that LeBron is waiting to see if they come to fruition. Cleveland, again, if I'm LeBron James, I just don't see a scenario where I'm playing with James Harden. Sorry, James Harden, but that's who you are, buddy.
I think he would make a big difference there for them, though.
Oh, no doubt.
Like, as far as finishing series, finishing games, like, I think that they have a leadership problem. I really think they have a leadership problem, in fact. Donovan Mitchell's not a leader, let's be honest.
Yeah.
I mean, very good player, but he's not a leader. And we know James Harden is not a leader. And they have big centers who LeBron likes to play with big guys like that. I don't know. I think the on-court like mechanisms of how they play is a different story, though. Like, I don't think that that's really LeBron. Like, we've seen Donovan Mitchell dribble it up the court and take the shot. You know what I mean? Quite a bit. You're not going to do that if LeBron's on your team. And if you are, he's going to be in your ear.
Yeah. It's their basketball is I go, then you go. Like, it is not Popovich or Steve Kerr or the sort of basketball that LeBron James subscribes to. He's all about having that basketball acumen. And that's just not how James Harden plays basketball. And also, when you think about postseason basketball, come on, James Harden, LeBron James is all about the postseason. For crying out loud, he went to 8 consecutive NBA finals at one point when he was in the East. And so he's all about postseason basketball. That's when he thrives. That's when he dissects things. That's where he lives. And James Harden does not.
Well, Dan, just to push back on you a little bit, I don't think James Harden's ever missed the playoffs in his career.
That's a good point.
Ever. I don't think he's missed it once. Think about that. That's pretty nuts.
Yeah, he doesn't do much when he gets there, though.
No, he doesn't do anything when he gets there, but hasn't missed it, I don't think, which is crazy.
As much grief as we give James Harden, there's a part of me that's like, all right, man, cheers to you, because he does things according to him. And LeBron James, speaking of which, you can love or hate on LeBron James, but I think LeBron James sort of opened this door, signing these one-year contracts. LeBron James deciding that we talked about his decision to go play in Miami, but LeBron James he's opened a door, I think, for the players that if you're a good basketball player, unlike any of the other 3 big sports, you can dictate where it is that you want to play. You can dictate your own terms. The hell with the owners. This is about us. And he's given, I think, more player empowerment for one player in a league than anybody else that's played in the NFL or Major League Baseball, certainly. We may not like it at times, and I think a disciple of sort of that thinking is James Harden, who's like, look I don't want to be here in Houston. I'm just going to get fat until you trade me and go to strip joints. And then he goes to Brooklyn. He's like, get me the hell out of here. He goes to Philly. He's like, screw you, Maury. I want to go to L.A. Done with L.A. And that guy charts his own course. We may not like it, but he goes and he gets big dollars and he plays where he wants to play at the end of the day.
There's no doubt. Dan, a little piece of news, very little piece of news. Caleb Love is also joining the 76ers as of a couple minutes ago.
Oh, okay.
So looks like they get Anthony Simons yesterday. They get Caleb Love today. Looks like they're adding shooters to me, which that looks like they're really trying to entice him.
And did Anthony Simons not have an interest here with the Golden State Warriors, but because they were so enthralled with the LeBron James sweepstakes, they sort of passed on it? I'm sort of taking liberties here, but is there any accuracy to that?
I think they offered him a vet minimum, from what I understand.
And what happened?
And
because he's making about a vet min with, I want to say, with Philly, is he not?
Yeah, I think he wasn't enthralled by that by any means. I think he thought the situation in Philadelphia was better.
Wow. Well, the Golden State Warriors, if they don't land LeBron James, which sounds as though they no longer are in the driver's seat, and if that's the case, then where do we turn our lonely eyes to in terms of free agency? Is it Jordan Clarkson that's going to join this team? I mean, who's the difference maker that they're going to pick up over the offseason? I mean, we're really dwindling things down here as the Warriors now trying to lure one LeBron James to come to Golden State. And for those of you, and I teased this at the break, do you have any issues as a Warrior fan and a diehard and a guy who can go back? I mean, go back, you're considerably younger than me, but you have Warriors roots. But does it bother you at all that this guy obviously has been public enemy number one for so many years, whether it was with the Lakers and or the Cleveland Cavaliers, and now it's just like, well, come on, join the Warriors. We'd love to have you. Or do you have any sentiment that, nah, man, stay on the other side?
I think this kind of relates to like the whole Steph Curry sentiment, which is like, we love you, but maybe the best route is you becoming picks, right? As I think if you love the team itself, you would have to understand that signing LeBron James for $15 million is the best move for the team. And that would mean wiping all of that past hatred you had for LeBron from your memory. Also, Dan, for me, like, he was 3-1 against us. Or 1-3 against us, in the finals. Like, we beat him more than he beat us.
Yeah, but that one in 2016 still stings.
Yeah, but you got two after that. You went back-to-back the years following. I mean, how much hate can you have? It does still sting. There's no doubt. It's just, there's people at the station here who literally are, and I work with one of them, Joe Shasky, who literally says, I would rather have that one than those two. And that, to me, is just crazy. Like, it's crazy. Like, I'm taking two parades over one any day of the week. I don't care what their regular season record was. If you win the championship, you win the championship to me.
My issue with LeBron is I just wish he was wired a little differently. I just wish he was a little more authentic. And then I'm like, yeah, man, you can play for the Warriors. Love to cheer for you. I just always had an issue with this dude's lack of authenticity. I think everything that he does is just so premeditated that there's no spontaneity with this guy. I think everything is just so calculated. Even his things he says, his celebrations. I don't know. I guess, right? It just comes down to just like anything else, man. Whether you hang with your buddies, you decide you want to get a beer with the dude or not. It's just like, I've just never been a LeBron guy. But I'm seeing a lot of Rui Hachimura coming to the Golden State Warriors. Where are you at with Rui?
Because he's kind of the only fish that's left on the board. That's why. I think it's a nice fit, though. But here's the thing, Dan. Will he still be on the board after they wait this LeBron saga out? I don't know the answer to that. And that would surprise me if he was, frankly.
So I'm seeing that apparently when I said Golden Boy is open, I'm dating myself. It closes now at 8 o'clock.
Wow. Oh, what a bummer.
How can you be Golden Boy and close at 8 o'clock?
Who would want to eat it before 8 o'clock? just kidding.
I have a buddy who owns Pier 23. And I didn't know this. Mac?
My sister went to one of the schools with one of their daughters.
Yeah, so Mac was telling me that he closes up at 8 o'clock too. I'm like, Pier 23? Mac, come on, man.
That place is awesome, Dan.
It's growing up. It's like, that's how you start. Like on Friday, that's how you would start happy hour. You go sit outside and you get beers. You wear those straw little hats, those straw cowboy hats that they had. And you soak in some Rays, and then you roll to the Balboa or whatever. You just, but you could always circle back at some point to Pier 23 at midnight or 1 a.m, and it'd still be popping. But
Definitely not anymore.
Yeah, because he's trying to tell me that the millennials or whomever, Gen Y, whoever it is that they're trying to market to, don't drink. I guess there's whoever that target audience is now does not drink nearly as much as either we did or you did or just even a couple of years ago. He says the pandemic sort of changed that, and he's just like today's sort of that 18 to 30 crowd, they don't like alcohol.
Well, you know who's suffering the most from this is the Napa Valley is really suffering. I was going to say, man,
that's where you live, right?
They need people to drink again. I mean, they do badly. They've taken a huge hit in the industry, and it's honestly really sad to see, Dan. It's kind of crumbling right now. So they're obviously looking to the non-alcoholic stuff. I mean, that's what you kind of have to do. Is it
gummies? Is it pot? Or is it like? What are people doing to get the edge off?
Yeah, That's a great question. I think they're drinking non-alcoholics, pretending they're alcoholic drinks. I have no idea.
Nothing scares the hell out of me more when I meet someone for the first time. They're like, "Well, I don't drink." I wouldn't say this publicly. I'm like, "All right, dude, I don't trust you." Like, how the hell you take the edge off? Like, what are you doing to take the edge? Like, seriously. I mean, for those of you that don't drink because you had issues in your life with alcohol, I mean, God bless and good luck, and I understand that. But it's a pock on you if that's who you are. I'm just curious. It's like, well, what is it that they're doing? You're part of that generation.
I'm a part of that generation, but I feel the same way you do. It's very odd to me. I mean, it is, and it feels like a COVID kind of, a thing that changed after COVID. I mean, really, to me, is this huge NA movement, and it's nuts.
And the non-alcoholic beverage, I don't understand. Why would you? Again, I just need someone to educate me here. Someone saying I don't drink, I smoke cannabis. Well, cannabis is fine. Do you? That works. I didn't mean if you smoke cannabis, I still trust you. I'm just afraid of somebody that doesn't do anything. It's like, well, what the hell is it that you do then? Vic, you don't drink. I can tell you, I lost you. I still love you, Vic.
I mean, I enjoy a good drink here and there.
All right, right on. But yeah, I'm just sort of curious as to what it is that the kids are doing these days. Well, hopefully we'll all be drinking when LeBron James decides that he's coming to the Golden State Warriors. Amen. I'm sort of indifferent one way or the other when it comes to LeBron. But I do think that if nothing else, from our vantage point, it makes our job a lot easier, right? It's going to be fun as hell if he's here, right? Like, it's just going out and covering him. Who knows what's going to happen? It's going to be fun to see them on the floor. And at this point, like, I'm somebody who felt as though they needed to hit reset a couple of years ago and that they needed to get into the last two drafts. They didn't do that. So now, if it's not going to cost you any draft capital, why not? Why not?
That's the way I feel. Why not? Like, this is about entertainment, Dan. Right. And if you're not going to win, it might as well be entertaining.
And are you going to do, but what happens with Bronny? Does Bronny?
I think he's willing to go his separate ways. And this was part of my thing with the Spurs, Dan, is if you're going to mentor anyone, wouldn't you think you'd want to mentor your own son? And he clearly doesn't want to do that. So I don't know.
So where's Bronny going? Is he going back to LA?
Well, his contract was guaranteed, and LeBron then the next day said he was leaving the Lakers.
I tell you what, if I'm Bronny, I'm like, Dad, you sure you want to go? It's sort of like Thanasis. Like, I just want to be the Milwaukee Bucks and call Thanasis into the office, when they have that end of the season sort of evaluation, and like, my man, I'm so happy to say this. Get the hell out of here, because we never want to see you again. Where's Thanasis? Is he in Miami?
No, I was just going to tell you the Heat said that they will not sign the brothers. Good for them.
All right. Text line is saying, I've never read the text line. Someone's got to teach me how to get onto YouTube so I can read all those coconuts, because I'm always getting grief like, Devone, you never read me on YouTube.
Oh, you'll love the YouTube chat, Devone.
They light me up? It
is nuts in the YouTube chat every day.
If Golden State trades for AD, they will get LeBron's offense. He will go elsewhere. Yeah, AD does nothing for me, man. Aside from that being a chip, I guess, to bring it. If you really believe that much in LeBron, which apparently the Warriors do, because this isn't their first go-round with the veteran. Obviously, they were in on LeBron in a very covert manner a year ago. And so I guess AD sort of puts that over the top. But does AD move the needle for you at all?
The idea of separating yourself from picks to get Anthony Davis is just one I cannot wrap my head around with how much he actually plays. You know what I mean, Dan?
Well, you're not giving that. That's just a swap. Like you're going contract for contract. Like you're just moving Jimmy Butler, right?
Yeah, but they're not taking just Jimmy Butler for Anthony Davis. Like you would have to attach picks to that, you know? And
that's a non-starter.
That's a non-starter for me. I'm with you. It's just there's no way. Especially we've talked about the value of picks now in today's NBA. It's critical. And look at Oklahoma City. They keep doubling down and trading players away to stack more picks. You know what I mean? So I don't know. And the league is telling you picks are the most valuable things.
Which is something that the Warriors should have got out in front of a couple of years ago. I don't mean to keep saying the same thing, but I should be above telling you I told you so, but damn it, I certainly did. Oh, look at this. Scott is in Berkeley. Scott, the floor is yours. You got about 15 minutes. You usually take about 25, but I'm giving you 15 today. How are you, Scott?
Dan, before we get Scott on, we have a little piece of breaking news.
Sure thing.
Which is the Los Angeles Lakers have just traded DeAndre Ayton to the Washington Wizards.
For
Jaden Hardy and 2 Wizards second-round picks. That's interesting. And I wonder what that means for Anthony Davis, if it means anything. If it just means that, who knows? It might just mean that Ayton is going to be his backup. But that is really interesting.
So you're to me, I see my knee-jerk reaction when I hear that is I knew that the Lakers were disenchanted with DeAndre Ayton.
Couldn't stand the guy.
JJ Redick wanted him out. So I knew that he was being shopped. So you think him going to Washington, that there's a domino effect with AD coming to the Warriors?
Does that make AD a little more available, I guess is the question. I'm not saying there's a domino effect by any means at all. I have no idea. But I'm just saying, does that make him a little more available?
So in other words, Washington is thinking a little bit more seriously of moving AD because they're not going to re-sign him to the max and they don't want to be held hostage. So let's take him going to the Golden State Warriors a little bit more seriously.
That, or else they could just be prepared for AD to get hurt and then they have someone to step in. That could be it too. I have no idea.
Now it's time for Scott in Berkeley. Scott, sorry for the delay. Any thoughts on DeAndre Ayton going to, I wouldn't say this to any random caller, but I know you can handle this. Any thoughts of DeAndre Ayton going to Washington?
My first thought is that Ayton is a Bill Duffy guy. And, of course, Duffy also represents who? Doncic. So it's
can I cut you off for a second? Do you know where Bill Duffy went to college?
I can't remember. Santa Clara?
Santa Clara? Wow. Scott, man, I'm telling you, go ahead. New respect for you. I thought you were just Maryland or bust, but you can get outside of that perimeter.
Well, when you live the life that I've lived, it's not really kind of a surprise. The thing, I guess I have to put it this way, Matt. I look at LeBron, no matter how everybody else looks at him. He's 41 years old, 42 on December 30th. He's a diminishing value, period. And the biggest problem I have with anything involving LeBron is what comes with him, all 5'4" of him. And I think, when you have a 16-year history, the way that Rich Paul has had, and, notable because some of the stunts they pulled, I'm kind of going, at this point, do you really want to deal with that for a year? If he came here, for example, you almost have to kind of like bet on when in mid-December he starts talking about this roster isn't good enough. They need to make trades. If they don't make trades, LeBron's going to start looking elsewhere and probably want to be doing something by the trade deadline. And at this point, I just keep going, why does everybody need this? And again, I keep going through the history. You talk about Miami. Does Riley want to deal with Rich Paul again? You talk about Cleveland. Dan Gilbert lost money all 4 years of the second go round. I can't do. To me, I can't do it. I mean, the whole thing with AD in Washington. if he wanted to play with Anthony that badly, he could try to cut a deal with the Wizards. But I don't think Michael Winger and Will Dawkins want him. I just can't. To me, we spent the whole look. I'll put it this way: the night of the trade for Doncic, the Lakers had their path to get out from under the run of LeBron. And I think, and I'll pay them this much credit, they stuck to it the whole 18 months. No matter how this thing worked out with, Rich starting the podcast and then basically every week on the podcast trying to come up with some new scenario to get Austin Reeves traded out of town because Austin was going to cut into LeBron's money. I can't get around the idea, and again, I think a lot of the noise about where he wants to go and everything else, that does come out of the Clutch camp. I think if you went to the offices, and I think if they were talking honestly, they'd say, I don't know about dealing with all this. You're having to deal with LeBron being passive aggressive, and then you're having to deal with Rich Rochambeauing everybody about what they/he wants. So
Scott, let me ask you this. Do people certainly take that into account, but does the fact of what it is that physically he provides for you at a cheap price trump all of that?
If he was 34, yeah. But again, I go back to the age, and I don't trust them as a group. That is, I cannot not imagine that on July 1st, earlier this week when LeBron announced that he wasn't coming back, that Pelinka and Jeannie didn't pop a bottle of champagne.
Oh, no doubt.
I literally can. Yeah. So that's kind of the whole thing of this. They survived it, and then in 35 minutes they restocked the roster. They were probably delirious about that.
Hey, Scotty, who's winning the World Cup?
Oh God. It's weird because I lived for 2 years in Sarajevo, so I knew that was going to be I knew Bosnia-Herzegovina was going to be a rough game.
That was actually an easy game.
At this point, yeah.
Hey, you know what's fascinating, Scott, is that I'm geographically challenged. Every 4 years, I'm like, that's a country? Holy crap. Like, I didn't know half of these places existed. And why were you in Sarajevo? I gotta sit down and have a beer with you one day. Do you drink?
No, well, I can when the occasion comes. I used to work for the Department of State.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
And
we got to get out of here, Scotty. I love you. Call back another time, but point well taken. All right, when we come back here on 95.7 The Game, we'll talk a little bit more. Let's just get into DeAndre Ayton and what that means for him going to Washington. Is there any there with DeAndre Ayton now being officially acquired by that of the Washington Wizards? Does that mean that potentially there could be some connective tissue to that of Anthony Davis? Carter Chickering and Dan Devone here on 95.7 The Game.
Looking forward to celebrating the 4th of July? Ford is too. Right now, it's the final days of employee pricing at your California Ford dealers. And we've got amazing sell-a-thon deals that won't last long. You pay what we pay. What's waiting for you? It's time to find out in a new truck or SUV during Sell-a-thon. Because it all ends July 6th. Tow your boat to the lake in a new Ford F-150 and start the holiday off with a splash. Check out fireworks from a location that only a new Ford Bronco or Bronco Sport can get you to. There's room for all your friends and family in a new Ford Explorer. Or celebrate in style with a new Ford Mustang Mach-E that delivers power and performance. We're looking forward to celebrating the 4th of July with you at Sell-a-thon. Whatever you're looking forward to, make it happen with Ford. Hurry in for the final days of Sell-a-thon at your California Ford dealers. It all ends July 6th.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit BoxerLaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson. Justice for workers.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. With burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and local service, our promise to the Bay Area remains the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it today to carsforkids.org. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to donate your car today. That's CARS with a K.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi? For what?
Better not to know.
Get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in your price for 5 years and see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
A cool and crisp Modelo tastes good. But you know what tastes even better? That survived the evening rush Modelo. That post-12-hour shift Modelo. That fought for every rebound Modelo. That just clocked out on a Friday Modelo. That Modelo you earned is just better. That Modelo is the markable fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
Join 95.7 The Game at the Mirastar Federal Credit Union Stuff the Bus event, a backpack drive supporting Bay Area student success July 18th in San Jose from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Help us make an impact in our community. Get all the details and donate now at 957thegame.com. Federally insured by NCUA.
Now back to 95.7 The Game.
Carter Chickering and Dan Avone and Vic Harris, the newest member of the 95.7 The Game squad. We're talking about the Golden State Warriors. We are talking about LeBron James. Could happen at any moment. We're all on pins and needles. Although there has been some activity in the NBA that could be some correlation to the Warriors and one LeBron James. You want to go ahead and recap people what happened earlier today?
Yeah, so this is from Shams Charania today on an update basically on the LeBron James situation here.
Joe, I think at least a few, but this is a true free agency process because so much has changed, right? There's the fluidity that comes with it, with information. A few days ago, the Sixers didn't have Jaylen Brown, so now they do. They did it in stunning fashion, and so now they have to be on the radar of LeBron James, and so where does that fit them? And then the Cavaliers, the Heat, they're two teams that are known quantities, The Warriors going into free agency, they dreamt up a grand plan of Draymond Green, Stephen Curry, LeBron James. But the big domino with them is trying to get a player like an Anthony Davis, so you can bring in LeBron James and Anthony Davis as a package deal. Short of that, they're not really looked at right now at the top of this list, but things can change.
So those last 5 seconds there, they are not looked at as the top of his list. I think 24 hours ago, we felt very differently about this, Dan.
And Carter also detailed to people about a trade that happened just moments ago.
So DeAndre Ayton moments ago was traded from the Los Angeles Lakers to the Washington Wizards. Obviously plays the same position as Anthony Davis. So do with that as you will as far as the tea leaves of what could fall here. But I have a feeling that it's probably more of a backup situation than a starting role. But who knows? Maybe that will open up the Wizards' willingness to listen to offers at least.
It's interesting. It's certainly worth talking about. I think DeAndre Ayton has gotten to the point right now where it's just he is a backup. And keep in mind, Portland gave that dude away. Portland was just like, they DFA'd him essentially.
Yep, and they were so excited to get him in the building. You know, Dan, when we talk about busts, his name is not brought up enough.
He's Ryan Leaf-esque.
Yeah, I mean, we go to Anthony Bennett, obviously, first, which is fair game. But DeAndre Ayton is right there. I mean, let's be honest. He's in the league. It's the only thing that's
It's pretty remarkable that he's still hanging around. He had, I want to say, maybe a 2-year run with Phoenix where he
looked good.
Where he was okay, and they were actually a good basketball team with Bridges and company, but he is just...
He's soft.
He's dead weight right now.
Yeah, he's soft.
You don't want to be in the DeAndre Ayton camp right now.
If you're going to be soft at that position, Dan, you better be able to shoot.
So speaking of that position, Kristaps Porzingis signing or getting an extent, I think it's important to distinguish exactly what it is that transpired when they extended him because, and I don't know the inner workings, but what I do know at the end of the day, it's now he is still trade eligible as Porzingis signs an extension, a 2-year deal with the Golden State Warriors. And as I understand, they're only responsible for $5 million next year. I mean, we can get into the terms of the deal, but just first of all, Porzingis coming back to the Golden State Warriors at that price. Your thoughts? Were you in favor of the deal?
Initially, no, I was not in favor of the deal, and I'm not sure I am still, frankly.
Why is that?
I don't know. I'll tell you why, actually. It's the same reason I'm not in favor of the Anthony Davis deal. It's like he can't stay on the floor. So until he proves to me that this Potts thing is a thing of the past, which we haven't been proven, he just said that verbally at the end of the year, then I'm out. And I just think, look, I will say this, though. We act like $20 million nowadays is a ton in the NBA. It's really not a ton. It is a ton in the sense that you kind of are hard capped in going over, the aprons in the NBA. No team wants to be basically in the luxury tax anymore. That in that sense, yes, it is a lot. But for an actual player's salary, it's not. And I think the deal, when more details were released the next day, was a little more in the Warriors' favor. I think that second year, like the money really drops down to, I'm trying to bring it up here, but the money really, really drops down. And so it just doesn't do much for me, Dan. You know what I mean?
I get you. The fact that he's often injured, and yeah, $20 million is a lot, but when you consider that he was making $30 last year, he got a bit of a haircut. And I think he realized where he's at in his career and that he's not a guy that can be relied upon to play, 65 basketball games a year. I think he would take that. But here's where I think that the Warriors, and maybe something that was at work behind the scenes, is Celebrini is the best at what he does in the NBA. And you can rest assured that this Pods, whatever it is that he's dealing with, that Celebrini went to the Golden State Warriors as well. And Porzingis, who is in and out of the trainer's room, has extolled the virtues of one Celebrini and has said that that's the best medical guy that I've ever had. And one of the reasons he wants to stay, he likes the franchise, but it's also Celebrini. Celebrini's that special. And so I think that there had to be lengthy conversations with Celebrini and Steve Kerr and Dunleavy and Lacob as to whether or not, or just how reliable they can be on this guy. And so I'm almost certain that was taken into account when they extended the offer to him. But the one thing that he gives you is a big, man. He's just like, he's a legitimate stretch. This Quentin Post, I mean, I'm sorry. Quentin Post, a fine player and a good backup to Porzingis. And yeah, but that ain't a stretch five. That's just a dude who occasionally can make a shot, and that's it. He ain't giving you anything else, man. He's not rim protecting. He's not rim running. And I'm talking about Quentin Post. Porzingis is a legitimate stretch and can open the floor in today's game. And he's actually a guy who can block shots and be big. And the Warriors haven't had one of those since, I don't know, Bogut left the building.
Yeah, Bogut. At the beginning of the year, I was like clamoring. The Warriors need to get a big, dumb center. Like, that was my whole thing. And what I meant by that is, like, just block shots, catch alley-oops, and rebound the ball.
Mitchell Robinson?
Yes, exactly. He's a great example, actually, of it. That's all they needed, right, is for Steph to do dump-offs with, throw an occasional lob when he gets in the lane, and then a guy who would deter teams, because at the beginning, for that first half of the year, the Warriors were getting just clobbered by teams pounding the ball down low on them, basically. They would just drive the ball. Even if they missed the layup, they had no one there who could get the rebound. So the teams would just get their own offensive rebound and go up until they finished. And there's just nothing the Warriors could do defensively against that. And so you were playing games where it felt like the opposing team was shooting in the 60%, and you just have no shot of winning a basketball game that way. Kristaps comes in, and that narrative it felt like completely changed, because they had a guy down there who people actually feared to go at the rim with. And we saw it firsthand. And so, yes, he adds, I think, a lot of elements that they need, but can he be on the floor,
No,
Dan?
that's the big question with him, and it always has been, even when he came up with the New York Knicks. Here's what I would say about Porzingis as it relates to the Golden State Warriors and what it is that you just said. This gets back to Steve Kerr, and not that we're here to dog on Steve Kerr. Hall of Fame coach, always got to preface this thing. He's just a remarkable basketball mind, but he's also very stuck in his ways, and he was so slow, or so it appears, he was so slow to the party to reintegrating the center back into the fold, whereas the entire NBA is like the big is back. And the Warriors, no matter who came to town, you give me a team in the West, and I will tell you that who their center is, who's a pretty good basketball player. And whether it's the Joker or whether it's Gobert or whatever team that had a big, the Warriors would counter with Draymond Green at 6'6". And that's just, and Steve Kerr was good with it. It's just like, that's who we are. We play five out and we play small, and we don't, we're not investing in a big. And finally they have. And so just on its face, I'm excited about a 7-footer who has a skill set where he can actually shoot it, put it on the floor, and get into a mid-range. He can shoot your three, and he's also somebody who can protect the rim. He's somebody that when a big comes to town, instead of just like rolling your eyes like, who the hell are the Warriors going to roll out to try and counter this guy? Is it Draymond Green using up his 5 fouls? You're going to use, Al Horford going out there with a cane and a walker trying to defend somebody? But now you legitimately have somebody who can defend bigs, who clearly is not a liability offensively. You can go pick and roll. It just changes the dynamic and sort of puts you into sort of this sphere now of the way the game's being played in 2026. Whereas I think, the Warriors, again, are playing a style of basketball much like that of the Boston Celtics of a year ago, where I think they're going to drastically change the way they play, where it's all 5 out. If you're making 3, who the Warriors are? If the Warriors are making their threes, they can beat you by 20. If they're not, they're going to lose by 30. It's such a one-trick pony. It's just, everything is extended 3-point territory and out. And that's who we are. We shoot more threes than anybody. We get up and down the, well, they don't get up and down the floor anymore because they're all old, but we shoot threes, and everybody on the team's got to shoot it. And if we're making them, we're going to be competitive. But if we're not, then we're going to lose. There is no in-between when it comes to the Golden State Warriors. By getting bigs and, again, addressing in mid-range, which they really haven't done, it gives you other options, I think. And that's what I think Porzingis is. He's a significant part of the Golden State Warriors in that, again, he's a big who can defend, and he also gives you now that optionality word when it comes to the Warriors, where it's not just simply hanging your hat on feast or famine when it comes to shooting a three.
Yeah, I'm totally with you, Dan. I think you said a lot of good things there. I think the Warriors, were kind of the first team to invent, I want to say.
They changed the league.
Well, they changed the league, but one of the things they kind of invented was like slowing down on the fast break and shooting a three instead of going to the rim. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that was a Clay and Curry special. And they used to play fast to some degree and shoot threes, which, two things that typically don't go hand in hand. One of the things we've seen happen over the years is that as they've gotten older, they don't play as fast. They can't play as fast. And because of that, you're stuck in half-court sets far more. Also, because of that, furthermore, is you're not seeing Steph Curry get as many open shots where he's pulling up on the wing and there's no one there because they're on the fast break. He's in a half-court set. It's a lot harder to create in a half-court set than it is when the floor's open like that. So because of that, you need a big guy. Like, you can't just be running 5, small ball lineups anymore. Like, that's dead. And especially when you're getting old like this. And Kristaps, as I said, he's not really a big dummy like what I've said they need. He is a talented player. Like, he has talent, and we see it when he's out there, really. And I think Draymond and Curry really respect his game. It's just, it's the injury thing, obviously. And I think the older he gets, you don't have any feeling that that's going to get better.
No.
And Rick Celebrini might be great, Dan. He might be the best in the world, but it just feels like no one can solve this guy's issues, right?
That's true. That's true. Yeah, I do think he gives them a new dimension, and I do like the fact that he can get into a mid-range, and it's not all about the threes when you have somebody who's a threat like that at Kristaps Porzingis. You touched on something that we're all aware of, and that is, of course, the age of this Warrior team. One of the things that I want fans to keep an eye on is that you look at the numbers of LeBron James, and you look at the numbers of Steph Curry, and you could say even Draymond Green, I guess to a certain degree, you could say, yeah, they're still effective. Look at what LeBron was, he's over 20 points a game last year, and he had a good season. He played in the majority of the contests. But one of the reasons why they're not as effective and they're now slow, and why younger teams will always have an advantage, even if they're less talented, is that the Warriors concede so much defensively with an older team. And also players like that of LeBron and Steph Curry, and I always mention this, is that they load manage. And I don't load manage, by sitting games out. They'll do that as well. They're not playing in back-to-backs, the majority of these guys. But they load manage throughout the course of a basketball game. Meaning that I have a buddy who's an hardcore Laker fan. And he always talks about this, and I can see it when I watch the Lakers play. There are so many blow-bys that LeBron James just gets torched defensively early in games because he's saving his legs. And LeBron James is saving his legs because he's smart. And he knows that the games are won or lost usually in the last 8 to 5 minutes of a basketball game in the fourth quarter. And that's when he wants to be able to have some sort of an effect. But they load manage throughout the course of the game, and they're not – Steph Curry is not willing to go up and down and play the full 94 feet as he once did. Go pop in, put on YouTube and watch Steph Curry play basketball just a short 5 years ago, let alone when he was in his late 20s. That dude was like Pajemski. Like, he's all over the place. He's filling the lane on the break. He's getting back defensively. He never was a two-way guy, but my point is there was so much energy. Now he picks his spots. And he has no interest. If he thinks that he's fouled, he's going to stay on his butt and look at the referee and he's not getting back defensively, but that's sort of a beard or a disguise for him just to simply rest. And he does that throughout the course of the game. And in doing so, you're vulnerable defensively. You're not as good of a basketball team when guys are load managing throughout the course of the 4 quarters. And nobody does it better than that of LeBron James, of deciding when to take plays off. And these are the subtleties that I think when you look at Steph Curry that we have a tendency to overlook. We're like, no, look at his numbers. He's still doing it at a high clip. Not really. Not if you really pull back the layers and look at this thing a little bit more closely. He is nowhere near remotely close to being the same player. Yes, he can still shoot a 3, but there's so much more that goes into the sport than just casting from 35 feet. And defense and getting back and running the floor. No, none of these old guys want to do that anymore. And that's why young teams that play at an entirely different pace will always have an advantage if you're the Golden State Warriors. And if you're management that wants to lean in on older guys, you're always going to be at a disadvantage because the rest of the league is young and they get up and down the floor and play with their hair on fire. And the Warriors haven't been able to do that in the last 5 years. Any thoughts, Carter?
No, I agree with everything you said there, Dan. I think this is what happens when you get old, right, Dan? I mean, the game changes. And if you're acquiring LeBron James right now, you are not acquiring him for his defense anymore. And the Warriors full well know that. And one of the problems the Warriors have had over the years, and I have been extremely critical on these airwaves of this, is that they have valued too many things that are minute in people's games. For instance, I can even relate this to the San Francisco 49ers with Michael Williams, frankly. Rebounding is important. It's no one's saying it's not important. Eventually, though, you have to put the ball in the hoop. And they don't have enough guys who can go and create their own shots, create their own, drives to the rim. Like, they have guys who can fit in the Warriors' offense. And eventually you need to get guys that are talented enough to be able to fit their game into the Warriors' offense and be able to go get you a bucket. You cannot just rely on Steph Curry running off screens being your only offense, because we've seen how that's gone, and it's 4 players standing there waiting for him to run off of them, staring at him. And it's some of the ugliest basketball possible, frankly, in my opinion. The Warriors need to realize that, you need, as Guru likes to say, Thundercats that can go get you a bucket. And we're hoping Yaxel Lendeborg is that for the Warriors. I think he's kind of the first sign. I think that's why people love Jonathan Kuminga so much.
Right.
Is you can hate on him all you want. At least he could get to the rim. And he had an aspect that people on the team couldn't do, which is potentially get his own shot at the rim. And I think that fans are yearning for that. And that's why they wanted Kuminga to pan out so badly. And that's why Yaxel Lendeborg is so exciting. The thought of it is, I'm not going to hate on Pods or Moody or any of these guys, but Moody couldn't create his own shot at all. I mean, let's be honest. He barely went to the rim. The guy was not great at dribbling. And when he did go to the rim, good things happened because it was usually so open that he was going up for an easy dunk, right? Pods, sure, here and there he can create his own shot, but I think that he tends to go overboard with trying to create his own shot to his own detriment and to the team's detriment. They just don't have a guy who you feel like great and is reliable at that behind Steph Curry. And Steph Curry is reliable at that when he's healthy now. We have to add that at the end of the sentence nowadays. I'm sorry, we do.
There have been 3 guys that fit your definition of putting pressure on the rim or getting their own in the last 10 years, not named Steph Curry. One, Kevin Durant, obviously. The other, Andrew Wiggins. And the third is Jonathan Kuminga, and that's it. Like, if Steph's off the floor, or if they're double or triple teaming Steph and they're taking the ball out of his hands, well, who can go get you something? Or if the offense is stagnant, and let's just say Steph isn't hitting threes, who can create something? Who can get to the rim, draw a foul, or get you a bucket? Who can make something out of nothing? Well, there was Kevin Durant, who did it better than anybody back in the day. And then there was Andrew Wiggins, who had that talent. And then there's Jonathan Kuminga. Say what you will about Kuminga, and there's a lot of things you can say about the guy, but he had the ability that if you were to ISO a side of the floor, he would he would prefer that just give him the ball and get the hell out of the way, right or wrong. He could get you something. But the Warriors have lacked that sort of player and have a lot of sort of connectors or complementary pieces. I mean, the Moses Moody's of the world. Moses Moody's got to be open for a corner three, and that's about the extent of his offense.
Right, and we have a guy in the YouTube chat here mentioned, look back at the Warriors, all of the championship teams. You have Clay, KD, Livingston, Iguodala, Poole, Wiggins. Those are all guys who can potentially go get a bucket for themselves. Right now on the Warriors, outside of Jimmy, who's hurt, and Steph Curry, I cannot name a single guy who I feel confident going to get a bucket for himself.
No.
Maybe Porzingis, maybe, and I'm not really looking at him that way, personally.
No, you're right. And how do you pronounce Yaxel's last name? Lundenborg? Lendenborg. I think it's a lot of pressure to put on him to say, hey, be that guy, especially when the offense, it's going to take a while. Although Will Richard was pretty good, but he's not that guy.
He's 3-and-D.
So, exactly. Which is why I think we got to give Dunleavy the benefit of the doubt when it comes to draft picks, which is why I would have loved to seen them again have multiple picks last year and this year. Because Dunleavy, I mean, when it comes to the draft, he's done pretty well. I'm trying to think of a pick where he's missed. I'm sure they're there, but in terms of, this is the first time that he's been able to pick in the top 25, right?
Yeah, I believe so. I always get confused when he took over for Bob Myers. I always forget when that transition happened.
Well, Bob
honestly.
Myers got a bit of a pass, man.
He did.
You talk about Kuminga and you talk about missing a why, because that really, you think about where we're at right now. It really goes back to screwing up those two draft picks, because if you were to hit on Weissman, if you were to hit on that number 2 pick, if you were to hit on Kuminga, you'd be in an entirely different place right now.
If you hit on one of those 2 picks, really hit on it, we could go back to the Wiseman draft of who was in it. It was Halliburton, it was Maxey, and I believe Denny Avdia was in that draft as well.
He was.
If you get, plug and play, I don't know. If you get, let's say, LaMelo there, how good would they actually be? I don't think they'd be world beaters.
Yeah, I can't see LaMelo Ball with Steve Kerr in the Golden State Warriors.
I don't think they ever, and especially at that time when LeVar was completely running his mouth, I just did not see that mixing with Lacob and the Warriors at all. I don't think that they were looking at him, especially positionally. It didn't make sense with Klay Thompson still on the team. Obviously, he was hurt, but I didn't see that mix. Tyrese Maxey, same thing, small guard. I don't know if they even considered it, right? They did bring Halliburton in to the building, I believe. Bob Myers mentioned that was a huge mistake on his part because of the guy Halliburton was off the court. And I do believe, Dan, if Anthony Edwards had fallen to them, they would have taken him.
Oh, no doubt.
I think that was a no-brainer.
Yeah, I think it's tough to stick Tyrese Halliburton on him, but I always point this out, is Bill Simmons. I listen to Bill Simmons from time to time, and there is a tape of him before the draft that said the Golden State Warriors, I know they're picking at number 2, but they need to go get Tyrese Halliburton. They're he's the one guy who fits their style of play. And he has the personality, and he was outspoken. So if Bill Simmons can see that in terms of player development, I don't know how much of a pass I give of Bob Myers. He was very outspoken that that's the guy the Warriors need to go get. But just getting back to our original point, if you hit on those 2, we're in a completely different space, which is why the draft is so key, and especially when you had all those players and you were in the lottery, for crying out loud. What's James Weissman doing today?
He's not in the league.
Uber Eats.
He's trying to make he's trying to make a comeback, though.
All right, when we continue here, I see Pasta walking around the building. Hey, Vic Harris. Pasta's here.
Oh, no.
We'll continue here with Carter Chickering, Vic Harris. We got to come up with a nickname for Vic Harris. What do you got for me out there? And Dan Devone here on 95.7 The Game.
If you're still using a sports book to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sports book. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
Toyota's 4th of July sales event ends soon. Hurry in today for a new Toyota. Check out Toyota's 21 hybrid and electrified models. Score deals on the 50 MPG Corolla Hybrid and 51 MPG Camry. Get 1.99% APR on the all-new fully electric CHR, or get 0% APR plus finance cash on the fully electric BZ. The 4th of July sales event is almost over. Don't miss out. Toyota. Let's go places. Offers available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit and cannot be combined with other offers. Ends 8/3/26.
This is Larry Flick, owner of the Floor Store. July 4th is one holiday that lights up our country. And our 4th of July sale is here to light up your home. So from now to July 6th, everything in our stores will be 25% off. That's carpet, hardwood, laminate, waterproof flooring, and much more. If we sell it, it's 25% off. Plus, get 2 years free financing. Here's just one thing. It ends Monday. Visit floorstores.com to find the nearest of our 11 Bay Area showrooms. From Santa Rosa to San Jose, the Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
For soccer fans who treat match day like ritual, San Jose's Japantown is where it starts. And right in the middle of it all, there's J-Town Pizza. Before kickoff, giant pizzas hit the tables. Cold drinks start flowing, and fans settle in for the world's biggest matches. From pre-game meetups to post-match celebrations, J-Town keeps things buzzing well after the final whistle. Big matches, big gatherings, big pizza energy. J-Town Pizza in San Jose's Japantown.
Red, white, and recline. It's the Lazy Boy 4th of July sale. Recliners, sofas, sectionals, and more. Stop by your Bay Area Lazy Boy store today. Comfort worth celebrating.
For 250 years, America has been more than a place. It's been a promise, a story of courage, hope, and dreams. And through it all, local TV and radio broadcasters have been there, telling the story of America, bringing truth to light. Broadcasters tell the story of who we are and who we aspire to be. We are America's storytellers. We are broadcasters. This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-497-8091. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-497-8091. That's 800-497-8091. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Lemonade! Fresh squeezed lemonade! Lemonade? Oh, nuts.
Is your business struggling to be seen? Not reaching the right customers?
Yeah.
Odyssey's here to help. Your one-stop shop for digital marketing.
Wait, really?
With targeted digital media, plus SEO, SEM, social, OTT, and more, we help your business reach the right audience and drive results.
Whoa, hey, one at a time.
Stop missing out on valuable customers. Visit digitallocalads.com to learn more about our local advertising solutions. That's digitallocalads.com.
Okay, people, line starts here.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds and you're overweight. Winner, winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So, yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou, because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds, too. Get a quote right now at 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or biglou.com.
Don't miss comedian Anthony Jeselnik and his Wrath of Man tour with 2 shows at the Masonic November 20th and the 21st. Buy your tickets at Ticketmaster.com. For your chance to win tickets courtesy of Live Nation, visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Now back to 95.7 The Game.
Carter Chickering, Vic Harris. God, that sounds like a professional athlete's name. Vic Harris with a rebound. And Dan Avone here on 95.7 The Game. Man, our guy Ken Luttrell. You're asking me about New York Knicks moments. He's got something to say. Ken Luttrell, by the way, Mark Grandy coming up in about another hour.
All right, so how miserable was the city for the parade for you as a resident?
So I got out. So we're on the Upper East Side, and so we were going to London, and so we wanted to get out of town, and I was really afraid, like, oh my God, there's no way we're going to get to the subways. Even getting on a cab, there's no way of getting the hell out of town. But thankfully, I wanted nothing to do with that part of town, and like I did not. It was not a good day to deal with the parade, but the city was just, as Ken will attest to, it was absolutely on fire, man. It was. And during the finals, it was Knick talk everywhere. And after, this is the moment that I was telling Steiny and doing a show with him, that once the Western Conference was won by that of the San Antonio Spurs, and when Wembanyama cried, and I love that, man. And I said that on the air that day. I'm like, that dude just cried. You were not winning the NBA. You didn't win crap.
I felt the same way. It's like when you cry after the Western Conference Finals, it's telling me it took it all out of you.
And it's funny because Josh Hart said as much. He's like, once we saw them crying, he's like, we knew we had them. But it was funny. So on Lex, you would love it because there's these sports bars on Lexington on the Upper East Side. And what's it called? Donahoe's. So Donahoe's, I was walking by. It was a hot night. The Spurs had just won. And within Donahoe's, they're yelling, we want Wemby. We want Wemby. And, whatever. It's a sports bar. But then it carried over into the streets. And this is before the series even started. And people walking up and down Lexington now picked up the chant, we want Wemby. And then all of a sudden, you know how vertical New York is. There were people hanging outside going, we want Wemby. I'm like, the electricity in this city, and the series hasn't even started. It's a week away, man. And I was like, this place is going to explode. And sure enough, of course.
It did.
Yeah,
it sure did. Oh, my gosh. Did you end up going to any of the games, Dan?
I did not. I had an opportunity remotely to go to Game 6. I would have been sitting up with the Pigeons. But obviously there was no Game 6. So, and I didn't go to any of the watch parties. There were watch parties in Central Park, which I probably should have gone. I'm one of those dudes, though. I'm sort of a loner. Like, my wife is not a sports fan, and so I just sort of like to watch the game by myself. She'll come in, we'll chat a little bit, but I'm not one of those dudes who can go and have 35 random bozos who haven't watched the Knick game all year long going, why don't they pass the ball to that Deuce McAllister guy? Or like, dude, come on. I can't have the idiot factor.
That's a great impression.
You know what I mean? I just can't have the idiot factor is just huge. I'd rather be,
So you're a watch from home guy.
I will, but I felt as though for that I should have gone out to Central Park and watched something. Man, Dami put up these huge screens, and I'm sort of kicking myself that I didn't do that. But
I'm kind of with you. I'm I'm more of a watch from home guy. I have this problem. I live right next to Monahan's, and I have this problem where the bar's feed is a little ahead of my feed at home. So for games where everyone's watching, like the NBA Finals, I'll hear the
that's the worst.
Huge cheer, from down there, and then it hasn't happened on my television. I'll be like, oh my God. So for OG's tip-in, like I knew it already happened, and I was like, oh, how are they going to tie this now? It was so awful.
Oh, God, that's the worst. That's the worst, yeah.
Well, I'm forced to go down there sometimes, basically, for big games.
Just to recap the OG Anunoby tip-in, they call it the hand of God, right? Or the hand of OG.
Is that what they're calling it, the hand of God?
Actually, they're calling it it's the greatest play in the history of New York sports, and that's saying a lot.
Wow.
And so, or OMG as he's referred to now, the hand of OG.
David Tyree on line one.
Right. So, the hand of God was not that play, though. Like, there's still 1.8 seconds left to go. I'm sorry, for all you Warrior fans, just hang with me for a bit. And for you hardcore Dan Avone fans, which is probably like 3 of you, they're all family members, but you know that I called out the Knicks. So I'm just going to gloat here for a little bit, and we're going to talk a little Knick hoops, and then we'll get into the Warriors and LeBron James. So there's 1.8 seconds left to go. And the Spurs are inbounding the basketball. And everybody in New York's going nuts at the Garden, right? Because OG Anunoby just had the play of the century. And all of New York is going crazy. But I'm like, Knick fans, hardcore Knick fans are like, Jesus, still 1.8 seconds to go, and they're inbounding at midcourt. And I'm watching the Knicks, and this is where Mike Brown just simply outcoached the hell out of Mitch Johnson. I'm watching the Knicks come onto the floor. It's Karl Anthony Towns, and it's Mitchell Robinson for the final play. Like, wait a minute, these dudes never play together. Like, why are there 2 7-footers? Like, what's this all about? You're going to have Karl Anthony Towns, obviously, is going to guard Wembanyama because everybody in the world knew the ball was going to Wembanyama. It's going to be some sort of a lob. They're going to throw it by the rim. There's less than 2 seconds to go. Wembanyama, Karl Anthony Towns is going to be watching him. No, it was Mitchell Robinson guarding Wembanyama. And so the play that they ran, if you watch this on YouTube, and I suggest everybody do it because it popped open, Wembanyama sets a back screen on Josh Hart, or a little brush screen, and Stephon Castle is free. All Devin Harper has to do is throw that up near the rim, and Castle is dunking that. Spurs are walking out of the Garden with the victory, and who knows if that changes the trajectory of the entire series. But who was defending the inbound? It was Karl Anthony Towns. And Karl Anthony Towns at 7 feet, I don't know his wingspan, but he's jumping up, and Devin Harper goes at 6'2", and it was Karl Anthony Towns that gets a hand on that basketball that redirects the trajectory of that basketball, and Stephon Castle has to regather at that point. Horn sounds, game's over. That, my friends, was the hand of God. Like that last play and that deflection by Karl Anthony Towns and the fact that he was defending the inbounds is the reason why they won that game as much as what it is that Anunoby did, because Stephon Castle was wide open. Josh Hart got beat on the play, which is why if you watch the play, the ball deflects and comes into the hands of Josh Hart, who's an emotional guy, and he doesn't do anything because he was that close to being the GOAT of the game. All right.
Well, Dan, when you're coming back from 30 plus points or whatever it was, the margins have to be perfect. I mean, at that point, you're not going to win a game otherwise unless the margins are perfect. And they were for the Knicks that night. You're absolutely right. And that's, that play is a perfect example of how they got it done. I mean,
not only did the margins have to be right, but the other team has to help you, which I think is what
that's a great point. The other team at that big of a scale, the other team does have to help you. And the Spurs absolutely kind of handed it away.
Yeah, they did. Because what's the one thing the Knicks needed? Well, they needed points, but they needed possessions. And so them shooting early in the clock and jacking up threes, that's what I love about Wembanyama, because I'm sort of old school about centers. When Wembanyama's in the paint, like I make little doo-doos in my shorts. I'm like, that's scary because that dude is talented and he's right by the rim. But when he's out and he wants to cross over from 30 feet away, or he wants to jack up a three, look, he's 7'6" and he can shoot a three and he can cross over. Do you, Frenchman? Shoot another one.
But you don't feel that way about Karl Anthony Towns.
Sometimes I do. I know.
I've always felt that way about him, frankly. Get your ass inside the paint.
Same for all bigs when it comes to even Porzingis, man. Learn to play with your back. You can't tell me if Wembanyama, they used to have a big man's camp, just simply learn to play with your back to the hoop. If that dude developed a jump hook, who the hell is going to stop it? If he gets the ball 5 feet from the hoop and he just has got a little jump or scout.
I got to say this, though. Steiny brought this up, and I completely agree with him, which is like in Victor Wembanyama's development, I'm sure that they said, go out there and take 500 threes. They didn't say go out there and take 500 sky hooks. And I do think that was probably the right move. It probably would have been harder for him to develop a three-point shot later than it would be at his size to develop, like, simple moves next to the rim.
Great point. And I don't doubt that for a second. And don't get me wrong. Shooting a three is part of today's game.
Absolutely.
And being able for a guy that big to stretch the floor and let Devin Harper and Castle and all those guys have an open lane to do what it is that they do and still have this guy from the outside and still be a threat. I think every big in the game today has to have that in his bag or you're just not going to be effective in today's NBA. I get that. But the fact that, especially late in games, he becomes reliant on that as opposed to playing inside is really where I think that there's got to be more of a balance and there has to be more of an emphasis of playing, as I like to say, down on the dots or in the post or just inside. We don't even have to run a play for you. Just stick your narrow butt in the paint and just gather misses or be down there and you're going to wreak havoc, man.
You made a great point, which is like when the moment's as big as it can get in a game, he has this tendency to walk up 3 feet behind the three-point line and take a shot. And it's like, dude, when you need a bucket the most, that is not the shot you want. And it paid off for him, I forget in which series, and that incredible shot, I think it was against the Thunder. I mean, that incredible shot where he was 4 feet behind the line and hit it, and they needed a bucket badly. But, like, when you're Victor Wembanyama and you are by far the biggest player on the floor, there's a much easier way to go about getting that production. It's tuck your ass down there and use some of that size. Maybe you don't have the muscle, but you definitely have the height to make up for it.
Yeah, that's the one thing is that, and I don't know, a lot of people have said this, that during the off season, he's got to get stronger. And he clearly does. There were times when Mitchell Robinson just walked him under the hoop and like was snaring rebounds and just said, I saw Alvarado back him out of the way. I mean, Alvarado comes up to his kneecaps. He has no center of gravity. I don't know how a big like that puts on weight or gets stronger. I mean, that's going to be a challenge for him.
I mean, it's, Dan, we've discussed a bunch of big men on this show today, and I don't want to put this in the ether, but I just have trouble seeing how the way he plays, he's going to stay healthy throughout a long NBA career.
Well, anybody over that,
Kristaps, AD, these are guys who have outside games and are over 7 feet tall.
Yeah.
It just doesn't work. I mean, it just doesn't. Durant would be maybe the closest one, but he's not as big as those guys are, that's made it work. And he's had injury issues on top of that.
Yeah, I was out on Wembanyama, maybe because I was just in my Knick fandom at the time, and I won't move on to the Golden State Warriors, but there was a moment there where, and I'm first of all, the whole sort of offseason last year, he hung out with the monks and dribbled a basketball up a mountain. Ooh, he's so different. He's French, and Mark Willard tried to tell me he's changed the league, Dan, and I hammered Mark Willard with a right-left combination he never saw coming. I love you, Mark, if you happen to be listening. But this whole idea of Wembanyama is so different. And so in his off day, he's at Gramercy Park in New York, right? The NBA Finals are going on. It's an off day. And he's outlining a statue. Ooh, you're so different, man. The Wembanyama mystique is like, listen, if you're going to be great, be great. Michael Jordan, anybody who's been the greatest of all time, it's not choreographed. They're not aware of it. Great players they're just great. Like we're the ones who bestow the greatness on them. They don't tell us how great they are. They don't try and be great. They don't try and be anybody other than who they really are. All right. I had to get that whole rant out because I hadn't been on the air on the live mic since the darn New York Knicks won the NBA championship, and I caught so much flack for going out on the. By the way, Steiny owes me drinks.
By the way, I was on your side when I last saw you, that the Knicks, I thought, had it too.
Were you?
Yes, I was, because it seemed like they were the team that had enough bodies to throw at Victor Wembanyama. Like, you just had so many guys that you could throw at him, and that usually is a recipe for success when a team has one really, really great player.
And Mitchell Robinson is now a member of the Boston Celtics.
Yeah, you're bummed.
Right? Who's going to be the next member of the Golden State Warriors? Is it going to be LeBron James? We've been talking about it all morning, and we want to continue the conversation. 888-957-9570. Your thoughts on LeBron James coming here, and more importantly, does it? I guess here's where I'm at. Are we saying that LeBron James coming here is going to be entertaining? It's going to be fun to see him play with Steph and Steve Kerr and revisit what it is that they did in France in the Olympics a couple of years ago? Or is there a segment of the fan base that really thinks that LeBron James, arguably the greatest to ever do it, is a difference maker and the guy that's going to put them over the top in winning another NBA championship and or challenging for Western Conference stuff? I mean, Card, if you were to sort of, the percentages, if you were to play the percentage game, what percentage of fans actually out there that are in the Bay Area that believe that LeBron James is the difference maker, putting them, having the Warriors make a deep playoff run?
I think casual fans like my mother potentially would think that would be enough. And, the first thing she and my wife said to me was, well, that seems unfair, because they are attached with, as we spoke about earlier, like the name LeBron James, you attach with the best player in the NBA. And that's not the case anymore. He's not the best player in the NBA. Now, the attractive part of LeBron James is that he's willing to sign for $15 million. And that is completely unheard of to get a guy who is now a top 25 player in the NBA for $15 million. I mean, it's frankly, Dan, I wanted to even ask you about this is how have we not heard any mention of the NBA Players Association being okay with this? I mean, is he just an exception because of his age?
In what regard?
Well, you can, sign for the minimum, even though you're a top 25 player.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Are you surprised that we haven't heard anything about that?
That's interesting. I had not even thought about that. And I'm almost certain that there's got to be a loophole that we're overlooking here.
Well, I'm wondering if his case is so unique because he's a 42-year-old that is still playing at this level. We've never seen anything like this. This is uncharted territory. Yeah. And maybe it's kind of a respect thing to LeBron. Like, sure, you can go play where you want to. I can tell you they wouldn't do it for anyone else. No way.
That's a really interesting point. And I'm wondering that there's got to be something in place. Otherwise, you can't even, given the fact that he's 42 and he's a legend, it's just, that doesn't add up. But listen, there's the $15 million, I'm with you. There's no reason not to do it at this point. If he is indeed available and he wants to come to the Golden State Warriors. This just gets, where the Warriors at when it comes to March and April, when you have a team that's that old. And, I don't see this being any different when you're talking about the health of Draymond and Steph, who, and I hate to say this, that most likely are going to miss significant time simply because of an injury that we can't foresee at this point. I hate saying that. And the same with LeBron James. And so as excited as we get, the thought of any of those guys being upright and contributing and impactful basketball players when you get to the latter part of the season is, the percentages of that being the case are pretty high.
So Dan, let me ask you, are you basing that you think that they would be a play-in team on the fact that they would get injured? Or is that, let's say they were to stay healthy, do you think that they're still a play-in team?
No.
You think that they crack the top 6 then? Or that they don't make the play-in?
Well, let me think on that.
See, I think if they were to stay healthy, they would crack the top 6. I think they'd be closer to 6 than 1. But I think they would crack the top 6.
If they stay healthy, and that's a huge if. If they stay healthy, and they're playing in the majority of the games, you're saying? Are they taking back-to-back?
Obviously, they're going to have to take some rest days, and those back-to-backs would probably be those. But I think that they would find a way to crack the top 6. I think he fills a lot of needs of theirs, frankly, like a lot in one player. I'm not sure that they could dream up a player who fills a lot of needs like he does.
Yeah, I'm not sure I can go there, but I can be convinced.
You have Jimmy coming back the second half. Who knows what it'll look like, but just another piece.
Do you have him coming back in the second half?
Right now, that's the idea, right?
Well, I mean, Kyrie Irving's like 8 years younger than him, and he missed the entire season last year and for a similar injury. So, I mean, I know there's different degrees and severities of injuries when it comes to the ACL. But
I would also ask, like, what was the motivation for Kyrie to come back?
Yeah.
Like, tanking was in their favor, you know?
I get you, but still, from a hell, he was never cleared medically to come back and play basketball. So even if he does come back and it's March, I mean, what are you going to expect out of him at that point? I'm writing Jimmy off at this point. And so, yeah, I can see it. You can convince me they get into the top 6 if they all stay healthy. Let's get out to the phone lines at 888-957-9570. Dave's hanging out in Sacramento. Hey, Dave, what's up, buddy?
Hey, fellas, what's going on? So I just wanted to talk. I'll talk, and then I guess I'll take my answer off the air about this LeBron thing. This guy irritates me so much. He already knows what he's going to do, but he's a drama king or drama queen, whatever you want to call it, and he's going to make everybody wait. And while we're sitting here waiting as the Warriors, we're not even attempting to make other moves. Should we have been in on Jaylen Brown? Absolutely, but we weren't because we're waiting on LeBron. So are we going to end up not getting LeBron because he hasn't told us what he's going to do, and then we haven't got any better because we haven't picked up any players, and all those $15 million exemptions, they're going to be already gone, right? So this might end up screwing us. And then the other thing I just wanted to say, because I really don't like the guy, if he does come for $15 million, I believe it's not to play with Steph. It's to ride Steph's coattails so he can get more rings, to try to join the conversation more with Michael Jordan, which, in my opinion, should never be in the conversation. That's all I got.
Hey, Dave, hang on for a second. How do you celebrate 4th of July in Sacramento?
Barbecue at a pool.
What's the must-have meat, Dave, that you have at your barbecue?
Lynx.
Love that.
But is there any central location? Like if I lived in Sacramento, is there some place where everybody gathers? What's happening at the town square?
This is my first year out here, so I have no idea. I'm an East Bay Area boy.
Good, because I was going to dog Sacramento, man. I don't even stop in that place when I'm on my way to Tahoe or what have you. You can have fun with that 110 in the shade out there. Roman's hanging out in Oregon. What do you got, Roman?
Hey, guys. First-time caller here. I just need to talk about Ayton really quick in the situation with Washington. So Ayton plays a 5, right? Anthony Davis doesn't want to play the 5. I think that this is actually Washington trying to make a play to keep Anthony Davis and prevent the Warriors from, getting a good trade for him. And how that's going to affect the Warriors and getting LeBron, I don't think LeBron's going to go to the Warriors unless Anthony Davis is there. So I think it's kind of a bit of a sabotage move from the Wizards, perhaps, in preventing that kind of team up from happening. Because the Warriors, they don't have a good enough roster to draw LeBron right now. The Sixers have really put themselves in a good position with the Jaylen Brown trade. And I think that's probably where LeBron's looking the most right now. I don't think there's any other team that really has put together a team to kind of catch his eye like the Sixers have. So I think that's where they're at right now.
Roman makes a good point. That's interesting.
That was a great point.
Yeah,
I didn't think about that either, but he's right. Anthony Davis has verbalized he does not like playing the center.
Yeah.
That's Dan, I don't know how you feel about it. That's a lot of size on your starting lineup to me.
Yeah.
Aiden and him next to each other. Oof.
Yeah. Well,
the big man's league now.
No doubt. I mean, still don't know how. I mean, who knows? I don't know if Aiden's a starting center in this league, but with Washington, maybe he is. But that's a good point, Roman. Way to underline that yeah, he's much more comfortable, and maybe it has nothing to do with that of the Golden State Warriors. And I don't know that Washington's sabotaging anything. Not all roads, not everything that teams are doing are about the Golden State Warriors as it relates to that of the Washington Wizards. All right, we continue here on 95.7 The Game. We got another half an hour left. We'll talk about the 4th of July. We'll get into your phone calls. We see you out there, 888-957-9570. What do the Warriors do? Do you want LeBron James in a Warrior uni? We talk about it here next on 95.7 The Game.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code GO to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code GO to borrow up to $10,000. Use code GO to borrow up to $10,000.
Looking forward to celebrating the 4th of July? Ford is too. Right now, it's the final days of employee pricing at your California Ford dealers. And we've got amazing sell-a-thon deals that won't last long. You pay what we pay. What's waiting for you? It's time to find out in a new truck or SUV during Sell-a-thon. Because it all ends July 6th. Tow your boat to the lake in a new Ford F-150 and start the holiday off with a splash. Check out fireworks from a location that only a new Ford Bronco or Bronco Sport can get you to. There's room for all your friends and family in a new Ford Explorer. Or celebrate in style with a new Ford Mustang Mach-E that delivers power and performance. We're looking forward to celebrating the 4th of July with you at Sell-a-thon. Whatever you're looking forward to, make it happen with Ford. Hurry in for the final days of Sell-a-thon at your California Ford dealers. It all ends July 6th.
Kohl's knows summer comes with a few family debates, like what's the best ice cream flavor, or who gets the good pool noodle. But when it comes to Kohl's summer outfits, everyone's in agreement. They're comfy, they're cool, they're stylish, and they're here to make everyone's summer feel a little easier. Shop now for looks that the whole family will sign off on at Kohl's and Kohl's.com. Select styles. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Meet Sophia, a huge soccer fan. With her Real Unlimited from Total Wireless, she's streaming 3 games, video calling her cousin in Mexico,
and running the quiniela all on my new Samsung Galaxy.
She's practically running the whole tournament from her phone.
Good thing I have Total Wireless.
Switch to Total Wireless Total Max 5G or All Access plans to get on a network that won't put you second. Plus, a Samsung Galaxy on us. Total Wireless, your own Real Unlimited. Offer ends 7/8/2026 or while supplies last. Device taxes and fees may apply.
If life is a game to be won, then every child deserves to play on a level field. Children International is empowering young people in poverty on their journey by giving them the tools, the training, and the skills to shape their own futures. From the early days of development through all stages of growth and into employment. This is how, together, we can help end poverty for good. Learn more at children.org.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Oak Cliff Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
The right patio sets the scene. The right grill steals the show. For a limited time during July 4th, extra big deals at Lowe's. Get 2 12-by-12-inch square patio stones for only $3. Plus, save $100 on the select Charbroil Performance Series 4-burner gas grill. Now just $179. All you need now is good company. Our best lineup, is here at Lowe's. Valid through 7/6. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Join 95.7 The Game at the Mirror Federal Credit Union Stuff the Bus event, a backpack drive supporting Bay Area student success July 18th in San Jose from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Help us make an impact in our community. Get all the details and donate now at 957thegame.com. Federally insured by NCUA.
You see Steph and Dre up there. Don't forget about Steph and Dre.
Here's what's crazy. Okay, so this tells me a lot.
This doesn't tell you anything.
You're playing four-dimensional chess right now, or you just tipped your hand?
No.
I will say why.
All I'm doing is showing you the board.
Silence, everyone. I will say why. Ready?
Go ahead.
Everyone's reporting, and I know you say, what do they know? It's Cleveland or Golden State. Golden State was the big one. But you, of all these things, you just have this Golden State up in the corner. So either you're doing that purposely to throw us off the scent, or Golden State really is not as much of a front runner as people think, or is not as much in the lead as people think.
You can think whatever you think. This is just my board. You decide what you want to think. You can buy into whatever you want to buy into, but Steph and Dre.
Now back to 95.7 The Game.
Rich Paul and Max Kellerman on their podcast. By the way, how did Kellerman get a podcast with Paul?
It's a great question, honestly. I had forgotten they were doing it until this whole saga began. But it's kind of a great duo, I have to say.
You read anything into that?
No, I read into it that Max is pretty lucky to be doing his podcast with that person right now.
Yeah, good timing there, right? Going to get some viewerships. But I think that's just an agent being an agent. He ain't giving you anything.
Nah, I don't know. I think that board really outlined players and rosters. You know what I mean? I don't think it really is this whole report of him having total happiness. It just feels like it's gone out the window to me, Dan. Like, how can we bring up the word total happiness and not, to some degree, bring up what's outside of the facilities of any of these teams, right? And what his life would look like. Like he said, this will be a family decision too. So it just seems like the words are mixed. And to some degree, I agree with that caller. LeBron loves the spotlight in the offseason. He loves it.
Well, listen, if it's about happiness, I can make the decision for you. You sure as hell ain't going to Minnesota. You're not going to Denver. And I don't even think you're going to Philadelphia because of...
For what, cheesesteaks?
Yeah, right? I mean, it's Philadelphia's a little too hard, man. That's... Like L.A. and Miami and Cleveland... he could pretty much dictate the media, and he could sit around in his locker and sort of hold court. And Philadelphia don't play. If you're having a rough patch, Philadelphia will get in your face. And I don't know, is that happy to you? Is that how you want to spend your last year if things go south?
It's interesting. That's a really good point. I wonder how much of that he will take into account. He went on to say on this podcast too that the Knicks would have been an easy choice for LeBron had they not have won. And he would have to deal with that up in New York too.
Oh, hell yeah. I don't know that I'd want to see him with the Knicks.
I figured you'd say that.
Yeah, right.
You don't think he'd slot in well?
No, he wouldn't. You and I were going back and forth. It's where's he going to start? Is he coming off the bench? And you said that he'd take Mikal Bridges' spot. I guess I could see. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. If he was coming, you can't have LeBron James off the bench, right?
Are any of these scenarios he's a starter?
Yeah.
Every single one of them.
I think, right? I don't think he's picking a place where he's off the bench. And I think that's part of the conversation, right, is what's my role here?
Yeah.
So they would have to tell him up front. You couldn't surprise him with that, especially if he's signing for so little money.
By the way, I just realized this. You're now in studio, and we got Pasta, and then Pasta's protege in Victor. So is this a San Francisco State? Does this take you back to one of your journalism classes with you two coconuts back there?
100% does.
Yeah, definitely.
Wow, all right. Go Gators.
Coconuts.
Both editors of the Golden Gate Express, shout out.
Did you ever think that you'd be doing this together, playing in the same back court behind the glass at 95.7 The Game?
No way. But I'm glad it happened, though.
All right, Poston, Victor Harris.
There's a lot of SF State represent here, by the way, at this station. Cam Williams, Dan Dibley.
Bonte Hill. Joe Spadoni.
Okay.
Everyone, basically.
It has a strong reputation, right, for broadcast journalism.
We can't all go to Arizona, Hey,
Arizona was that was in college. That was just like a 4-year keg party. Mike's hanging out in Oakland, wants to get his thoughts on LeBron. What's up, Mike?
Are you calling me?
Are you Mike in Oakland?
Yeah, I'm Mike, but for sure, I go by Mike. It's all love, man. Dan the Bone in this thing. I just want to talk about, like, as a true, real guy, as a Warrior fan. I'm a real Warrior fan. You feel me? So, like, I don't like LeBron James. Like, it's certain people like Kobe Bryant. I just started liking Kobe, rest in peace, when he passed away. Like, for real. Like, I really hate the Lakers. I really hate the Dodgers. I don't like LeBron James because he's one of our rivals. I don't like any New York team. You talk about New York team, I hate the Knicks. I just hate the Knicks. I don't care. The Giants, New York Giants, I hate them. They didn't crush this so many times. So it's like, when it comes to LeBron, rivalry-wise, I hate him. Basketball-wise, you can't lie. He ain't Jordan. Somebody was calling up earlier and said he one of the GOATs. And then somebody else was like, nah, he ain't a GOAT. He ain't Jordan. He definitely not Jordan. I'm going to keep it real. He's not Jordan. He's an awesome player, though. He's a great player, though. 6'8", 6'9", 240, 250, see the floor, not a hog. But your OG that was online earlier, he was talking about, like, how it comes, like, it's not just LeBron. So, like, if you just say basketball terms, bring him on the team, he's a good fit. $15 million, $16, $20 million to see what Draymond do, he's a great fit. But when you add all that extra, that's when I start to kind of be like, nah, I can't see LeBron on the Warriors. But to keep it real, I love Steph Curry, right? But I love Steph Curry. He's one of the greatest athletes that I've ever seen. He's up there with Bonds, Jerry Rice, Montana, Michael Jordan, all the GOATs. But he do got a little Michael Jordan in him. He's kind of status quo. One thing I do appreciate about LeBron and Curry is that they black men standing on business, raising their family, and they're clear examples. So, basketball terms, great fit. Other terms, when somebody's talking about Rich Paul, all that other stuff, it's kind of mania, get kind of quirky. But as far as examples for the community, the black community in particular, LeBron James, Steph Curry, man, we salute y'all.
Filmo.
Filmo.
Are you still here, Filmo?
Yeah.
So just to let you know, Dan, this is one of the most, this is our Hall of Fame caller.
Yeah, what's his Mike?
Filmo Mike.
Yeah.
Well, Vic's new
Vic.
here, so he doesn't know that. But Filmo, wait. So you don't think LeBron is in the GOAT conversation? Did I hear you correctly there?
No, he's in the GOAT conversation. He's definitely in the GOAT, but he ain't, bro. I seen Jordan, bro. Like, literally seen Jordan. He ain't rocking with, he ain't on that level as far as, like, get it done. Jordan, when he needed to pass the ball, he passed it to Steve Kerr and John Paxson. Every other time, Craig Elo, 89, Game 5, Cavs, see you later. I'm doing fist pumps in center court. Man, come on, man. Come fly with me. Go do some history, Barry. And shout out to Victor. Congratulations on the new gig.
Yeah, Victor, you're somebody.
Wow, Vic. I agree with Filmo completely on that. I think he's not Jordan. I don't think anyone was calling him Jordan here either. I hope not, because he's not.
There's a lot of people think that he's better than Jordan.
I think there are. Yeah. And I think, to me,
you mean us, yeah.
He's solidified at number 2 to me. Is that wrong to say?
Yeah.
I think he is solidified at number 2. And to me, there's 2 things that have put him there for me. Number 1, he's the only player in history to be top 10 in points, top 10 in assists. I think that's an incredible combination. That's really hard to find. And to be number 1 in points is nuts, right? I think he's top 5 in assists, too. I could be wrong there. And the other one is just to play for 23 years at this level is just next level, dude. I can get over the switching teams part even because of this, you know?
No.
So,
and you can make an argument that he's the greatest of all time. Again, you know what I think a lot of it is that he pushes people's buttons. And again, for me, it's the lack of authenticity. And so while we like to think that we're making this decision based on their basketball, more often than not, it's like whether we're aware of it or not, we're deciding this thing on who we like better as a person. And for whatever reason, Michael Jordan is just somebody that, as a player, that we had a lot more respect for. Whereas when it comes to the likes of LeBron James, it seems a little bit more calculated and just there isn't that sort of genuine relationship and rapport he has with the fan base.
I think LeBron, Jordan didn't jump squads, and I think that really rubs people the wrong way. Like, if you're going to be one of the greatest players of all time, don't jump squads. Do it on the team you're kind of on, right? And he was unable to do that. I think a lot of people hold that against him.
And don't come out pretending you're reading a book that you have no idea what the hell it is and all that sort of craziness. All right, Chuck's hanging out in South San Francisco. And it says, I told him to call in. Chuck, I don't think that's necessarily true, but how are you, my man?
I'm good, Devon. I'm trying out a new microphone. Can you hear me loud and clear?
I can hear you. You're trying out a new microphone? Sounds like you're driving around in South San Francisco.
I'm whipping it up. I'm seeing the pop-up fireworks. I'm debating going over there and getting some of these explosives.
Okay. What are you doing? What are you doing for the 4th?
I'm on LeBron watch, man. What about you?
So this is Chuck Walter, who's the host of Locked On Warriors, a show he tries to bring me on every summer and talk about DeAnthony Melton shooting threes, and it's like early August, and I'm like, bro, one of us has to get a life. Why are we talking about the Warriors when it's in August?
Well, dude, because we got show requirements, A, and B, this is what I wanted to bring up. Why is it that the Warriors are either taking the big swing every summer or just playing it out with a complete repeat of the roster that they had the prior year? Like, it feels like every year they just refuse to do things around the fringes. Sure, you can talk about Lindy Waters a few years ago and, Pat Spencer on a 2-way contract or LJ Cryer or something along these lines. But why can't they go out and hit up a team like Washington who has 14 dudes under the age of 22 on their team and see if Keyshawn George or Will Riley or Bilal Coulibaly or someone is available, or hit and ask if Topic is available, or Thomas Sorber, someone. There are so many dudes that you're going to see in the summer league these next couple of weeks that I think can play and can play at a higher level than someone like Quentin Post or Nico Mannion, who the Warriors just extended a qualifying offer to. Like, go out and just get marginally better one day at a time. I don't understand why it has to be all or nothing.
I think that's a great point. I think a lot of people have that same frustration with the Warriors, right? And I think a Rui Hachimura move this offseason would be moving in that direction to appease the fans that think just like that. I mean, listen, this is Joe Lacob. This is who Joe Lacob is he goes for it and goes for the biggest possible. And I think as long as Joe Lacob is the owner here, you can expect that the Warriors' name will be brought up with any star that's disgruntled or anything. I really believe that. And that's why it's shocking that we had Anthony Slater on yesterday saying that they weren't in on the Jaylen Brown thing. I mean, it's nuts.
That makes no sense. Coach is hanging out in Vallejo. Coach, what do you have?
Hey, guys. How you doing? Just listening to the show, enjoying it, and listening to you young guys. So the GOAT actually is Will Chamberlain, and I'm old enough to have seen him play. So that's the GOAT. However, LeBron James is a guy that will fit on any team. He will make any team better, even at this age. And I'm not the biggest LeBron fan, but heck, he fills all categories, like you were saying. You know, I was in my car listening to you. He checks all the boxes. So why not? But, back to Dunleavy again. Remember, Dunleavy chose Pods. That was his first draft pick. And it's not a very popular pick, as you guys well know. But Dunleavy tend to be conservative, and I was really surprised with this Lindenberg thing because he doesn't seem like a Dunleavy guy. Seems like more of a Bob Myers guy, so I'll give Dunleavy credit for that. But the Warriors are in trouble this year, but I'm going to enjoy watching the young guys play. Hope Steve Kerr plays them. That's all I had to say, guys, and happy holidays.
Thanks, Coach.
Spencer in Oakland, go ahead. Welcome to 95.7 The Game.
Well, I was listening to Filmo Mike, and I just had to call in because I think he's forgetting that the Warriors, 2016 aside, and I actually don't put credit on LeBron for that. I blame Draymond for that. But the Warriors came out on top of that rivalry. So it's not like we got our butts whipped every year and now we're begging LeBron James to come. I think it's kind of the reverse. He wants to come play with Steph. I mean, he got a taste in the Olympics, and he wants to come play with Steph. And, I don't know if Mike's from Oakland or from Fillmore, but I'm from Oakland, and this is a city of champions, town business. And if anybody's going to come here and help us get to a championship, then let's go. I don't care if it's LeBron James. I really don't care who it is. Bring them on. Let's see what we can do. Let's see what we can do in the last couple of years of Steph Curry here. And remember where you're from and what we're about over here. Because, he did mention all the good that it could do for the community, too. So not only are we aiming at a championship, am I going to say we're the favorites? Absolutely not. But am I going to say we got a much better shot with LeBron than we had before? Absolutely. And all that he could possibly do teaming up with Steph and Aisha and all they do in the Oakland community. I mean, that's what I'm about. So thank you for taking my call. I do want to say one thing. As a Spencer, it was kind of sad to see the other Spencer get traded to the Phoenix Suns. So anyhow, thank you for taking my call, folks. Cheers.
Yeah, two-way deal. Then.
Yeah, I don't think he was traded. He signed a two-way deal with the Phoenix Suns.
A lot of civic pride out there, Spencer. Good job. Yeah, as excited as we are, if LeBron James does indeed come to the Golden State Warriors, I think that there's going to be that initial, oh my God, he's in a Warrior uniform. He's here in San Francisco. Are you kidding me? And then as the season plays along, and then you begin to realize that it's sort of the same team. They're older. They're good at times. But as the season gets into the meat and the heart of sort of the challenges of March and April, and a lot of guys are unavailable and you're vying for the play-in, it's going to be the same old, same old. I think that's an inevitability when it comes to this team. And so I think that it'll be exciting initially, but then after a while, it's just, listen, Father Time is undefeated for a reason, man. I don't what is there precedence here that I'm missing that an older team, guys in their late 30s and early 40s have ever won? Like, what is it that people are envisioning here? What are we hanging on to?
Well, Dan, we're hanging on to the fact that the team's getting worse and worse every year. And at least this would make them marginally better for this coming season. And I think that people have a hope that it could thrust them into a position to give them a chance to then win a championship. You know what I mean? It's not even it'll thrust them into a position to win a championship. It'll thrust them into a position to have a chance to win a championship. And I think people are holding on to that. It's probably not the right move as far as grasping at those straws, but he would make them better. There's just no doubt about that.
Absolutely. But that's, again, the big asterisk there is assuming they're healthy.
Yeah. The big asterisk is assuming they're healthy. But, Dan, the bottom line is the health thing is something you're going to have to deal with until you say bye to Steph Curry anyway, right? I mean, we kind of heard it from his mouth, like, he doesn't know whether this knee thing is going to linger with him forever. I mean, so the Warriors are kind of stuck. As long as you're willing to ride out Steph's years and have a Kobe-like goodbye for him, I mean, that's where you are. Steven, you have one more piece of sound there. The other one on Rich Paul, which is the reasons LeBron would be interested potentially in joining the Warriors.
Him and Steph, who have been, like, if there's a face of the league that's not LeBron, it's been Steph.
Yeah.
For him to play with those guys and Dre, how important would that be to him? Like, is that for him, like, something he's really thought about through the years?
I mean, the golf would be tremendous with those guys.
What about playing basketball with those guys?
I mean, come on, Max. What are you talking about? It's Steph and Dre.
Was he jealous at all when KD went to Golden State and he got to play with Steph? I think sometimes how Michael Jordan said he watches LeBron and thinks how he would have guarded him. Did LeBron ever watch them play and think, this is how I would play with Steph?
I don't know the answer to that. But what I will say to you is, Steph and Dre, obviously you get 4-time champions like you are. You get some of the highest IQ basketball. You get a guy in Joe Lacob who, I've told you this the whole time, wants to win. He wants to win, and a great business mind at that. And so you can buy into whatever you want to buy into, but Steph and Dre.
There's definitely something there.
Yeah, I think there is.
But is it, again, I think you and I are on the same page here. Yes, that's so true when you're talking about Steph and Dre, but Steph and Dre of 2026 or Steph and Dre of yesteryear? Because again, what you're signing up for is not Steph at age 28 or Draymond Green when he was the Defensive Player of the Year. You're signing up with a bunch of guys who are geriatrics like you. And I would think that if I'm LeBron James, I don't mean to rain on this thing, but I want to go someplace where I'm the old guy. I don't want to go someplace where everybody's almost as old as me. I mean,
unless you want to hang out with your friends.
If that's what it's about, and again, if this just gets down to golf, man, nobody golfs more than that of the Golden State Warriors. I told you this. When they travel, I had buddies around the country, and they're like, the Warriors play golf, man. That's what they're known for.
Yeah. Dan, it's becoming increasingly more obvious to me that the sale for the Warriors to LeBron James is not on the court. It's everything they can offer him off the court. And that's living in L.A. They said he'd still be allowed to live in L.A. The golf here is, as I said, it would have to be number one on that list, I think, of the teams he's considering. And he gets to play with his teammate, Steph Curry. I would have to think that the idea of being able to live in L.A. would be attractive. I mean, I don't know. That might be a total pain in the ass.
You could be right.
To commute like that.
Well, how would that work?
I mean, you're asking me, and I have a ridiculous answer for you, which is I think that they would have to put a helipad on top of Chase Center. I'm serious. I mean, think about it. Would you do that commute to SFO from Chase Center every day? No way.
You're right.
No way.
You're right. Actually, a helipad is.
Yeah, you put
I like this
helipad on top of Chase Center, okay, and then you're helicoptering him from Chase Center to the airport, private jet to LA, and then how he gets home from there, that's up to him.
Oh, I thought you were going to helicopter straight to LA.
You could do that. I don't know if helicopters go that far. I don't know. And I don't know what the time in a helicopter is for that. Like, is that a 3 or 4 hour
Seems like
flight?
a bit of a stretch.
Yeah, I think that would be a long flight. And so, whereas to on a plane, you're going, it's an hour, right? But it's that in between. That's like a 30-minute drive if you're, that's like half the travel time right there.
I mean, you're saying this with a smile on your face. There are services in New York City that offer that.
Yeah. Uber helicopter, I've heard, is a thing in New York.
Yeah, so they will transport you. In fact, there are wealthy people that do exactly that. They go straight from their penthouse to JFK to LaGuardia. And so it's a thing. It's definitely a thing. I like the way you're thinking. I like the way you're thinking there. So
I mean, I think if he's going to do it, that would have to be the case, right? He's not going to commute otherwise with such inconveniences, so to say, as traffic and all these things. Like he can, I would think too, and maybe I'm totally off base on this. I would think that this would be paid for by the Warriors somehow.
Oh, hell yes.
And it would not be considered as part of, see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like if it would be outside of somehow the
We're going a little aspiration-esque.
Yeah, how could they do that? I would think that there'd have to be a legal way that they could do that.
Yeah, as an expense or
player
something you put
accommodations
in the contract. Yeah, I mean you can have an addendum in the contract, right? Let's get out to one more call. Brett's going to wrap things up in Walnut Creek. Hey, Brett, welcome aboard.
Brett?
Hey, Brett, you there? All right, Brett, go. You got 30 seconds.
Hello?
Yeah, Brett, we got you.
Hey.
Sorry, boss. Yeah, I'm on Ignacio Road here in Walnut Creek. It was a bad reception. What I wanted to say was, if Steph really wanted LeBron here, he'd be here. Because I think if he went to him, but I don't think Steph does. I mean, I honestly want to see LeBron. I do. I want to see him come here. But something in my gut's just telling me, if they really wanted Kevin Durant that bad, they went and got him. If they set up a pitch to get LeBron, set it all up, dolled it up, golf course, whatever, wine, you name it, we got it. Let's see what goes on in the middle of the season. We'll make some more acquisitions. But they haven't done any of that. I don't think they have.
All right, Brett in Walnut Creek, thanks so much, man. Appreciate it. Hey, Carter, got a question for you.
Yeah.
So it's I was just thinking about this. If I'm in Stinson tomorrow, is this party you're going to? Is this one of those? Is it outdoors? So if
it's like a whole thing, Danny.
If I was to sneak in.
No, you don't have to sneak in. You just walk in. It's totally fine.
Well, I mean, I don't want to go through a door. Like, who the hell is this guy? Like an entrance. It's just like I can blend in and just like no one would know that I just like I got a beer in my hand and I'm just like.
Yes. No. Totally come by, Danny. It's like 400 people in and out. It's
seriously
huge.
Like no one will know that I'm just sort of blend. Like no one's gonna say who the hell is this guy.
No,
you can just
not at all.
That's kind of like my thing.
Yeah, if come by, text me if you want to.
That's seriously. I'm a social guy, man. I'm a social guy. I'll embarrass the hell out of you.
And my sister's about your age exactly.
Right on.
I mean, it would be a great place for you, in fact. So text me.
Any final words on sort of where LeBron's going to come on? We're going to go around the room because we got to work in our man Victor Harris. Where's LeBron James playing basketball? 26-27. What say you, Carter Chickering?
I'm going to say it's going to be the Philadelphia 76ers. And I say that just because if I say our team here, it's going to jinx it. So I'll leave it at that.
Victor Harris.
I'm kind of with Carter. I think it comes down to either the Sixers or the Cavs.
Pasta Fazul.
You know, I'll be the one that says the Warriors. He's coming to the Bay Area.
I'm right there with you. I think he is. I think he's going to play a little golf in the Bay Area. All right, that'll do it for us. For my man, Vic Harris, it's Pasta, and, of course, Carter Chickering. This is Dan Bone. Hope you enjoyed it. Stay tuned. We've got Ken Luttrell and Mark Grandy who are going to carry the torch and continue to talk about the Warriors and LeBron James. Next here on 95.7 The Game.
This is Dan Bone saying, so long, everybody.
This is Larry Fleck, owner of The Floor Store. Our 4th of July sale's on now. 25% off store-wide through July 6th. Carpet, hardwood, laminate, waterproof flooring, and much more. With a sale like this, who needs fireworks? The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
You've worked too hard to wonder if your wealth manager is actually working for you. The decisions you're facing, what comes next, who you trust, have consequences that last. Getting it right matters. Baylord has been in the Bay since 1969. No parent company, answering only to their clients. The kind of people who understand what you've built and what's actually at stake. The right wealth manager changes everything. Find out if Baylord is yours. Baylord.com. That's BAILARD.com.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Jimmy Butler, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Stephen Curry, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line. So make sure to keep it locked on 95.7 The Game.
River Islands in Lathrop is the best-selling master plan community in all of Northern California. With its lakes, parks, trails, and collection of new home neighborhoods, the good life can be your life. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
When it comes to hiring a plumber, heating, or HVACR contractor, think UA Local 38. With non-signatory companies, that low price up front can quickly turn into added charges once the job begins. But with UA Local 38 signatory contractors, you know the cost up front. There's no surprises. Local 38 professionals are craft certified and complete over 10,000 hours of training, so you know the work is done right. For quality, accountability, and peace of mind, choose UA Local 38. Learn more at ualocal38.org.
History San Jose members are invited to our annual Red, White, and Blue picnic on the 4th of July. Enjoy an evening of crafts, games, and a view of the city's premier fireworks display in a private, relaxing setting here at History Park. Not a History San Jose member? Base membership includes 6 picnic tickets plus many more benefits throughout the year. Join today by visiting our website at historysanjose.org.
Yeah, Dan Dibley here for Fremont Bank, which, as you know by now, it's my bank, and it has been for more than 6 years. And I love this bank because it's a family-owned bank with the family-owned feel. They started back in 1964, and when they did that, it was just one branch, but now they have 21 branches. So if you go around in your Bay Area, you're going to find a Fremont Bank branch, and you're going to see it, and you're going to think, you know what? I want that full-service banking with no compromises, and you should. It's not a big box bank. It's a good local bank. And when you deposit your money with Fremont Bank, they reinvest it locally into businesses, philanthropy, home ownership, all the good stuff that makes our Bay Area the best area in all of the country. And that's why you should be a Fremont Bank customer. The money stays here. It's local. It's not a big box bank. It's a good, solid local bank. And we talk about Fremont Bank, and you know that they're here for you and here for good.
New Game Plus with Oxy makes your laundry smell incredible and fights stubborn smells.
like the ones your dog Biscuit brought into your freshly made bed last night. But you washed that all away with Game, and now you're drifting asleep to the scent and sound of waves. Ah, no, that's the dog licking your ear.
Biscuit.
It just might be our greatest scent ever. Now with odor fighting power. New Game Plus with Oxy.
Sniff the difference. Hey. Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi? For what?
Better not to know.
Get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in your price for 5 years and see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
In Oakland, partly cloudy skies with a high of 70.
Weather brought to you by Capital One. Capital One offers no fees or minimums on checking accounts. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank guide. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
Don't miss comedian Anthony Jeselnik and his Wrath of Man tour with 2 shows at the Masonic November 20th and the 21st. Buy your tickets at Ticketmaster.com. For your chance to win tickets courtesy of Live Nation, visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Live from downtown San Francisco, this is 95.7 The Game.
Happy Friday. Welcome. The eve of the 4th of July. It's Friday, July 3rd. Mark Randy, Ken Luttrell with you for the next 4 hours as we continue to wait on LeBron James. Decision part, not 1, not 2, part 4?
Not 5, not 6, not 7.
Decision part 4 for LeBron James. It's July 3rd. We've been waiting on this since Monday, and it still hasn't happened. Welcome in. Happy holiday. Maybe you're driving up to see some family. Drive safe. Getting ready for the 4th tomorrow. Ken and I, we got you covered until 4 o'clock here today on 95.7 The Game. Ken,
what's up?
You got the USA hat.
Let's go,
You're rocking
baby.
on this holiday weekend. How you doing?
I was at the game the other day. It was awesome. Heading out to Levi's. Not as crazy as I thought it was going to be, but still pretty electric. But yeah, man, I'm ready to go. I mean, we should be grilling right now. Should be sipping a cold one, but we're waiting on LeBron, and I'm all for it. Like, let's go. I mean,
you're all for it? You're happy to be waiting on LeBron?
No, I mean, just get me to a decision. Like,
so you don't seem happy to be waiting on LeBron.
That's all. That's when I'll be happy, I guess. But yeah, I mean, every day there's like always something new coming out, right? It's like, well, originally it was like, oh, the Warriors are going to be the favorite. It's them or the Cavs. Then we're hearing, well, there's another team that might be invested. The Timberwolves, the Nuggets, even the Spurs want to get involved. Now the Sixers are looking like top dogs. Every day is different.
Every day is different. And it's, you know how like desperate I think we are out here, or just how strange this whole thing has gotten. I flip on my radio this morning to listen to the great Dan Devone and Carter Chickering. Did a great job from 8 to
awesome
noon.
Show.
I kid you not, I didn't listen right from the start at 8, but I must have turned it on around 8:30 or something. And the first thing I hear out of Dan's mouth is, and this is why the right thing to do is to trade Steph. And I'm just like, oh my God, this is really what we're doing right now?
He's drawing you in.
We're so just desperate and waiting for a LeBron James move that we have nothing better to say than the right thing to do is to trade Steph. That's where we're at.
Roll a fat one.
That's where we're at that's on this Friday, July 3rd, huh?
Oh, man. Dan wants to get the fireworks going really early, doesn't he? He was just saying to trade Curry if we don't get LeBron.
No, just in general to reset the whole thing. And he actually said the best time to do it was a couple years ago. And like, we don't need to go down that road. There's valid points on that side if you are, a team that is heartless and doesn't have the emotional connection to Steph Curry and doesn't want to alienate your entire fan base. It's never going to happen. But the point is, that's where the conversation around the Warriors has gone right now, because they do feel like they're stuck between a rock and a hard place, which is you have the aging group led by Steph Curry, and of course Draymond Green is a part of it. And your best realistic hope for this offseason is to add a 42-year-old. then that's where the Warriors are at right now, because LeBron wouldn't cost you draft capital, and the Warriors seem very, very, very hesitant to give up on that, at least anything more than like a pick here or there. They've given up some picks, 3 different instances where they give away a single pick in the first round, but that's it within the last decade of Warriors basketball. And LeBron James is a free agent who theoretically is going to sign for $15 million or less. So you're not giving up anything. That's the best choice the Warriors have. And it's not a bad choice, but it's not like it's going to turn around and suddenly make you a championship caliber team.
No, this isn't. I mean, like we talked about the Last Dance, right, for them. And that's the kind of the worst part about it is because like you said, the best chance that they would have to get better would be to take on the 42-year-old. Now, the 42-year-old happens to be LeBron James.
One of the greatest, if not the greatest ever.
Right. And I mean, honestly, you could still say he's a top 20 guy in the league. I mean, we can go maybe around there, but it's more about like I would want him just because of his mentorship to other guys. Like, imagine him with Yaxel Lundenborg. How much better can he make him? How much better could he make, like, talking to guys, even though he's injured right now, talking to guys like Moses Moody, working with Brandon Bajemski.
Moody might not be here if LeBron's here, because that might be the other domino that has to fall.
I know. We'll have to see exactly like how the intangibles will work out. But I'm saying just working with younger guys, I would take him over like even a guy like Kevin Durant is still being talked about in certain realms of maybe he goes somewhere else. Like another team might be interested in
classic Kevin Durant.
But no one's clamoring for Kevin Durant anymore. And although he's a great player.
Warriors were a year ago. Not a year.
But do you think they would take him over LeBron James if they couldn't? Just based upon, what the impact could be.
I still think Kevin Durant's a better player than LeBron James.
I agree.
So, but I don't know what the money would be or how it would all work.
And again, they would have to trade for him and give up a lot more.
You're asking me to give up multiple picks for Kevin Durant and the money involved there, or sign LeBron James.
Plus, he doesn't want to come here anyway, so forget Kevin Durant. But all that said, there's really the free agency list just keeps getting shorter and shorter and shorter. Now, people were freaking out because they lost out on Anthony Simons yesterday, which is like, I mean, I guess you lost out for the money. The money kind of looked more. I'm like, well, damn, for $6 million a year,
2 years.
That's what I would be more upset about than the actual player.
Well, I don't think any Warrior fan, and call us, let us know, 888-957-9570. It's a special holiday edition of Warriors coverage here on 95.7 The Game. We're with you until 4 o'clock, 8 hours of local coverage today on Friday, July 3rd. Let us know, 888-957-9570. It's both the number to call and to text. You'll get to hear from Pasta when you call, and then you get to talk to Ken and I here on the radio after that. Yeah, bloop. You definitely want to talk to Pasta. I recommend
bloop yourself.
I recommend.
I love it.
I recommend that. I don't think Warrior fans, and again, maybe I'm wrong, and this is where I want Warrior fans to let us know. I don't think Warrior fans are sitting here being like, oh my God, how could you let Anthony Simons go somewhere else? That was the key to us being a really good basketball team. It's just you have a limited number of resources and a limited number of pathways to improve your roster. To sign a free agent that you can afford to sign, which is, $15 million or less. You can't do anything else to any other free agent unless you have an exodus of money on your current roster. That's just one of the guys who would have fit your pathway to being able to sign him. That is a quality basketball player and would make you better. Like he would make the Warriors better.
Tremendously.
Is he going to make them the 5th best team in the West? No. But
I think they get out of the play-in.
Maybe
so.
If you stay healthy, maybe that's of course a possibility. But the point isn't like, oh my God, Anthony Simons is on the level of LeBron James and his impact on the Warriors. It's just you being tied up with the business of LeBron has forced you to forego potentially the other pathways to improve the roster. And it looks like now the reality is either LeBron, and Shams saying this morning the Warriors are no longer the front runner for LeBron James. It's either that, which is seemingly less likely with every passing day, or it's last season once again. And last season was a disaster when they won 37 games. And that's why Warrior fans are frustrated, not because they're not a championship caliber team, which of course we all want, but just simply because it seems like the only thing standing between it being last year again is LeBron James's 4th decision.
Yeah, and it's funny because I remember last year early on, we were complaining about an early road game loss to Indiana Do you remember that?
Milwaukee and Indiana back-to-back games when Giannis missed that game for Milwaukee.
Right.
And then Indiana, like all their starters missed that game.
And we're like,
and the
wait a
Warriors were
minute.
fully healthy at that
We're
point.
kind of scratching our heads here like, wait a minute, how did that? We had no idea how much worse it could have gotten, and it did get.
It got so much worse.
But with when it comes to LeBron thing, I mean, I guess that's the only option you might have at this point. I mean, there's a couple of other things. I mean, Draymond Green is talking about other moves they could possibly make. Who knows? He's kind of a little, what do you call it? Just being a little anonymous when it comes to that sort of thing. But he, sorry, I lost my train of thought. But yeah, the thing is
there's not much else they can do right now.
But why, right? Because they hamstrung themselves by extending guys, right? Curry obviously you're going to pay Curry that massive extension. Draymond got the extension that he wanted. Now he opted out, which thank you. But they put themselves in this predicament, especially with the Jimmy Butler thing. You really didn't anticipate he would get that devastating ACL injury that he got, but here we are. So if anyone's kind of like upset why they can't only sign certain guys, you have to look inward. And I think that's the one thing you look at. But the only thing that could work out right now is either you get LeBron or you don't. And if you don't, now, like you said, we're just going to run this back for 2025 all over again.
I know what it feels like.
Hope and pray that, that hamstring for Curry doesn't tweak again. That, Draymond's
the knee.
Oh yeah, the
runner's knee.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, he's 38. Like it could be anything. Who the hell knows?
Right. And the worst part about it is that you don't have Jimmy for at least 60 games. That's what we're talking about right now.
We'll see exactly how, but I would expect like the earliest we see him play is in February, like the earliest.
I think the only thing I would be excited for if the LeBron thing doesn't work out is Yaxel. If I'm a Warriors fan, I'm all in on just like watching him develop because if you're not getting, I think he's still a top tier talent in LeBron, regardless of what he's doing on the court. But you're just kind of hoping that the young guys can show out like I think Yaxel could.
Yeah, there was a report last night that came from Jake Fisher, who works alongside Mark Stein, part of the Stein line, their Substack. And they've been on a lot of this news that's happened over the last, week plus around the NBA, not just free agency, but also, Giannis trade and that sort of thing. And Jake Fisher put this out yesterday. As the free agent market moves along, sources say Minnesota and Golden State have both pitched the NBA's top remaining forward, Rui Hachimura, which is an interesting one. But my first thought immediately goes to, well, is this a if LeBron doesn't choose us move? Because right now, the way the Warriors' finances are, you can't do Rui Hachimura and LeBron James. I guess unless one or both those guys take a vet minimum, which is possible, but Rui's not going to take a vet minimum.
I was just say, what's he earning right about now? What's his AAV?
I don't know what he.
It's got to be around like 20 mil or something like that, right?
I don't know if it's that high. Let's see. What did he make with the Lakers last year?
If that was a consolation prize to LeBron James, I'd be for that. I mean, he's got size.
He was on a 3-year, $51 million deal. It went up as the years went along, but last year he made $18 million. So he's not taking a vet minimum. He's not. LeBron, it's possible. I would be shocked if that still were to happen. We've heard, of course, for LeBron that it's not a financial decision. It's a happiness-based decision. It seems to me that the messaging has changed a little bit from happiness to going to a contender, which is, I think, where this conversation has shifted today. And we're going to get to the calls coming up in just a second. But some of the new things that have happened this morning, we should let all Warrior fans hear. Because the first thing is that Shams Charania of ESPN went on Get Up this morning and had this update to the LeBron James sweepstakes, and listen to what he has to say about the Warriors specifically. Here's Shams this morning on Get Up on ESPN.
Joe, I think at least a few, but this is a true free agency process because so much has changed, right? There's the fluidity that comes with it, with information. A few days ago, the Sixers didn't have Jaylen Brown, so now they do. They did it in stunning fashion, and so now they have to be on the radar of LeBron James, and so where does that fit them? And then the Cavaliers, the Heat, they're two teams that are known quantities. The Warriors, going into free agency, they dreamt up a grand plan of Draymond Green, Stephen Curry, LeBron James. But the big domino with them is trying to get a player like an Anthony Davis. So you can bring in LeBron James and Anthony Davis as a package deal. Short of that, they're not really looked at right now at the top of this list, but things can change.
Interesting, because the way that this timeline has gone this week, Ken, is Monday, Draymond opts out of his contract, and everyone's like, oh, okay, maybe there's something going on here.
Yeah.
And then Tuesday, we find out that LeBron is going to play again, but not for the Lakers. And we put 2 and 2 together, and we're like, okay, Draymond opts out, and then LeBron says he's leaving the Lakers. That must mean the Warriors and Draymond knew what was coming, and they're planning on making room for LeBron. They're acting with knowledge. LeBron has interest, and he's going to join them. And then the rumors develop where it's like, well, LeBron is a package deal with Anthony Davis. You have to get Anthony Davis, and then LeBron will come. And then that rumor kind of dies down the last couple of days, right?
Well, it's weird because it seemed like it was only tied for the Warriors, right? Because, I didn't hear anything about, Boston's got to get Anthony Davis. The Heat have to get Anthony Davis. The Sixers, the Wolves.
Yeah. My guess is probably because LeBron thinks those rosters are better.
Exactly. And that's kind of where I'm going with
this.
The
Warriors roster isn't very good.
Because look at all the trades that have happened. Everybody has, Steiny and Evan were talking about it the other day. The other teams are, even the teams that have less roster, like Jeremy Grant got traded in the John Morant trade. You gave talent to get talent. So now the Warriors have to get talent to get more talent. You know what I mean? They can't, again, they don't have a roster that looks as appealing as these other ones. And I think that's the one thing that, I guess you have to do Anthony Davis. But we've been talking about it all week. The Warriors don't want to give up picks. They want to stay young. They want to have those picks.
Definitely not for Anthony Davis. I don't want to but it's interesting, I think, the way that it comes back up, because that was the rumor early in the week, and then it died down. My best guess why the rumor died down was because the Warriors are sitting here like, no, I don't want Anthony Davis. We don't want to give up picks.
Why should we have to trade our picks just so we're making you happy and making our team
I don't even know if it's that necessarily. They just probably think maybe there's a good chance LeBron will come here even if they don't get Anthony Davis. But they're viewing Anthony Davis as a player that they don't think is worth multiple first-round picks, and they don't want to give a max extension which is crazy.
And what's the real incentive there, though? Because what if you do trade for Anthony Davis and LeBron goes, well, you know what? Actually, look, the Sixers.
Well, yeah, you do it. I think where you have a handshake agreement in place, and they kind of happen at the same time. But yeah, I don't think they'd get fooled, and these things can't be official for another couple of days anyway. So. That would be my guess there. But I find it curious that the rumor first popped up early in the week. It died down. My guess is it died down because the Warriors, leaked out to certain reporters no, we don't want Anthony Davis. Are you kidding me? But Shams is still pushing the same exact thing. So clearly he's hearing something from somebody else. It sounds like it's from the LeBron side of things, Rich Paul perhaps. And then we get Rich Paul's podcast with Max Kellerman today. Game Over with Max Kellerman and Rich Paul.
So do we got a whiteboard here? Can we show the whiteboard for the guys on YouTube?
Has everyone seen this whiteboard? And I know Sean in LA, who's waiting on hold, wants to talk about the whiteboard. But let me lay it out for you. So Rich Paul has this podcast. It's a normal occurrence. He's a co-host of the podcast with Max Kellerman, so he's not like a guest or anything. But they show up. Rich Paul is fresh off a trip to London to go to Wimbledon, but he's back. He's wearing his all whites like he was at Wimbledon, on championship day.
That was actually a clean look. I think Kellerman called it crispy. I like that.
But so he's got LeBron in the center of the whiteboard, and then he's got all these different lines connecting to these other teams, and he has kind of like a quick description or a quick list of their roster. And the big 5 teams around LeBron are all right around him, kind of like in a circle, right around LeBron's name in the center. And those teams are Philadelphia, Cleveland, Denver, Minnesota, and Miami. So those are the teams that have taken up the most space on Rich Paul's LeBron whiteboard. Theoretically, the realistic landing spots for LeBron James. There's 5 teams that are kind of in the margins that have less details around them. It's the Spurs, the Knicks, Boston, Dallas, and the Warriors. So we have this report from Shams. The Warriors are no longer at the top of LeBron's list. They need a package deal with a player like Anthony Davis to get it done. And then we have LeBron James's agent, Rich Paul, putting together this list of the potential suitors for LeBron James, and the Warriors are far off in the corner in the periphery.
Way
when it felt like
up in the left. And it doesn't even say Warriors. It says
Steph and Dre.
And then what's the one thing that popped out to you? I can tell you for me real quick. I didn't see Jimmy's name there.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's not going to play for at least half the year.
But
didn't see Steve Kerr's name.
But at the same time, if Jimmy's included in that, right? If we're considering that everything that we've heard that Jimmy's not going to get traded, that he loves, being with Kerr, he loves, like, front office loves him, Lacob loves him, everybody loves him. Why isn't he there? Even though he's not going to play until January, February, when you get him back and LeBron, if LeBron comes there, you have Steph, Dre, Jimmy, and LeBron. So I don't know. Maybe I'm reading too many tea leaves there, but it just looked like to me that, I feel like he should have been included. Also, I'm going to take a real quick, Grandy. It said Knicks on the bottom right. It should have said World Champion Knicks.
Oh God,
that's the only thing I got
the other thing,
issue with.
Well, not the other thing. There's a lot of things that was said by Rich Paul on this podcast, and we'll let you hear some of it coming up in a little bit. But the other thing about the Knicks was if the Knicks hadn't won a championship, this wouldn't even be a conversation. There would be no whiteboard. He would already be a Knick, he being LeBron.
And if you're a Knicks fan, what are you going to say? Oh, darn
it.
Man, if we just didn't win that world title that we haven't had in
we'd have 42-year-old LeBron.
years. We could have. Exactly. It was either, someone made it perfectly. They were like, well, we could have either had Giannis, we could have had LeBron, or a world title. What do I choose?
Yeah, that's like, a really tough decision.
And
that's
honestly, the fact that he's still the one thing that Rich Paul was like, well, he was talking about why are the other
Timberwolves?
Excuse me. Max Kellerman asked Rich Paul. He goes, why aren't are the Timberwolves a legit play here? Are the Nuggets a legit play? He goes, well, they're on the board. They're on the board. Yeah. And I think that's the one thing you could look at, like the silver lining, even with the Knicks, but more so with the Warriors. They're still, if they weren't on the board, then, okay, well.
Well, but they're off in the corner all by themselves.
Again, who else you going to put on that list? Pods? Are you going to put,
Steph is Steph. It's Steph Curry.
I understand, but there's not, again, they don't have the roster that the other teams have. At least we're on the board. That's what you have to think about that.
Yeah, but you're holding up your whole offseason. It wasn't going to be that much in the first place, but you're holding it up for this guy.
It's crazy because this is his he's been doing this for 24 years, right?
I think he's going into his 24th season.
Is it it's going to be 24?
I think.
And he's still not going to, this isn't his last year. They've already talked about that. This is definitely not his.
Rich Paul said no one said it was his last year. It didn't say for sure that he's going to play 2 more years.
Yes, but I think that's what we can assume, at least for now. But the fact that he's still the center of attention when Ja Morant.
Ja Morant.
No. I'm saying Ja Morant gets traded. Giannis gets traded. Jaylen Brown was kind of a big one. But we're still sitting here waiting to see. It's like Brett Favre back in like the
when he went to the Jets.
The odds. And then the Vikings, right? We're waiting on, it almost got to an annoyance. I mean, I think it's not on the same scope, but we're still waiting on LeBron James. We're still waiting for another decision, quote unquote. And I think that's the most captivating part. But like I said, the Warriors are still on the board. There's still a chance.
They are.
I just think the problem is, because you said earlier in the week, I mean, you thought it was the Warriors or Cavs. And honestly, I like the Warriors over the Cavs. Just based upon, who he can play with, who he's, playing for with Steve Kerr.
Yep.
Again, golfing anytime you want. Big wine guy. I mean, those people are like, well, those aren't the big ones. I mean, I think for a guy who's 42, who's at the end, who's done it all, those are big deals for if I'm LeBron James.
Golf is clearly a big deal to him. He does it every day.
That's what I'm saying. There was just a video of him looking at putters and wedges.
He was playing a joke on Kevin Hart. He pulled out a club, a wedge for a 6-year-old, and he said, "Here, Kev, you want me to pick this up for you?"
Oh man, I don't know who gets it.
Like height jokes against Kevin Hart.
I was gonna say him and Shaq loves to do that to Kevin Hart too. Just smack him in the head. No,
yeah,
but I'm saying things like that play a part. Now it's these rosters are getting better. At first it's people are chasing, and I mean this full. People are trying to chase the Knicks now. And you saw what the Knicks could do with a roster that they built within out. But now it's let's better our roster just so we can get LeBron. And I think that's what the Wizards are trying to do when it comes to them getting them trading Anthony Davis away to the Warriors. You want LeBron? This is what you got to do. And this is what we want. And I feel like they're handcuffing them pretty much.
Okay. I mean, Warrior fans, 888-957-9570. We got to hit a break. I see you, Sean. I see you, Chris. We will come to you right when we come back. But what I want to hear from Warrior fans, again, at 888-957-9570, if it were to take, getting Anthony Davis or another good player in here and giving up multiple first-round picks. I mean, there's not a lot of other good players that are that kind of available. Anthony Davis doesn't even seem that available. The Wizards have said on multiple occasions, or at least there's been reports from the Wizards side of things on multiple occasions, that they have no intention of trading Anthony Davis. But if it took something like that, we can also throw out a name like a Trey Murphy. If it took that sort of move in order to get LeBron to sign here, would you do it? 888-957-9570. Because when it comes to Anthony Davis, we're talking about an old player with an incredibly long injury history. We're talking about like a CVS receipt length injury history on Anthony Davis, who also would ask for a max contract extension. And it would cost you, I don't know, at least a first-round pick, maybe 2 first-round picks. Would you do that if it meant having a year of LeBron James? Is that worth it to you? Let us know. 888-957-9570. It's Ken Luttrell. I'm Mark Randy. We're back with more next right here on 95.7 The Game.
In the market for a new mattress but overwhelmed by all the options? At Mattress Firm, we make it easy. Just drop in, answer a few questions, and our sleep experts will guide you to your perfect mattress. And with options for every budget, it's no wonder more shoppers choose Mattress Firm than any other mattress specialty retailer. And now save up to $1,000 on a Tempur-Pedic split king system, plus get a $300 instant gift. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Hey, it's Dan Dibley. The world's biggest soccer tournament has arrived, and you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. On Kalshi, you can trade every match from the opening stage all the way to the final, and you can even trade on who wins the whole thing. And right now, Argentina is trading at 14% to win the entire thing. And if you put $100 in your trade, that would net a $642 payout. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house, and as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code DIBS, D-I-B-S, to get $10 when you trade 10, K-A-L-S-H-I. Kalshi. Trade the beautiful game. 18 and over only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned here. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
They call this one Bill.
Whoa, aliens? Am I in a spaceship?
Affirmative, Bill.
What's with the laser saw?
Relax. We are cutting our bill in half.
What?
An Xfinity mobile transmission says you can cut your bill in half.
Oh, your mobile bill, not me, Bill.
Xfinity Mobile also says we can try it free for a year. Free.
Yes, with no commitment. Can we put the saw away?
I am reluctant. But we will find another being to bisect.
That's not sci-fi. It's Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity Internet members cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
For adults with Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms, every choice matters. Tremfya offers self-injection or intravenous infusion from the start. Tremfya is administered as injections under the skin or infusions through a vein every 4 weeks, followed by injections under the skin every 4 or 8 weeks. If your doctor decides that you can self-inject Tremfya, proper training is required. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions, increased risk of infections or lower ability to fight them, and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or need a vaccine. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each. $30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Oak Cliff Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Now back to 95.7 The Game.
All right, I spent the whole commercial break refreshing Twitter. Still no LeBron news. I don't think we're getting it today, unfortunately.
Real quick, is this Demon Ghost Hunters?
It's golden.
Yeah, I know. From the Netflix show or Netflix movie.
Oh, I didn't know where it was from.
Demon Hunters. Yeah. Nah, anyway, sorry. Great movie. Big fan. Anyway, nothing happened yet, right? No. And I don't think it will happen. And I think we'll have to wait
It's gonna happen tomorrow. On the 10-year anniversary of Kevin Durant.
It's gonna happen. Possibly. It's gonna happen today at 4:01 p.m.
If that happens,
we're coming back.
We're gonna get a call from the boss, and we're gonna say,
"Doing another hour."
You ain't bleeping leaving.
Yeah.
The only news, exactly. The only news, if you consider this news, recently is restricted free agent guard Jordan Miller has gone back to the Los Angeles Clippers on a new 3-year, $15.3 million deal.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, wow. Breaking news. Break out the sounder for that one.
I was just telling Grandy during the break, I'm like, nice one, Pasta. I was telling Grandy during the break, I'm like, can Shams, not give us, every single update? Because, when you see again, it reminds me of when Woj, Adrian Wojnarowski used to put out things, you knew it was big news. Because he never put out, breaking... this person signs unless it was someone big, I feel. But Shams is doing it for every little thing. I'm like, don't do it for every little thing. DeAndre Ayton, I thought was a decent one. That's kind of where DeAndre Ayton and up.
DeAndre Ayton traded from the Lakers to the Wizards.
That's a big, because you could, we could talk about that because now it's well, what do you do with Anthony Davis? Are you going to have both of them now?
Hell knows. Who the hell knows?
Well, I'm just saying because that's what the Lakers did once they moved off of Anthony Davis. They went and got Ayton, right?
Yeah.
So if they didn't play together, why would they play together in Washington? That's something you really could think about. And maybe one thing it's interesting because we said all right, well, the Warriors wouldn't trade for Anthony Davis, but to what extent? Because with Jaylen Brown going to the Sixers, didn't the Celtics want a lot more originally than
I would have thought that they would have got more, but it's not like they actively took the worst offer on the board. That was what they thought was the best offer on the table for Jaylen Brown.
And I think the original offer was a lot higher.
You mean Boston's ask?
Yes, exactly.
Yes, not an offer from any other team.
I think it was 3 first-round picks or something like that.
I remember reading something similar, but that's just classic negotiations, right? You aim high and maybe they accept.
Right. Maybe they're dumb enough to do it, but They got really smart guys.
Like
over
when
there
you
in
ever
Philadelphia.
negotiate a pay raise, you shoot for
for the moon.
way above what you think you can realistically
because
get.
you know what the number should be or realistically could be.
And you add, a nice
absolutely. So
15% on top of that, 20% on top of that.
And now that we're throwing it out there, why
exactly?
why not? Say, well, maybe that's what Washington is doing with the Warriors. If they're going out there, I think the one thing, you can kind of kill it is, again, his injury prone and his age.
You're talking about Anthony Davis.
Yeah. But if I can, they're aiming high. If I go much, much lower and I can get him in order to bring in LeBron, maybe you consider it then.
Yeah. You might be wondering why we're talking about Anthony Davis after that report seemed to die down earlier this week. Well, Shams Charania went on ESPN earlier this morning and essentially said the Warriors are no longer viewed at the top of LeBron's list, and they're kind of LeBron's camp essentially maybe waiting on them going out and acquiring someone like an Anthony Davis to entice him to come back. And then shortly thereafter, we get a podcast from Rich Paul, LeBron's agent, and Max Kellerman. Those two are the normal co-hosts of the Game Over podcast via Spotify. And Rich Paul breaks out a whiteboard where he has all the potential LeBron landing spots. And the Warriors are on the whiteboard, but they're on like the second tier of the whiteboard. There's 5 teams, theoretically, quote unquote, ahead of the Warriors that are listed in bigger, more detail on the whiteboard. It's Philadelphia, Cleveland, Denver, Minnesota, and Miami. Then the Warriors are on the corners of this whiteboard looking in, along with Dallas, Boston, the Spurs, and the Knicks. And we're trying to make sense of all this and where Warrior fans' heads are at. 888-957-9570. It's Ken and Grandy with you. Up first is Sean in L.A. who wants to talk about the infamous whiteboard. What's up, Sean?
Hey, thanks for taking my call, guys. Really appreciate it.
For sure, man.
The whiteboard, yeah, for sure. The whiteboard made my day, and I woke up, I was laughing, I was smiling, because this is perfect. Just like you guys alluded to, the Warriors on the edge of the whiteboard. You have those 5 teams around LeBron's name with a dash to them. The Sixers, the Heat, the Timberwolves, the Nuggets, and the Cavs. So, and then the Warriors are, and it's not even the Warriors, right? It's just Steph and Dre. So that's what really caught my eye, is that what's not written next to Steph and Dre, right? Like there's no Steve Kerr, there's no Joe Lacob. Like for the Celtics, you see Brad and Tatum. Like, so he obviously respects a guy like Brad in the front office. So clearly, in my opinion, if he respected and appreciated and loved a Joe Lacob or a Dunleavy like that, he could have written their names down there. He could have written Steve Kerr's name down there. He played for Steve Kerr on the Olympic team, but his name's not there. One of you mentioned there's no Jimmy Butler, right? So there's a lot that's not there. There's no Silicon Valley or Napa Valley written there. There's no golf. He has golf written under Dallas and Miami, but he doesn't have golf written under the Warriors.
It's Sean oil too, right?
Under Dallas, yeah.
Oil, right?
Get involved in the oil companies out there.
Yeah, right. Like he could have written down Silicon Valley or Napa Valley. Like he could have, like the same way he wrote down oil. So that was interesting. And then to answer your question, Grandy, I absolutely would do the trade, but I would do it for Trey Murphy. I wouldn't do it for Anthony Davis. I don't think you have a chance. Personally, I don't think we're landing with LeBron. Like I think that's just so far-fetched at this point. I just don't think that's going to happen. Trey Murphy is going to make your team better right now. He's perfect for Steve Kerr's system. A Splash Bros 2.0. He's 6'8", 7'1" wingspan. You put him next to Yaxel with his length and size and Guy Santos. You're talking about 3 wings, and Trey Murphy is really more of a guard. He's just super tall and long. But you're talking about 3 tall and long guys who can all shoot and handle the ball. That would be an amazing offense. And he's just entering his prime, so he's going to give you, like, he can be a guy you have for the next 10 years next to Guy and next to Yaxel, and you're just tall and long and can shoot and pass it. And that could be a really fun team. So I think I would go all in. I saw Monte Poole and Bonte and Dalton on their podcast yesterday all say this, that they should trade the 3 picks that New Orleans is asking for. So I agree with that. But yeah, so I appreciate you guys taking my call. Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate the call, Sean.
Hey, Sean.
Love hearing from you. I mean, the whiteboard thing is pretty funny. He mentioned some of the other names that were listed on the whiteboard that didn't include players. He mentioned Brad and Tatum. That's, Brad Stevens, president of basketball operations for the Celtics. You have the entire Cavs front office mentioned, and that makes sense. I mean, LeBron, of course, is a Cleveland Cavalier and has been a couple of times, so he knows those guys very well and has working relationships with those guys. He mentioned the owner of the Denver Nuggets, Kroenke, is listed on there.
Rich Paul talked about how they're close with that ownership.
And Kroenke, of course, has won a championship with the Nuggets, the Colorado Avalanche. The Kroenke family also owns the Arsenal Football Club in London, and they just won the Premier League.
He said that they got the Midas touch.
That they win everywhere that they go.
Sure do.
And then another name that's listed, you mentioned oil and golf under Dallas. Also listed next to Dallas is Masai Ujiri, who's their new general manager and in charge of the basketball operations out there. He's the former Toronto guy that won the championship in 2019. So, yeah, it's interesting. The Warriors is just Steph and Dre. And what all this screams to me, this whiteboard nonsense and the Warriors being in the corner, and it's just Steph and Dre listed, and you got all these other names, not players, front office people, and everybody else, owners and all that involved for all these other teams, and why the Warriors are off in the corner. This, to me, my read on the situation, it screams LeBron wants to team up with Steph. He wants to come to the Bay, but he's trying to encourage and give the Warriors the last push to make a move to bring somebody else talented in here. I don't know if Anthony Davis is the only name that LeBron would want to join, that would convince him to join. Maybe it is someone like a Trey Murphy. Maybe it would have been Jaylen Brown had the Warriors done that a couple of days ago. I don't know exactly if there's a cutoff point to where LeBron would say that's enough or that's not enough. I'm not going to join you anymore. But to me, all this madness of LeBron's agent, Rich Paul, doing a podcast that got released today and having the Warriors off in a corner when everybody else, it seems like, is trying their best to improve their team, and while the 76ers has suddenly jumped ahead of almost everybody else as one of the odds-on favorites to land LeBron James, this just screams to me, it's LeBron telling the Warriors, go do something, get more talent in here, otherwise I'm leaving. I ain't coming there. I don't know if that's going to be enough to convince the Warriors to give up multiple first-round picks to get it done, but that's my read. The Warriors, your roster isn't good enough. In order for LeBron to come, you got to be better. Clock's ticking. Go make a move because I'm making my decision soon. What do you got, Joe and Mike?
You know
that's my read.
You know what's funny about that? I actually love that, but it's funny because he sounds like a Warrior fan. If that's what he's saying, he sounds like a Warrior fan. Because what have Warrior fans been saying since, they won the championship? Go get us more talent. Go make some moves. You want to be better? This is how you get better. I mean, I'm with you. I mean, it's just what we know. We can only talk about what we know, right? Trey Murphy is a name that's being mentioned. Obviously, we're talking about Anthony Davis. What other names are out there? That's my issue because I'm looking at the free agency list here. Ain't much out there.
Not much left.
Like, either you can't afford them or you don't want them. I mean, like Bradley Beal's out there, but does anybody want Bradley Beal right now?
He's coming off of a broken hip or something.
It's something like that. I mean, I actually like Rui Hachimura, but like you said, you're going to have, it's either you pick him, you have him, or you have LeBron. You can't have both. So that takes that out of there. I mean, dude, there's not many names out there in the free agency market. So, like you said, you're gonna have to make lemons out of lemonade here because I don't see a way where there's a possibility that you can get LeBron without making a decent move. It's just that they're gonna have to be very creative, and that's the one thing that I like about Joe Lacob. He is willing to try anything. It comes down to Dunleavy, and I don't want to put all the pressure on him, but that's kind of the spot he's in because anytime we're talking about rosters and building the roster, what does Steve Kerr say? Well, I leave that up to my general manager. What did he say about, the draft process? Well, my general manager is the one that... Now, Dunleavy did say on that exclusive interview with Bonte and Monty Poole, we did talk to... I did consult with Steve about, Yaxel and his fit, and I think he'll be a great fit. And honestly, I think... Even if they don't make the move here, like I said, I think that wouldn't be the worst thing in terms of developing young talent. I'm not talking about in terms of success. Like, what you're talking about with Yaxel is what a lot of Kuminga supporters wanted for him. Like they're giving him, they're already saying like, there's no pressure and we really want to feature you.
Well, I think there is some pressure.
Oh, no.
There's no choice but to feature him.
Yes. But again, it's not all on him because he can, you still have Steph, you still have Dre, when Jimmy comes back, like you still have guys that are going to, he can work around. It's not just like there's nobody there. You're the guy, go be the guy. No, but at the same time, it's everything that Kuminga supporters want for Yaxel. I think that's what Yaxel's going to get. And I think that's what he should get. Again, I don't know what that means in terms of getting better, but they're going to have to do something creative. And Dunleavy, you're basically on the clock in my mind.
I think the question becomes, is the threat of potentially losing LeBron, is that enough for the Warriors to be convinced to move off of their assets that they have hoarded for so long, which is first-round picks? Is that enough? 888-957-9570. LeBron is LeBron, but let's also remember he's 42 years old and is likely going to be here for just 1 year. So let's just say you give up 2 first-round picks for Anthony Davis. He signs a contract extension with you, which I guarantee you the Warriors do not want to do, and you have 1 year of LeBron, and you're what? Things go well and you're the 5th seed and you lose to OKC in the second round? Like, is that worth it? And then you're out a couple of first-round picks and you have the anchor of an Anthony Davis contract for years to come? Like, that doesn't seem worth it to me. And, our most recent caller, Sean, said he'd do it for Trey Murphy. Trey Murphy is the better asset than Anthony Davis. It's not even particularly close. But the issue there is that going to be enough to convince LeBron to come here? Or are you just out on LeBron entirely and you just say, let's go get Trey Murphy and we'll kind of restart our offseason from that point? 888-957-9570. Chris is in Daly City and is up next. What's up, Chris? It's Ken and Grandy with you. What do you got?
What's up, fellas? First things first, LeBron's not going to end his career in a small market city. So you could take Minnesota and Denver out of there. He's not going to go to the Knicks because they just won a championship. He's not going to want all that pressure, so take them out of there. The 2 reunions are interesting in Cleveland and Miami. And then the Spurs are interesting because they have all this talent, and they got Wemby. And then the Warriors, of course, this fascination of all the picks, keeping all the picks. Can you guys name any, out of the last 5 years, who's been better that's been drafted in the last 5 years than Anthony Davis and Trey Murphy? It's not... The list is very short of players drafted in the last 5 years that are better than AD and Trey Murphy. It's not that big of a list. So this fascination of, like, the future, we're going to be bad after Steph leaves and retires. When he retires, we're going to be bad. Let's just accept that. So F the picks, trade them, and try to get this AD and LeBron in here.
I mean, Chris, I appreciate.
Oh, you mic dropped at the end. Like, they didn't even let us respond. I would have been like, well, so wait a minute. You want to be a struggling team without a better young talent than have no picks at all and have to scrub the bottom of the free agency board?
I largely get his point, but let's not pretend like there's not a lot of insanely good young talent in the NBA right now.
Like what?
I mean,
I think this last class was pretty solid, right?
How about, even going back to 2020, 2025, you got Cooper Flagg.
Right.
Con Knippel, VJ Edgecombe.
Dylan Harper, Derek Queen.
Year before that, you got Stephon Castle.
Who's the kid from the Jazz?
Ace Bailey.
Ace Bailey. You got some guys, man.
2023 was Wembanyama's rookie year. You got Brandon.
Harper.
You got Brandon Miller.
He could have won MVP in the finals if they just gave him the ball. Mm-hmm. Like, Wemby didn't play as good as Dylan Harper in my mind.
Now we're picking and choosing at the best players from those draft classes.
That's six. I mean, there's draft classes where there's not even anybody that's good. Yeah. So I don't know.
We can pick and choose and make an argument based on, exclude like the top 3 picks in every draft. And sure, like, when was the last time the Warriors had a top 3 pick? They had Wiseman in 2020.
Round,
but like,
I think second rounders, that's when it's just like, it's just like, it's currency in my mind. Because like, how many good second rounders? Like, again, Draymond was a second rounder, was he not?
Yes, he was.
Right.
An early second rounder.
I mean,
Corey Jokic was a second rounder.
Right,
there's a lot of examples.
He wasn't a big name, but Mitchell Robinson was a second rounder, and he played a big role, for the Knicks. So it's like, you have those outliers, but
they happen here and there. Like AJ Mitchell, who kind of exploded for the Thunder this year, he was a second round pick in 2024. Like, it happens here and there. The other issue for the Warriors is, remember when they traded away James Wiseman and they brought back GP2? They traded away like 5 second-round picks to get GP2 back. And some of the moves that have happened, specifically on the Thunder point of view this year, they traded away both Aaron Wiggins and Isaiah Joe for 2 second-round picks. They got back 2 second-round picks for both those moves. That would have been great for the Warriors to do. It's not like those players are players that are going to make you one of the best teams in the West, but they help you. You desperately need wing scorers, wing shooters, and you don't have a lot of second-round picks, which is an issue because of that GP2 trade. But
well, actually, the Knicks, by the way, drafted A.J. Mitchell, and then they gave him to OKC.
Yeah, he didn't play a game.
No. I'm just
drafted on behalf of OKC by the Knicks. He goes up and he wears the Knick hat, but congrats, you were drafted by OKC. It's one of the stupidest things in the NBA, too. Let these players, when they get drafted, wear the hat of the actual team they got drafted by.
Well, the kid, who was the kid that that the Knicks drafted? He had the hat on, and he's wearing the Knicks hat, and he's like, yeah, I think I'm getting traded. He goes, I think I'm getting traded. Yes,
I didn't see it.
Oh, God, I forgot. He was like the 24th pick. He's like, yeah, I think
you don't even know who your team drafted.
I wasn't even thinking about the draft this year, to be honest.
Cameron Carr out of Baylor.
Yeah. Which I would have actually
good shooter.
Wouldn't have minded, but there's nowhere to put him. I think that's the issue. But anyway, I'm with you. First round picks are still very, very valuable, especially in the NBA. Like in the NBA, I think now for the NFL. Maybe, depending on, even there, I mean, actually, second round picks are very valuable. But for the NBA, first round picks are like, no.
First round in the NBA is like equal to the first 3 rounds in the NFL.
That's it. That's a great point. Now, MLB is a little different unless it's the first or second overall. Like, nobody really thinks about the draft like that. But,
depends.
Yeah, again, depends.
First round picks in baseball are still pretty valuable. It's a crapshoot. More in baseball than anywhere else.
That's what I mean. It's not like, you can.
Well, they also have like 30 rounds of drafts.
I was saying you could find Tom Glavine in the 16th round if you wanted to.
The Giants can. 888-957-9570. We're talking about this Warrior offseason. It's currently being held up by LeBron James. Still no decision at this point. We've got Twitter machines going. I'm refreshing. We're waiting to hear something. My guess is it's not going to happen today, but it sounds like LeBron. There's a reason why LeBron is waiting. And my guess is LeBron is waiting because he wants to be a Warrior, but he's trying to encourage the Warriors to bring more talent here. So, Warrior fans, are you willing to let LeBron kind of force your hand at trying to trade for somebody? And let's take away Trey Murphy for a second. If it's just Anthony Davis or no LeBron, would you do that? Would you do Anthony Davis? Say 2 first-round picks and Jimmy Butler for Anthony Davis to get also LeBron. Would you do that for 1 year potentially of LeBron James? 888-957-9570. Steel Toe is in San Mateo. What's up, Steel Toe?
Hey, Grandy. Hey, Ken. Thank you for taking my call.
What's up, man?
I wouldn't get Anthony Davis or LeBron, but I know that's what the Warriors are going to do because that's who they are. I'm going to make an original take here. I want to put a shout-out warning to Yaxel Lindenberg. I think you should go and demand a trade and get the hell out of Steve Kerr and Draymond. They're going to curse your career.
Go ahead, Steel Toe.
Curse your career, buddy.
Go ahead.
You're not going to get any time.
All right, Steel Toe. Tell us how you really feel.
Come on. If LeBron, I mean, if they get LeBron James and Anthony Davis, I doubt that Yaxel's going to find some, quality minutes. But I mean, yeah,
he'll still play.
I agree, but I'm saying, to ask. Come on, what are we doing now? Can't be asking for a trade. I demand a trade, even though you guys wanted me with the 11th pick. I mean, thank God they took him. I think that was one of the most nerve-wracking things for Warrior fans, right? Because Yaxel was kind of on the board. You're like, well, that's the best available. And that's what I liked about Dunleavy, too, saying that. He goes, no, there was no doubt. I mean, obviously there's things that could be playing a part, but no, he was the best guy we had on our draft board, and that's what we went with. And that's kind of what you want to hear as a Warriors fan, regardless of whether they're getting LeBron or Anthony Davis or anything like that. You told me you wanted to get younger. You told me you wanted to keep your picks. That's a good streamline of like saying, all right, this is how we develop our team post Curry, post Draymond.
Yeah, and I mean, on Willard and Dibs earlier this week, we had Ramona Shelburne on of ESPN, and this was while the Anthony Davis rumors were at their peak. And it seems like they're kind of coming back around because of what Sham said this morning and because of the infamous whiteboard by Rich Paul. Sounds like the Warriors are maybe on the outside looking in, and the reason why is maybe LeBron thinks that their roster isn't as good. And I think he's right to think that. Like, you compare the Warriors roster to the Sixers, to the Heat, to the Cavs, to those teams. Is the Warriors roster as good as those? No, I don't think so. But one thing that I asked Ramona Shelburne was, all right, in a theoretical Anthony Davis trade, what would it take to get it done? And I threw out, would they demand Yaxel Lendeborg? Would they demand 2 first-round picks, Yaxel and a first-round pick, and of course the money? And it would be Jimmy Butler to make the money work in my estimation. And she kind of cut me off and said, Yaxel Lendeborg is essentially untouchable. That's how the Warriors viewed him as one of the 5 best prospects in the entire draft.
Yeah, she's like, there's no way. There's no way.
That's how the Warriors feel about Yaxel. LeBron's here, LeBron's not here. Yaxel's playing a lot. One of the worst things that could happen for the Warriors this season, because even if, say, they get LeBron, I'm not like circling this as a year where they're going to make the Western Conference Finals. Like,
never know.
Never know, for sure. I wouldn't count on it. But the worst thing that can happen for the Warriors this year is anything that gets in the way of Yaxel playing a bunch of minutes. That's my opinion on this. You have LeBron, you don't have LeBron. It's just Steph and Draymond and Jimmy comes back. Yaxel's got to play. Like, he has to play, period. And steel toe, I get your frustration with maybe how it's gone in the past, but I really do think that this time it is different.
Yeah.
It is different.
And again, like you said, just develop the young guys. Even, I'm sorry, who was the second-round pick?
Huh?
For the Warriors, who was the second?
Leger Jones.
That's why I didn't want to butcher his name.
Yeah,
Leger Jones. Yeah, let this kid play too, man. Like, get them all in there.
Yeah, we'll see. 888-957-9570. That's Ken. I'm Grandy. We're back with more when we come back. Plus time for your calls at 888-957-9570. Joe, I see you, and Josh, I see you as well. We're coming to you when we come back. Still a holdup on LeBron James. We're waiting. My read is he's waiting on the Warriors. And are the Warriors going to do anything? We'll talk about that when we come back. It's Ken Luttrell, Mark Randy with you. Back with more next on 95.7 The Game.
Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrid models than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
Hey, Bay Area, it's Guru. You know what's really bugging you? It's not your fantasy team or the refs. It's the bugs in your house. Ants stealing snacks, spiders showing up uninvited. That's when you head straight to AtcoPest.com. Atco Pest Control has been handling Bay Area pest problems safely and naturally for over 40 years, protecting your family and your pets without breaking the bank. Get the details now at AtcoPest.com. ATCO Pest.com. Atco's got you covered.
Hey, Bay Area sports fans, get ready for game day with Laughing Monk Brewing. Whether you're watching with friends or heading out after the final whistle, Laughing Monk has the perfect beer for the moment. With locations in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, and Bayview in San Francisco, there's always a Monk nearby. And now, check out their newest San Francisco location in Nopa. From crisp lagers to bold IPAs, every beer is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Grab a pint, grab your crew, and make game day better at Laughing Monk Brewing. Righteously brewed in San Francisco.
Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Helping people achieve their goals is what we do. So if your goal is owning a home, we're here to help with guidance and resources, including up to $17,500 in select markets when combining down payment and closing cost grants. Visit BofA.com/home team. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America N.A. Equal Housing Lender. Credit and collateral is subject to approval. Restrictions apply. This is not a commitment to lend.
Hey, it's Willard. At Hobbs Law, it's never been about attention, never about applause, never about goofy smiles on candy-colored billboards. For more than 40 years, Hobbs Law is focused on one thing, fighting relentlessly for injured Californians. Because behind every catastrophic injury case is a human life forever changed. That's why Hobbs fights with preparation, intensity, and relentless commitment. No fluff, no distractions, just real advocacy for injured Californians. Hobbs Law, relentless for justice. Visit Hobbs HabitSlaw.com.
Omar Harris is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
In the market for a new mattress but overwhelmed by all the options? At Mattress Firm, we make it easy. Just drop in, answer a few questions, and our sleep experts will guide you to your perfect mattress. And with options for every budget and free and fast delivery, it's no wonder more shoppers choose Mattress Firm than any other mattress specialty retailer. And now through Monday, all brands are on sale with up to 60% off. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code BOOST to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code BOOST to borrow up to $10,000. Use code BOOST to borrow up to $10,000.
Don't miss comedian Anthony Jeselnik and his Wrath of Man tour with 2 shows at the Masonic November 20th and the 21st. Buy your tickets at Ticketmaster.com. For your chance to win tickets courtesy of Live Nation, visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Happy Friday, fellas.
Yeah. Now back to 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, happy Friday. That's a special Friday because it's the 3rd of July, not quite the 4th, but because the 4th falls on a Saturday, I think a lot of people have the day off. Not you and I, not Ken Luttrell, not Mark Randy, not Steven Risotto behind the glass.
That's right.
And I imagine there's a bunch of you guys out there that are still working.
By the way,
staying busy, getting that paycheck. What's up?
Real quick, can I tell the folks out there that are listening about the thing I told you before?
What did you tell me before?
We're in the green room about 1776 Live.
Oh,
just real quick, I want to talk about it. So there's this Twitter account called 1776 Live. I think it's awesome. They're providing you live updates as if you lived in 1776. And today's July 3rd, and today was a great one because it said independence may be on hold despite yesterday's decision for July 3rd. Continental Congress has been meeting to further consider the Declaration of Independence, which they have hastily revised to remove author Thomas Jefferson's denouncement of the transatlantic slave trade. More changes may be coming, and independence may have to wait until August or later. Can you imagine saying like, oh, happy August 11th.
Instead of 4th of July.
4th of July.
Happy 11th of August.
Yeah, like 4th of July just rolls off the tongue, I guess. Just because we've been saying it for so long. But like, what a great account as you could follow along through history.
250 years.
Insane.
I heard something about how the fireworks here in the city are supposed to be like extra special for the 250th year.
They're closing the Golden Gate Bridge.
For the fireworks?
Yes. It's like the first time in I don't know how long that they're going to do a fireworks special, like a fireworks show out there. So they're shutting down the Bay Bridge tomorrow. I think around 9.
Bay Bridge and the Golden Gate
Bridge?
Bridge?
It's just the Golden Gate. I believe it's just the Golden Gate. I don't know if you can shut both bridges down.
No, we're trapped here.
Well, there's other bridges. You
just drive all the way down
San
and
Mateo
around.
Or the Dunbarton.
If I got to go up to Sonoma County to see my family, I'm going to
Richmond, San Rafael. Oh, wait, no. If you're going that way, yeah.
Yeah, from the city up north, you kill both the Bay Bridge and the Golden Gate.
I didn't know where you were going.
I said north.
Are you serious?
Oh, man.
Happy 4th of July weekend. Those of you that are still working, we'll keep you busy for the next 3 hours. Ken and Grant. Absolutely,
Where are you getting
Jen.
these drops, Pasta?
He's got so many of them.
I mean, bring it on, man.
Yeah, bring it on. Yeah, 9 to 10, by the way, Saturday, tomorrow. Going to be closed. Don't go on the
Golden Gate Bridge?
The Golden Gate Bridge. The Bay Bridge is still open, though. You can get around there.
Only closed for the 1 hour, 9 to 10.
Just the one. I mean, I think that's all you can really get for 1 hour. Like, I mean,
for the fireworks show specifically.
Mm-hmm.
All right, cool.
We'll see.
Cool. We'll see. 888-957-9570 if you want to join the conversation. We're talking about this Warriors offseason, and it seems like LeBron is playing a waiting game. My guess is he wants to come to the Warriors, but he ideally would want the Warriors to have a little bit of a better roster. So is he encouraging them to make another move? Maybe it is an Anthony Davis. That feels very scary to me personally. Maybe a move like a Trey Murphy would be enough to convince him as well. But that's my read on the situation. We're going to go to your calls in just a second. But first, basketball coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. All right, out to the phones we go. Joe in San Jose wants to weigh in. What's up, Joe? You're on with Ken and Grandy.
Hey, Ken. Hey, Grandy. Happy 4th, everyone.
You too, man.
I think he's going to go to Miami. I just think the part we're forgetting is in all this front office and the ability to recruit is really important, having that star power to recruit, right? I believe that rather can probably close them over the phone than Joe Lacob and Dunleavy can over in person. I just think these two gentlemen they're not on the same page. And I don't think LeBron's holding us hostage. He's just seeing what the front office can do. I think he's got a lot of faith in the players and Steve Kerr. They've got the pedigree, but.
Oh, I think you cut out there, Joe. Sorry about that. You can give us a call back if you want. We'll get you back on. But I think we got the majority of your point.
Yeah, to Miami. I don't like that one. I know it's a thing.
Why not?
Well, I've been talking. I'm just thinking about him and going to all these different destinations. Miami seems out only because of what he said in the past.
What did he say in the past?
One thing he was like, well, when I went from Cleveland to Miami, that felt like I was going to college. Those 4 years, like that 4 year sort of a term thing, like being in Miami, that felt like college to me. Does he really want to go back to college in that realm? I mean, I don't think they burned any bridges too badly with him and Riley and Spoelstra. I'm pretty sure they're still like everything's okay there, but I don't know. I just don't see like him finishing out like however many years he would, have left in a place like Miami. And even the team, like I feel like Miami's they haven't really rounded out their roster yet. Am I wrong?
Kind of hard when you have the Giannis contract and Bam, and you have to give up all your.
They lost Norman Powell too, right?
Norman Powell's gone.
He's in Chicago.
Yeah.
Now, if they had Norman Powell, maybe. I mean, obviously Tyler Hero's not there anymore because of the Giannis trade, but.
I mean, Hawkins is gone. Kelly Ware is gone. Their future picks are gone.
Right. I mean, yeah. It just like I don't think you got many shooters over there. That's the issue.
Yeah, LeBron is obviously incredibly confident in his abilities. And Giannis, Bam, and LeBron, it's not like that's a bad big three. There isn't much shooting, though, and it's going to be kind of cramped. When one of your best shooters is Andrew Wiggins, you're probably going to have, not the greatest spacing on the court.
Especially when we talk about, like, what's the most coveted position that, like, at least in the free agency is wings. Like, people want wings. Yeah. You need guys who can guard and guys who can shoot, right?
Yeah.
So why would LeBron go there? Opposed to, in terms of the other teams.
I've always felt Cleveland and the Warriors are more likely than Miami, and maybe even Phillies now is more likely.
Man.
I mean,
they're going for it,
convince me there's a team out there that has a better 1, 2, 3 in the league. And I mean positions, point guard, shooting guard, small forward. I know Jaylen Brown is more of a 2 guard than a small forward, but he's going to play, I would imagine, a lot of small forward. They got Maxey, VJ Edgecombe, and Jaylen Brown. Name me a better 1 through 3 in the NBA right now than those 3.
And you didn't even say Embiid.
No, I can't count on Embiid to do anything.
No, right. No, which is insane, right? Yeah. Because like he was their guy.
Well, he's their MVP.
Right.
Yeah.
And the fact that
he's their guy now.
I agree. And the fact that he's not even included in that and he's still there and he could still provide you a lot, depending on what his knees and his legs, all that combined, that's still scary. Because you wouldn't even need him to win.
Yeah, but I think the point with what we're talking about with Philly, why Philly has suddenly jumped to potentially being a serious suitor for LeBron. And again, if you missed it, Rich Paul, his agent, doing his podcast today with Max Kellerman, brought out a whiteboard and was talking about all the different suitors for LeBron. He listed 10 teams, but they were 5 teams kind of in the inner circle and then 5 teams on the outer circle. And the 5 teams on the inner circle were Philadelphia, Cleveland, Denver, Minnesota, and Miami. And you ask yourself, well, what do all 5 of those teams have in common? They're pretty good teams. They're pretty good teams.
It was a full roster. It was
right?
all
and,
full
and
rosters.
It listed like 4 guys for all 5 of those teams. LeBron, of course, would be the 5th, and that would be your starting 5 on those teams. So to me, this is a clear message that we talked about. This is not going to be a monetary decision. That's just code for the Lakers and give me what I want, so I'm not going to go there. He doesn't have the right to demand any kind of crazy money from anyone else. It's not about money, but he's also not going to accept that. That's what the report was. But the question becomes, okay, Rich Paul, sure, your client wants to be happy. Okay, everyone in the world wants to be happy, but what makes your client tick personally? What makes him happy?
Yeah.
Is it being close to his family? Because that would mean maybe going to the Clippers. Does it mean going to pair up with the other player of this generation? That would mean going to the Warriors to be a teammate with Steph. Would it mean going back to Cleveland to close out a storybook career back where you started it and where you won a championship in 2016? Because that would mean Cleveland. Would it mean going to have fun with Giannis? Because that would be Miami.
Yeah.
But if it's about trying to win your 5th championship, what does that mean, LeBron? And that, to me, is why Philadelphia has jumped into this race, because they acquired Jaylen Brown, and now suddenly LeBron views Philadelphia as a legitimate threat in the Eastern Conference. And while this is happening, the Warriors have fallen from the favorite to land LeBron to being on the periphery because their roster isn't nearly as good. That's my read. This is LeBron's way of telling everybody that wants to get him, and I think specifically a message to the Warriors. It's saying, your roster is not good enough. I want at least a chance to compete for a championship, and I can't do it here.
I think the only thing you could really come up with if you're LeBron and you're trying to decide between all of these teams, what do all of these teams, well, not all of them, but only a certain amount of these teams have, right? Besides talent, championship pedigree, right? The Sixers only have Jaylen Brown. No one's won a championship in Philadelphia except for Jaylen. Now that Jaylen Brown's there, it's Jaylen Brown, right?
For the Cleveland has championship pedigree?
No, that's my point.
Oh.
Again, I'm going to go down it. Like Giannis, he's got championship pedigree, but again, he just got to Miami. No one's won a champion except for Spoelstra, obviously. Riley.
Bam's been to a couple finals. Hey, Wiggins has championship pedigree.
Wiggins has championship pedigree.
Short.
Again, but go to Cleveland. Cleveland, they don't know what, like James Harden's been almost to the finals.
Denver has championship
plenty of
pedigree.
Times, huh?
Denver has championship pedigree.
Denver has championship pedigree. And I think that could be a selling point too. I mean, just because your team is really, really good, like Philly, what do you guys know about winning, right? What do you know about winning? How far, they've been to the Eastern Conference Finals once, right?
And not even really this group.
Not even really this group. Just really, it's Embiid
at this
right?
point.
Mm-hmm. Like if I was to go somewhere, I would go to Toronto. If I want to go really try to win. I mean, with Kawhi, and I'm not saying he's going to go to Toronto. I'm saying if I was choosing other teams.
I don't know how I feel about Toronto.
But my point is, who has won out of all those teams listed on that whiteboard? Who's won the most?
Steph and Draymond.
Steph, Draymond, Steve, who you have played with outside of NBA. So to me, if you want to if you're talking about winning in terms of winning, like in championships, you go with the guys who've won the most and have actually beaten you.
Well, yeah,
not once, not twice.
But you look at the reality of the roster and say, okay, you have that pedigree,
totally.
But we're not getting back there again. That's why he's considering Philadelphia.
I'm just saying.
But I don't know. I'm trying to read the tea leaves, and it seems to me,
if I was to sell it to you, though, if I'm the Warriors and I'm trying to sell you, if I'm selling you LeBron, I'm like, we've won more.
Sure, but you're selling me ancient history at this point. You're not selling me. You're not selling me.
I mean, again, when healthy, I have to put that out there. Is Steph Curry still not one of the best shooters in the league?
Oh, he's still the best shooter in the league. He's one of the best players in the league.
He's the best shooter in the league. So
he's one of the best players in the league.
So why would you want to go play with the best shooter in the league? What he said multiple times he wants to go play with the best shooter in the league.
Because the rest of the roster is what it looks like. Which is why I think the message is the teams that that Rich Paul is including right around LeBron, a.k.a. like the best chances to land LeBron, those are all good rosters. Really good teams with really good MVP-level talent on their rosters and, multiple really good players on their team, right? The Warriors are off to the side because it's just the history of what Steph and Dre are. So Mike Dunleavy, Joe Lacob, if you want me to come, and I know you want me to come, you better make another move because your roster isn't good enough to attract me.
But if you look at that board, where are they? They're at the top of the board.
Top left corner at an angle.
Top left corner. That's
with
exactly
a line
where
underneath
Steph
it.
Curry likes it.
888-957-9570. If it came down to having to acquire someone like an Anthony Davis just to convince LeBron to come here, because that's my read. And you might say, screw that, screw LeBron, let's just move on with our offseason. I would not be mad at you. But would you do it? 888-957-9570. Josh in Rockland is up next. What's up, Josh?
How are you guys? Thank you so much for taking my call. Happy holidays.
You too, man.
Happy holidays.
A few things. Like this. So, LeBron, no, he's not going to the Heat. I think Joe was drunk before. He's not going Heat. He made it clear. Now, Warriors, Cavs, obviously it's scary and everything. And I would obviously give away AD. I give away Jimmy to get AD with 2 first-round picks. Because what we have to understand is we're in a win-now situation, win now or never. The Warriors made it very clear they're looking for a rebuild. They're not looking. They extended Steve Kerr's contract. They're not looking to do a rebuild. They would have got a new coach. We're looking for a win now. And the only chance to do that is getting LeBron with AD. We can't let Jimmy come 2 months late and be a late seed.
Yeah, Josh, I think it's a fair point. So Josh is on the side of trading multiple picks and Jimmy to get Anthony Davis in here. But
I think that's where the divide lies, right? Like, do you care about do you covet picks if you're a Warriors fan, or do you care about the 2 years beyond Steph Curry and Draymond and Steve Kerr? If I'm a fan, I care beyond. I care about the future. Because, listen, we've been to the mountaintop many times. Again, you guys had a dynasty. There's been a dynasty here, right? And then you won one when no one thought they were going to win. So it's like, it's not the worst thing in the world. Now, maybe you can give one last gasp. Yeah, but I wouldn't want to mortgage my future that far ahead for somebody like Anthony Davis.
I'm not doing it for Anthony Davis. No, I'm not.
Would you give up a first-round pick for Trey Murphy?
Oh, yeah, a first round? Yeah, for sure.
Where do you draw the line?
I'd probably give up 2.
You would give up 2.
Based
upon age, talent.
I begin to seriously question if I do it for 3.
Could you build around a Trey Murphy?
He's never going to be the best player on a championship team. I don't think he can probably be the second best player on a championship team, but he is absolutely a perfect piece for the Warriors. He fits exactly what they want to do, and man, it just would have solved so many problems if they just drafted him in 2021 when they had not 1 but 2 chances.
But is that with Steve Kerr, or is that just what are we talking about?
There's a perfect fit alongside Steph, but also in Steve Kerr's system.
But yes. I'm saying if he's
great shooter and a really good defender and incredibly tall and long for his position.
So you would have to bring in somebody else though when Steve Kerr says I'm done here.
I think he's a player that fits in a lot of different styles.
That was what I was asking. I think
he's your prototypical 2026 NBA wing.
He could fit here, but then once you bring in like a new regime of coaching,
I'm a huge fan of Trey Murphy.
All right, but I love it.
Like the thought that he's on the level that a Giannis or a Jaylen Brown are in terms of the draft capital it would take to acquire him, I think is a little absurd. He's not on that level. Now the contract is more manageable. I think what a lot of NBA fans, and I get, taken down this road a little bit too, but what I think we overlook is the contract. We just think about the name, the face value of the name, their statistics, and we say, well, yeah, Jaylen Brown is better than Trey Murphy. I'd rather have Jaylen Brown because, of course. But in today's day and age where this is essentially a hard cap. I know there's no technical cap to what you can spend. You can spend any amount of money that you want. But the penalties of being a second apron team and being a consistent second apron team make it so no one is ever going to do that. This is a hard cap sport now. And when that's the case, and you have $60+ million going to one player versus Trey Murphy's contract where it's so much more manageable, Trey Murphy is a more valuable asset and player to have because he's not as good of a basketball player, but he's so much cheaper and allows you to still be so aggressive when building the rest of your team. But I'm still not going to be willing to give up like 3 or 4 first-round picks for that guy when Giannis went for 3. the value of Trey Murphy is real, and I'm a big fan of his, but I have a hard time saying, 3 first-round picks is worth it. I do too. For sure I do too, and the money to make it work. And, I don't know if that means it's Draymond Green's the easy one to make the money work because they have similar money, but I don't know what interest the Pelicans have in Draymond, but it might cost you Moody and Pods and also a couple of second-round picks, or first-round picks, sorry. I don't know. But Trey Murphy is a value at the contract. I definitely believe that.
And I think I think I understand what you're saying when it comes to that being worth it, because I believe you're saying that you're a better team with a guy like Trey Murphy over Anthony Davis, because what you're risking in this whole thing of trading picks, especially first round picks, right, is success, right? We have to be successful in order for these picks to actually make sense for us to trade them.
Yeah,
right?
Trey Murphy makes half of what Jaylen Brown makes.
Right.
And will make half of what Anthony Davis makes.
Right, exactly. And you could be just as, if not more successful with a guy like him on your team. Whereas you're taking risk with Anthony Davis and you may not be as successful. Like, what if you're another play-in team? What if you're so injured? Again, this is
could be.
Worst case, because this is what I'm really thinking for this entire show is worst case scenario, best case scenario in making these moves for LeBron and possibly AD, which we don't think what's going to happen, but let's put it into perspective. Because if you're going to if you're going to trade for AD, you better be successful. Because you can't afford to give up that first round pick and then it's like a top 10 pick. Like that would just be absurd.
Yeah.
So you would have to go in there knowing oh no, we can run this thing. And like you said, even if I got Rui Hachimura, he's still young enough and good enough where I'm not mortgaging the future, right? And plus I don't have to give up any picks for him.
Yeah.
Just sign him outright.
888-957-9570 to join the conversation. Nathan's in Honolulu and is up next. What's up, Nathan?
Hey, Mark. Good to hear from you. Good to see you on air. I'm watching on YouTube.
Oh, thanks, man. Say hi to Ken, too.
Hope we're looking good here.
Hi, Ken. So anyway, I wouldn't do the trade for Anthony Davis. I would do it for Trey Murphy. But I want to know if, what do you guys think in your heart of hearts? Do you honestly know where LeBron wants to go? Because it doesn't really look good right now. But I'm just hoping that we get him there, although it's a long shot. It doesn't look good right now, though. What do you guys think? Do you honestly think he knows, or?
It's a good question, Nathan. Does LeBron know? I think LeBron...
He has an idea.
I think LeBron knows where he wants to go, but I think he wants it to be in as good of a position as possible.
Yeah.
But I've said this, I think, a couple of times. I'll try to explain it again. I think LeBron wants to be a Warrior. I think he wants to... I think he's really fascinated with the idea of being Steph's teammate. I think there's a lot of breadcrumbs here. You talked earlier about the golf and the wine, and those are...
The oil.
the oil
we
in
got
Dallas.
oil, too, here,
It's
There's
not
oil out in Martinez.
I know people will say, well, he's a basketball player and the basketball stuff is more important, and you're probably right. Let me just say the golf and the wine is not a small thing for LeBron. I also think being on the West Coast and close to his family down in L.A., right? Savannah, his wife, and Zuri, his youngest daughter, still, young enough that living at home. Both his, sons, of course, Bronny's in the NBA and Bryce is college age now, so those guys aren't at home as often. But, he's still got a daughter and a wife at home, and I think being close to them and where they've set up their lives for the last 8 years means a lot. But I also think maybe the most important factor for LeBron, the basketball player, is going to a place where he has a chance to win. Not like he's going to immediately jump to the best team. Like he's not going to join the Spurs in my mind, because they would probably be the most tailor-made with LeBron to win a championship next year, in my opinion. But he wants to go to a place where he's not going to be fighting to make the play-in, right? He wants to go to a place where he thinks he has a legitimate shot to make the playoffs, and you get Steph and a healthy Steph and a healthy LeBron in the playoffs, who the hell knows what could happen at that point. So I think that's what's on his mind. The delay, in my mind, is because he doesn't think the Warriors are good enough to do that. So he's trying to encourage the Warriors to make another move, and if they make another move that LeBron deems worthwhile or good enough, he will then sign with the Warriors. That is my read. I think he wants to join the Warriors, but one of the questions that we've been asked, or we asked ourselves like 80 million times in this week here on 95.7 The Game, is why the delay? Why the delay? LeBron should know where he wants to go, right? He's too calculated to not know where he wants to go. Willard was on this station earlier this week saying he probably knew in January where he wanted to go. And he might be right. So why the delay? Because he wants the Warriors to be as good as possible when he joins them.
Yeah.
And it's a message to Joe Lacob and to Mike Dunleavy, go get me someone else because I don't think your team is good enough. I want to be a Warrior, but Joe, Mike, if you don't, I'm going to go to Philly because they're better than you.
One of the sad parts, too.
That's my read.
Listening to that podcast with Rich Paul and Max Kellerman was like, I really wish the Warriors had the Timberwolves roster. He's like, or you move the Timberwolves to somewhere and Rich Paul cuts him off. He goes, San Diego. It's like, if you just took that roster, right, and you could just shift it just a little further west. And I think, again, to your point, that's what we're talking about. Like, how does this team get better? The problem is are we trying to get better just so we can get LeBron? Are we trying to get better so we can build a championship roster again for Steph Curry? What is the goal here for this team in this offseason? Again, I don't think Dunleavy's really telling us what they want to do aside from let's just develop our young talent and see what we got going into the next season. Again, not that he's supposed to tell us because he's not, that's not his job. His job is to, keep things under wraps until they finally make a move. But
if they make a move.
Yeah. But the stringing along of this whole thing, I think that's the worst part. And again, as each day passes, I feel like it might get worse and worse for the Warriors. Because, if you're going to get better, the Lakers have made 7 moves ever since LeBron said, I'm not jumping back in.
The way that unfolded wasn't LeBron telling the Lakers, I'm not coming back. It was the Lakers saying, LeBron, we're not interested in you. But you can PR it however you want. You can make it seem like you're the one that left.
So they were celebrating.
We broke up with you, but if you want to tell people you broke up with us, that's fine. They had 8 moves ready the second that LeBron left. I was
going to say, just firing off moves we're ready.
They knew. It was from the Lakers, in my opinion. Yeah.
Well,
so
either way,
we can argue about their moves. Were they good moves? Like Colin Sexton? Do you like?
Hey, the Warriors looking at him. The Warriors are looking at him.
Not because he's an amazing player, but because the Warriors don't have any options.
They need somebody.
And now they really don't have any options.
Go get somebody, Golden State.
And Anthony Simons are both off the table. Simons is also a 76er. He didn't quite make Rich Paul's whiteboard, but Anthony Simons
is a lot less money to go play for a better team.
Is a 76er now as well. All right, we got to take a break. 888-957-9570. David, I see you. We will get to you when we come back. A lot more to dive into. Plus, we do have sound from Shams, from Rich Paul himself on this podcast that we've been referencing. If you're curious what the whiteboard is that we're talking about, Rich Paul's podcast with Max Kellerman, Game Over from Spotify. It dropped earlier, and at one point he whips out a whiteboard, and it has all the possible LeBron destinations. You got the inner circle and the outer circle, and the Warriors are on the outer circle looking in. We'll let you hear from Rich Paul, LeBron's agent, when we come back. Plus, later on, Mike Dunleavy addressing the Warriors offseason. We will get to that as well as we continue. But again, David, your call is coming up next with Ken and Grandy. Back with more next on 95.7 The Game.
You've worked too hard to wonder if your wealth manager is actually working for you. The decisions you're facing, what comes next, who you trust, have consequences that last. Getting it right matters. Baylord has been in the Bay since 1969. No parent company, answering only to their clients. The kind of people who understand what you've built and what's actually at stake. The right wealth manager changes everything. Find out if Baylord is yours. Baylord.com. That's BAILARD.com.
Looking forward to celebrating the 4th of July? Ford is too. Right now, it's the final days of employee pricing at your California Ford dealers. And we've got amazing sell-a-thon deals that won't last long. You pay what we pay. What's waiting for you? It's time to find out in a new truck or SUV during Sell-a-thon. Because it all ends July 6th. Tow your boat to the lake in a new Ford F-150 and start the holiday off with a splash. Check out fireworks from a location that only a new Ford Bronco or Bronco Sport can get you to. There's room for all your friends and family in a new Ford Explorer. Or celebrate in style with a new Ford Mustang Mach-E that delivers power and performance. We're looking forward to celebrating the 4th of July with you at Cellathon. Whatever you're looking forward to, make it happen with Ford. Hurry in for the final days of Cellathon at your California Ford dealers. It all ends July 6th.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. Our 4th of July sale's on now. 25% off store-wide through July 6th. Carpet, hardwood, laminate, waterproof flooring, and much more. With a sale like this, who needs fireworks? The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
Some matches are too big to watch alone. That's why before the sun comes up, the lights are already on at Jack's Bar in San Jose's Japantown. Fans gather shoulder to shoulder as chants build toward kickoff. Tables shake after every goal. By sunrise, the whole place is roaring with the sound of the world's biggest matches. For decades, Bay Area soccer fans have found their way to Jack's for mornings like these. Open every weekend at 6 a.m. Real soccer culture. Real match day atmosphere. Jack's Bar in San Jose's Japantown.
If life is a game to be won, then every child deserves to play on a level field. Children International is empowering young people in poverty on their journey by giving them the tools, the training, and the skills to shape their own futures. From the early days of development through all stages of growth and into employment. This is how, together, we can help end poverty for good. Learn more at children.org.
This summer, the Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich and Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
Let me tell you about the Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite. It's bright, it's bubbly, it's back.
The Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich, it's so rich, and you can choose between the original or the spicy filet.
Ooh, boy.
And then you got those pickled jalapenos tucked right under the filet, and then just to top it all off, you've got a little honey drizzle right on top.
Okay, now I'm a pimento fan.
And I'm feeling the dragon fruit.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Now back to 95.7 The Game.
All right, welcome back. It's now 1:32 on Friday, July 3rd.
LeBron.
And
Where you at?
We have no LeBron. No LeBron decision.
LeBron James.
Did you see that our boss, Matt Nahigian, interviewed the LeBron James kid? Did you see that?
I was going to say, did you see him interview LeBron James? I'm like, wait, what? How did he get that?
That you know, like that clip
that kid,
of that
how
young.
old is that kid now?
I mean, that must have happened.
That had to be like
12 years ago or something like
even
that.
Longer than we got to look that up, Pasta.
He's 14 years old
when it happened.
No, he was like 5.
He's like 14 now.
Oh, he's 14 now.
Wow.
So yeah, maybe it must have been around. It must have been like 10 years ago, something like that.
Had to be, right? Yeah,
he does this thing sometimes where like more like pop culture related things that are sports adjacent.
I don't hate it.
No, it's cool.
Yeah,
but it's kind of random.
It's the most Like he interviewed the kid from Sopranos, AJ.
He did?
Yeah, he interviewed him.
Oh, I didn't know that.
This is a couple. I can't remember when.
He also interviewed Joe from Impractical Jokers.
Yes, I saw that clip the other day, which is like, I mean, that guy's kind of a regular guy.
Yeah, but anyway, I'm scrolling through Instagram and scroll past the post from Matt Nahigian, our boss, and it's just it's this kid who pops up. I'm like, who's this kid? And then I read Matt's description, our boss's description of the post, and he says like the famous LeBron James kid or whatever. And
what a meme!
If you're looking for that content, Matt Nahigian on Instagram or on Twitter, I'm sure he posted it like 8 times. So that's what he does.
That's great.
He's not listening. Don't worry, we're fine.
You never know. No, that's great though. That's good stuff.
But yeah, it is.
Is he calling?
Your heart dropped, didn't it?
No,
not like
I'm not scared.
A couple of days ago when you threw out the breaking news sounder on Willard. He got scared.
That scared me.
You should know better. As a producer, you should.
Yeah, I do that.
We play that. That's an impractical joke.
888-957-9570 if you want to weigh in. We're still waiting on LeBron. And my guess no matter how this ends, is that it's going to take a couple more days.
I think it might be weeks, honestly.
No.
You think it's going to be days?
Not weeks.
Really? No, I'm not kidding.
It'll be less than a week. Yes.
Less than a week.
Well,
what gives you the reason for? I know I'm being serious. Like, what makes you think that though? Because the
rest of the offseason has to take place, and
I mean, the rest of the offseason is taking place. It's just that we're all waiting for LeBron.
Well, the Warriors can't do anything until LeBron
That's
signs.
the dumbest thing in the
one way or
I think that's what people are probably mad about.
Yes.
I mean, you can call in and let us know.
Yes.
Or even text us on the
text line.
Yeah, I was gonna say the sponsor, but we don't have that anymore. But yeah, I mean, I think it might be longer. I hope I'm wrong. I want to be wrong.
I think it's pretty rare for a player of that magnitude to last too long.
How long was the decision when he did the
I looked this up earlier this week. I think
it actually just happened, right?
The date? His last 3 changing teams were like July 10th, July 9th, July 8th, something like
2010. 16 years almost.
that. Yeah, that's less than a week from now.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
All right. math. I think
the right question to ask is end of day Monday. Is there a decision?
Ugh.
Monday's the 6th. End of day Monday.
It's going to be Sunday.
Do we have a decision?
I'm going to say Sunday at 8 p.m. or something like that.
I don't know. We'll find out. But it'll be less than a week. Yes.
Okay.
I feel very strongly about that. But I also feel pretty strongly it's not happening today. Tomorrow, afternoon is the earliest that I see it happening. But that's not me with any kind of inside information. That's just me guessing about how these things normally go and the way that I'm kind of reading what is going on. I will say if the Warriors make some news today and they make a trade for any number of players, but the guys that we're talking about are Anthony Davis and Trey Murphy. If they were to pull something like that off, that might signal that potentially something with LeBron James is coming soon.
Would you be opposed to them just getting Trey Murphy and Anthony Davis and not getting LeBron? I
don't want Anthony Davis under any circumstance. I would not be opposed to Trey Murphy and just no LeBron after that.
Yeah, no, that would be good.
Well, I think LeBron absolutely in a vacuum is 100% smart, good, solid business. Doesn't make you a championship contender, but I can't think of a big negative why I wouldn't want him around because it doesn't cost you first-round picks or any kind of assets to get him. It just costs you the $15 million.
Yeah,
I'm good with that.
Right.
But if the only way he's coming here is if it's an Anthony Davis package deal, then I'm out on the entire situation. I'd rather have nothing than LeBron and Anthony Davis. I would rather have Trey Murphy and LeBron in a perfect world, but I'd also just have Trey Murphy and then not LeBron as well. I just don't want Anthony Davis.
Yeah, I think
I don't want nothing to do with him.
I think they're better off not doing anything. Well, I mean, they should get Trey Murphy, but if it had to be Anthony Davis, I'd rather you just go out there with the guys you got already.
I tend to agree. What about you, Warrior fans? 888-957-9570. What do you think the Warriors should do in this LeBron James saga? Because he's currently holding up, whether or not he signs with the Warriors, he's holding up everything the Warriors are trying to do. So what should they do, and how do you feel? 888-957-9570. David has been patient. We appreciate your patience, David. David is in Concord and joins us now. What's up, David? You're on 95.7 The Game.
Well, great to join you guys. I want to bring up a point. It's kind of nuanced, and nobody's talking about it.
Okay.
Earlier in the week, Bronny had his contract continued by the Lakers at the deadline. They're stuck with him. I don't believe he's a two-way, and it's $2.5 million, something like that. Okay, fine. The next day, they come to an agreement where LeBron is going to walk away. Now, I think, and I think most of us think, that LeBron screwed the Lakers. He stuck them with his kid. Call it nepotism if you want. I like LeBron an awful lot. I don't trust him or his entourage and business management folks, but it is what it is. I don't like any tie-in to AD like one of you guys just said. I'm not an AD fan, especially at this point in his career. I would take LeBron, but I don't trust him or any other business dealings that he's going to get connected to it, especially after he just screwed the Lakers. What do you guys think?
Yeah, Dan. Oh, you quick trigger there, Dan.
Another mic drop here.
Yeah, so the way that it happened was the day after LeBron James, there was the report that LeBron James was going to return for another season in the NBA, but it would not be with the Lakers. The day before that is the day that Bronny James's contract with the Lakers became guaranteed. So a lot of people reacted to that saying, well, he was, playing it up to the Lakers that he was going to come back and things would be hunky-dory. But then the second that his son's contract became guaranteed for the following year, he announced that he was leaving. And there's probably something to the timing of it at least. But I'm working on the assumption that the Lakers didn't really want LeBron James back much in the first place. So I don't know exactly how much of an impact that had on any of their dealings.
I don't think they're. I mean, obviously they're father and son, but I don't think that their situations aren't tied together.
Well, it's just know that now he has a guaranteed contract, even if he were to get traded. He has a guaranteed NBA contract.
Oh, because so it was like, he's secure now.
He's secure. He's secure.
Yeah, gotcha.
But I don't know from the Lakers' perspective necessarily if that changed their plans with Bronny. LeBron not yet announcing that he was leaving, because I think that the Lakers were aware that LeBron was leaving because they were the ones that precipitated his leaving.
I think we all knew LeBron was leaving, didn't we?
No, we did not.
No?
You remember how shocked we were when Draymond opted out, and then the next day there was the report that LeBron was returning, but not to the Lakers? Everybody assumed LeBron was returning to the Lakers.
I don't know.
And the whole big deal, Windhorst was on ESPN, Brian Windhorst was on ESPN talking about the shocking news that LeBron is no longer returning to the Lakers, and he sat there. And we probably
I thought it was a question mark.
We probably have the sound, but it was who acted with knowledge that LeBron was going to leave. Nobody knew but Draymond. The Warriors were the only team.
Clutch Sports knew.
That made it, yeah. And who's a Clutch Sports client?
That's
Draymond.
right.
Who was the only team that acted preemptively to LeBron leaving the Lakers? It was the Warriors. Everybody else, the second LeBron it was announced to the world that LeBron was not returning to the Lakers, everybody else was reacting. Here's that piece of sound from Windhorst. This was on ESPN. This might have been Tuesday. Maybe it was Wednesday. I think it was Tuesday. Yeah, it was Tuesday.
I'm going to say one thing. Who acted with knowledge? Did the Cavs act with knowledge? Did the Heat act with knowledge? Did the Lakers act with knowledge? No. The Warriors acted with knowledge. Draymond opted out. That's all I'm going to say.
So Windhorst, nobody else in the league knew.
Did he do the finger point? Like,
what's going on in Utah? What's going on in Utah? But no, that's Brian Windhorst.
I always thought it was a question mark, but okay.
It wasn't like 100% official, but everyone thought that
he'll just stay there. Like, there's no, because he was already set up.
The way that I interpreted it, and I think a lot of people felt this as well, was if he leaves the Lakers, the Warriors would probably be the leader. But most people expected, well, he's going to return to the Lakers. I mean, he's going to just ride out his final year or two with the Lakers.
Like, what's the point of him?
He's been there for 8 years now at this point.
Right.
And they're a good roster. If Luka and Reeves stayed healthy, who knows what might have happened in the Western Conference.
That kind of stung, right? Like, as a basketball fan, I'm like, I really wanted to see them, especially
didn't bother me.
No. I said as a basketball fan, not as a Warriors fan. But, I would have liked to see them, battle it out with the with OKC. I mean, actually, they were better than, because they were, an 8th seed at that point?
Who?
The Lakers.
No, the Lakers finished like the 4 seed.
Who did they lose to?
They finished as the 4 seed. They lost to OKC in the second round. They
did. Okay,
but they beat Houston in the first round.
But that would have been fun to see them go up against the reigning champs at that point, just with a full roster. That's all I'm saying.
I think they finished.
I didn't think they had a chance.
Finished as
because they just started out hot, and then they were just like
seed,
they were kind of just like they were kind of a mid team after one point.
The Lakers?
Yeah. Well, no. I'm saying like they started out hot. And then they were just kind of like...
No, they were... they were good late in the year. And then Luka got hurt.
Yeah. And Reeves...
And Reeves was hurt as well.
Yeah.
But, no, the Lakers were really good last year. It's why, their moves this year this offseason have been interesting. But, at one point, they ran off... What is this? They ran off...
I thought there was one point where they just...
9 games in a row.
Oh,
they went 13-1... in March.
This is the perils of being an East Coast guy.
They went 13-1 for essentially the whole month of March.
Gotcha.
So they were great. And then Luka got hurt.
I still feel cheated now. I feel more cheated now because they were a hot team going in.
So what? It's the Lakers. It's the Lakers.
Well, to your point, do you think they made good moves after, post LeBron saying, or them saying, we don't want you? Yeah, well, I wasn't coming back anyway. I think they made decent moves. They definitely have a full squad now. And they have depth, something that the Warriors would love right about now.
So they obviously locked up Austin Reeves. They did a sign and trade with Utah for Walker Kessler.
I like that
4
move.
years, $130 million.
That's a lot of money, but I think that's a good
And they
move.
gave up multiple first-round picks for it. They signed Quentin Grimes, Colin Sexton, and Mamu Kelishvili.
Yep.
Just recently today, they traded DeAndre Ayton to the Wizards for Jaden Hardy and 2 second-round picks. I mean, Walker Kessler's a decent center. I think specifically a good defensive center, but I don't view him as one of the premier centers in basketball, and that contract is very expensive, and they gave up a lot of assets to do it. I think all they have left to trade currently is 1 pick swap. Like, they have no flexibility to trade future assets as of right now. They clearly had a plan. I'm just not sold that it's a great plan.
It might not be, but I think the one thing you could say that they are
LeBron
doing
was good for him last year.
The one thing that they did, that the Warriors should be doing is they're building around their best player, and that's Luka Doncic, and their second best player, Austin Reeves. So they're doing something the Warriors should be doing right now, and we're waiting on LeBron.
Well, the Lakers have a bunch of cap space because $50+ million coming off the books with LeBron.
Fair enough, but you just said they gave up how many picks for Walker Kessler?
I think 2.
For Walker, I'm not saying Walker Kessler's
sign and trade.
I like that move, right? But again, you're giving up 2 first-round picks for the guy. Now he's younger, a little bit more formidable than Anthony Davis is right now, but they're going for it, right? They're still trying to build a roster, and I think they have a complete roster as it stands. But yeah, I mean, this whole thing of like we're waiting to get better. We're waiting to get better for LeBron. It kind of bothers me because I'm like, you should be doing this all for Steph. This shouldn't be just for LeBron. You know what I mean? This is Steph's team. This isn't LeBron's team yet.
Well, why are you trying to get LeBron in here?
To make it better for Steph. But in turn, you are saying, well, in order to get LeBron, you have to get better. So
well, yeah, Steph's already on the team. So unless Steph approaches the front office and says, you need to get me AD or I'm leaving.
Also, can I point out the one thing?
Can you?
Let's go, Granny. Let's get into it. No, the one thing that the Rich Paul whiteboard pointed out is that Steph was on the board, right? Draymond was on the board. That means people who don't like Draymond or says he's lost it, the guy still has value. No, maybe he did that because he's part of Clutch and he didn't want to disrespect the guy.
Well, LeBron and Dre are buds.
Right.
Yeah.
That too. But like, again, he still has value. He still brings something to the table. So everybody's saying like Draymond isn't like what he was might be true. But again, you put him on a team with Steph Curry and LeBron James, he's highly valuable.
We'll hear from Rich Paul coming up in a little bit. His podcast with Max Kellerman, Game Over, that podcast. We'll do that in a sec. But back out to the phones we go. It's Ken and Grandy with you here on Friday, July 3rd. Happy early 4th, 888-957-9570. Grandpa Daddy's in Hayward and wants to weigh in. What's up, GPD?
Hey, what's up, baby? How you doing, man?
Good, man. How are you?
You know what? Hey, I'm blessed. I'm too blessed to stress. So,
absolutely.
I love that.
Bro, let me tell you something. I don't think it's so cryptic to where they're not saying anything. I think Draymond and got to be talking to LeBron. They got to be going back and forth and saying, hey, look, man, tell Joe, get some talent in there. And it can't be like a secret to where, I'm secretly doing things that make to push you to go get. Dude, they got to be talking to each other. And they're going to be saying, look, man, you know what, LeBron, we just can't do it, or we can't do it. And then he's going to wait and announce it to make it a big hoopla. But I'm telling you right now, they're not going to get Anthony Davis. He's washed up, dog, and he's too much money. They're going to take the new young star that they got. They're going to roll with that. LeBron, if you don't want to come over here, dude, we're going to go get Trey Murphy and then have our new young star and develop for the future. I don't think they're that stupid. I really don't. I don't think they're going to go get Anthony Davis. They're not stupid. This is championship pedigree. You think freaking Joe Lacob has been doing this and spending all this money just so he can be a fool? He's not a fool, bro. And LeBron, they're going to tell LeBron, look, they got the ticket, right? They're saying, look, LeBron, this is what we got. If you don't want it, kick rocks, homie. we'll go get Trey Murphy, or we're just going to work with the new young talent we got for the future, baby. I don't think that it's all or nothing for Steph.
I got you. GPD, let me ask you then. So let's just say no Anthony Davis, no LeBron, and they can't work out something for Trey Murphy. You cool with them just essentially running it back for next year? You cool with that?
Yes. Run it back, baby. And then build towards the future. Steph is going to still run. You bring back Jimmy. He's okay. Run it back, baby. They still going to sell tickets. The only reason why they want LeBron is because big ticket sale. LeBron comes to the Warriors. Oh my God, LeBron and Curry. They're gonna make millions on ticket sales. I think that's the only reason why they.
But Grandpa Daddy, you are aware though, if Steph does that runner's knee acts up again, and then you can't do back-to-backs because of Horford and Porzingis, you're gonna they're gonna suffer because you're not gonna have Moody and Jimmy, and you're gonna be playing a lot of young talent out there. You're just so we're aware, you're okay with that.
I'm ready to see young talent. Yes, bro. They got to start looking towards the future. They can, unless they make a big move. LeBron ain't really like a big move. He's a big move, but he's old, man. He's too old. He ain't all that.
You're right, You're right. He is too old. He's 42 years old. Yeah, I hear you.
I'm still taking a 42-year-old LeBron over a lot of these free agents out here. Right? Is that we're not kidding ourselves, right? Like a 42-year-old LeBron is better than like almost this entire free agency board. No?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to be clear. Like, it's also the money. I understand.
And it's also a 1-year thing. It's not like he's going to help you in the future.
Right. There's no commitment. And again, to your point, like, because Anthony Davis, you have to commit a little more. I mean, he's younger. He's 33? Like, that's not bad, but.
Might be 34. Yeah, somewhere around there. Yeah.
33, 34.
But his body's more like a 38.
Right, because he's...
Maybe even his body's like 40.
I mean...
The dude can't stay healthy.
Dude, he can't stay healthy in his own...
I don't want to
touch his own video game. Do you see what he's playing as himself in a video game? He injured himself.
If it comes down to LeBron saying, hey, Dre... And Grandpa Daddy's right. Draymond talks to LeBron. Like, there is absolutely no doubt in my mind that Draymond's decision to opt out, which also surprised people... And I think partly why it surprised people was because everyone expected LeBron to return to the Lakers. But there's no doubt that he turned down nearly $28 million because he got word from LeBron that he was not returning to the Lakers and that he was definitely going to consider the Warriors.
I think that skyrocketed the odds for them. I mean,
absolutely it did.
Clearly.
So clearly, Draymond knew something. The question is, how much did he know? Was it, I'm pretending to be LeBron right now. Dre, you should opt out because I'm coming. Or was it just, you know what? I'll consider joining you guys up there in Golden State. How do we make that happen? Dre says, well, I got a player option. If I opt out, we can give you the full $15 million mid-level. LeBron says, it's probably a good idea.
Yeah.
And then Draymond takes that knowledge to Joe Lacob, to Mike Dunleavy, to Steve Kerr. They talk about it. And they ask, well, Draymond, would you be willing to, do that for us? Opt out. So we have access to all the money we need to sign LeBron if he decides to come here. And Draymond probably said yes, as long as I know that you guys are going to take care of me no matter what happens after the fact. And that's probably the conversation probably went something like that. So Draymond gets to do the Warriors a favor, and he still gets the promise of being taken care of when it's all done.
Yeah, and I think that a lot of people are thinking that he was like Draymond was going to be left out in the cold. Like, what if they don't? What if they don't? No. He's not going anywhere. I mean, if anything, if they don't get LeBron, I think he might. Is there a chance? Do you think his extension or say it would be a new contract, right?
Yeah, he's a free agent now.
So, do you think it would be extended for? It would go for 3 years with less money.
It depends.
That's the one thing.
It depends how it plays out. I mean, because they need. I don't know, like down to the dollar, like how the space would fit, and obviously it depends what LeBron's contract would be. It depends what any other free agent's contract would be. But in general, if LeBron isn't here, you can give Draymond the contract he already had, like $27 million for 1 year. I think the likeliest scenario is Draymond gets 2 years. if you need, maybe there's another move that you make, right? We talked about Rui Hachimura earlier. There was a report last night, that the Warriors have been in contact with Rui Hachimura. Say you got LeBron and Rui Hachimura, which seems unlikely, but there would need to be other moves that happen. One of those moves might be trading away Moses Moody. You also have a fully tradable contract in Kristaps Porzingis now, which isn't even fully guaranteed until the 7th. Right now, it's only
your option in the second year, right?
Yeah, but right now only $3 million for the first year is guaranteed. Oh, wow. So you could literally pay him $3 million to leave and be done with the contract for the next 4 days until the 7th of July. So you have ways to move off of money. Say Rui is in here and say LeBron is in here, that would be more likely. Draymond stretches his contract out to 3 years to lower the money even more so for this one season. But I would venture to guess the likeliest scenario for Draymond, no matter what happens, is he gets a 2-year deal, less per year than the 27. Quite a bit less per year than the 27, but more total money over the 2 years.
Would it change anything if it was a player as opposed to a team option in that 2 year?
For Draymond?
For the team. Like, would
it wouldn't change finances at all for this year.
It wouldn't. At all. Okay. That's one thing I was
Teams would always prefer to have a team option than a player option, obviously, because you want the power on your side.
Yeah, you want the power, right?
Yeah. But that's more a question for next year when the Warriors have a lot more flexibility in cap room.
I think that's the one thing that gives you hope if you're a Warrior fan, right? Because as soon as, like you said, it was like, all right, he opts out, boom, LeBron's not returning to the Lakers. So it's like, okay, we got a chance. I think each day we wait, again, we're kind of going in circles here, but each day we wait, I feel like it gets less and less of a chance for LeBron James coming to the Warriors.
Although it seems like it.
I would love for him to come here. It would be fantastic for the Bay Area.
There's not, I can't think of a real negative about LeBron coming here, because he's the one big name that doesn't cost you future assets and is not going to cost you $60 million.
Especially when they don't have any money.
Well, yeah, you can't fit the others unless you trade Jimmy Butler. But guess what? Trading Jimmy Butler, an injured old player making a ton of money, it's not an easy thing to do.
Him being injured stinks, man, because if he wasn't, hindsight, but if he wasn't injured, I think LeBron already signs, right?
You think?
I think so. Why not? With LeBron, with a healthy Jimmy, we'll never know, right? But I would assume the odds go higher if Jimmy's fully healthy. Oh, yeah, he's coming.
We'll never know. You're right.
They could be sipping wine right now.
They could. Maybe they already are. Who the hell knows?
Who knows?
LeBron was in Ohio, at least earlier this week. I don't know where he is this second, but he's probably still hanging out in Ohio. That doesn't mean he's going to the Cavs. Obviously, he's got houses probably in every freaking neighborhood in this country. He's that well off. There's no doubt. I have been teasing the Rich Paul sound. We will get to that when we come back, I promise. Plus, if you guys want to weigh in on anything Warriors offseason related, we'll take your calls at 888-957-9570. That's my read. LeBron is encouraging the Warriors to go out and get more talent on the roster right now. What's your read? Do you agree with that? And do you agree with LeBron? Is it just do by any means necessary, get some more talent in here right now, or are you taking a more conservative approach and protecting your future assets? Let us know at 888-957-9570. Ken and Grandy with you. Happy early 4th. We're back with more next on 95.7 The Game.
In the market for a new mattress but overwhelmed by all the options? At Mattress Firm, we make it easy. Just drop in, answer a few questions, and our sleep experts will guide you to your perfect mattress. And with options for every budget, it's no wonder more shoppers choose Mattress Firm than any other mattress specialty retailer. And now save up to $1,000 on a Tempur-Pedic split king system, plus get a $300 instant gift. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
You all know what the two best words in sports are. Game 7. But the number 7 has even more meaning in vodka. Because when a vodka is 7 times distilled, it creates a smooth, premium taste that is unbeatable. And there's no better vodka than New Vodka. Spelled N-U-E. New Vodka is 7 times distilled, not 7 times the price. It's an award-winning, American-made vodka that is smooth enough to sip and bold enough to mix. So at a time when everything costs more, New Vodka is the best deal in town. Pick up a bottle of New Vodka at your local liquor store today and cheers to something new. Visit newvodka.com to find out more. That's NUEvodka.com.
Be sure to tune into the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game following every Golden State Valkyries game when Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky highlight the teamwork play of the game from the night before. Brought to you by El Camino Health, where togethering heals.
Hey, it's Willard. At Habas Law, it's never been about attention, never about applause, never about goofy smiles on candy-colored billboards. For more than 40 years, Habas Law is focused on one thing, fighting relentlessly for injured Californians, because behind every catastrophic injury case is a human life forever changed. That's why Habas fights with preparation, intensity, and relentless commitment. No fluff, no distractions, just real advocacy for injured Californians. Habas Law, relentless for justice. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
And the match is about to begin.
Most of the team is out with COVID-19, so there'll be some substitutes tonight.
What's this? We have an unexpected guest on the field.
It's a dog, but they could do with extra players.
She's going for the ball.
Are front paws hands or feet?
Soccer season is full of surprises, and COVID-19 could be one of them. If you test positive, prescription medications may help. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Learn more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Now back to 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. Da-na-na-na-na. Ken and Granny with you here on 95.7 The Game. If you're listening on YouTube, you don't know what the hell Ken is humming along to, but you might be able to figure it out.
Speaking of YouTube.
What? Oh, he'll figure it out.
Can't see me. No, it's all good.
There you go. There you go.
Little Marshall
YouTube,
Mathers.
Now you can see us. There you go.
Bang.
Ken and Granny with you on 95.7 The Game, talking about the Warriors offseason. It's currently being held up by LeBron James. If I were to say, because I've heard this, and LeBron James.
Gotta hear that interview from him and Nahegan.
And this is what happened last year. I see a lot of people drawing parallels to the Warriors offseason last year. Obviously, it was held up by the Kuminga business. And I don't, it was more accurate then, but I still don't think it was the fair description. I don't think it fits at all now, but I hear some of this from Warrior fans. LeBron is holding the Warriors offseason hostage. He's holding them hostage. Do you agree with that description?
No, man. I was just writing it out because I laughed while you were saying it because it just made me think.
Holding them hostage.
What was more agonizing? Like, do people forget what happened last year?
Kuminga was more agonizing.
I mean, Brandon Ayuk and Kuminga were holding the whole summer hostage for everybody, for every Bay Area sports fan, Niners and Warriors, specifically. But like, hell, he's still dancing, going to the Commanders. But that's my point. Like, It's only been, what, a week, not even a full week.
And we didn't know he was leaving the Lakers until Tuesday.
Right. So
today's the fourth day.
And you know what? I think it's PTSD from Kuminga. It's like, I don't want to go through this.
Today's the fourth day.
Right.
It's also, it was. This is a pet peeve of mine. Because
I love it. I love when you get peeved.
Because everyone's like, oh, Kuminga. And they blame Kuminga and Kuminga alone for the offseason being what it was.
I'm just saying, there's a chance.
It takes two to have a standoff like that, so there's plenty of blame that goes to the Warriors as well. But what I will say about what last year's offseason was, everyone says, well, you know, the Kuminga stuff took so long to resolve itself that the Warriors lost out on so many opportunities in free agency. And as a result of having to wait for that, they couldn't do anything else. And, okay, on the surface, probably true. But much like this season, the Warriors pretty handcuffed in terms of the space and the ability they had last year to sign players. And what happened? I sat on this very station a year ago, maybe not quite a year ago, but approaching a year ago. We got further into the offseason, and
September 30th
was when it finally happened.
That's when it broke.
Yeah,
September.
It was awkward 30th. As hell because there was media day ahead of training camp.
Oh yeah,
and Al Horford and Seth Curry and DeAnthony Melton couldn't participate because they were technically not Warriors yet because they hadn't signed contracts.
We spoke to his agent too, didn't we? Not didn't Steiny and Goo talk to Kuminga's agent while he was in the gym?
Aaron Turner.
That's right. Oh,
yeah,
man, that was electric.
Aaron Turner.
That was the best part of the whole thing in my mind.
The best part.
Well, I'm saying for us, but my point is that September. That was.
I know. It took forever. But the point I'm trying to make is, yeah, it was frustrating. It was annoying as hell, and it would have just saved everybody a lot of heartburn. And if he they would have just taken care of that earlier. I get it, but the idea that cost the Warriors, this grand plan in free agency is such a lie. No. That was never going to... The same things they're facing this offseason, they were facing last offseason. They had Jimmy Butler under contract. They had Steph Curry under contract. They didn't have the flexibility of Draymond opting out. He was under contract last year for a pretty large number.
Plus, Jimmy was healthy, obviously, at the time.
Yeah, he was healthy at the time. And they just, came off of a year where they went and they won a round in the playoffs. But they had handshake deals in place with all the guys they wanted anyway before Kuminga happened. They didn't miss out on Horford. They didn't miss out on Seth Curry. They didn't miss out on Melton. Those deals didn't get finalized until training camp, which is crazy, but everyone knew those deals were happening.
They weren't hindered by free agency because of...
I don't think so.
I agree with you.
This year, I hear that phrase thrown out again. LeBron is holding them hostage. And I get where you're coming from because you see Colin Sexton go off the board. You see Anthony Simons go off the board. And you say, well, maybe Anthony Simons would have been a good fit for the Warriors. And there were reports the Warriors were interested in Anthony Simons. And I hear you. It was, for a lot less than what he signed with the Sixers, which still seemed like a pretty reasonable number. But I don't think we're at a point where it's LeBron's fault. If anyone's fault, it's the Warriors' fault for getting in the situation in the first place. But I also don't think the potential of LeBron coming here has, created this alternate reality where the Warriors would have been able to do something magnificent if they weren't busy focusing on LeBron. No, this is kind of what it was going to be no matter what. I'm even surprised LeBron's a possibility. I thought it was going to be a generic, gray, run it back off season, and it still might ultimately be that, but I didn't think LeBron was possible. Now he is possible. It's honestly better than I was expecting it to be, which I get is frustrating because it's not good, but it's the reality of their contracts and the money they have paid out and what was actually possible for them this offseason.
The fact they're even on the whiteboard makes it. People should be happy about that. Now I understand you want them to make a decision. Sure, we all do. It doesn't matter. But the fact you're even on the board. Hey, we're on the board, right? Like you said, it would have been a plain Jane off season.
Still might be. And probably will be.
And I said in the beginning of the show, I was like, you put yourselves in the situation. You gave the extension to Draymond Green. You gave all that money to Jimmy Butler. You traded for him and it as an extension as well, right? Or you took on his money.
No, you gave him an extension, but
Right.
you don't trade for him if you're not going to extend it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, and then obviously Steph got his extension, was it a year or two ago? Like, dude, you put yourselves here. The fact that we're even talking about LeBron James coming to Golden State is miraculous for this team who, like you said, we all thought like they were just going to run this whole thing back. I mean, maybe you make a couple of moves, like you said, a Colin Sexton or an Anthony Simons, but that doesn't get you far. It doesn't really move the needle as much as getting LeBron James, I think, would.
Yeah.
So the fact we're even here, be thankful. And again, he's not holding us hostage. That is not that Kuminga thing was way more like elongated, regardless of like them, the roster wasn't going to do anything, whether he came back or not. Like they weren't going to improve it as crazy as we thought with or without Kuminga, him holding us hostage. Fine. But yeah,
Kuminga's out there. He's a free agent.
I'm just saying, how much do you think you can get for him?
He might sign for like $6 million. I don't know.
Same as Anthony Simons?
Something like that.
And I think his AAV was like what, 22?
The player or the team option, the Hawks declined. I think it was $24 million. I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
Wow. That's amazing.
Yeah. All right. Rich Paul, LeBron's agent, on his podcast with Max Kellerman, Game Over from Spotify, whipped out the whiteboard, started talking about the teams that might be legitimate suitors for LeBron James. Specifically here was talking about the Warriors situation when it comes to LeBron James. Here's LeBron's agent, Rich Paul.
Do you see Steph and Dre up there? Don't forget about Steph and Dre.
Here's what's crazy. Okay, so this tells me a lot.
This doesn't tell you anything.
You're playing four-dimensional chess right now, or you just tipped your hand.
No.
I will say why.
All I'm doing is showing you the board.
Silence, everyone. I will say why. Ready?
Go ahead.
Everyone's reporting, and I know you say, what do they know? It's Cleveland or Golden State. Golden State was the big one. But you, of all these things, you just have this Golden State up in the corner. So either you're doing that purposely to throw us off the scent, or Golden State really is not as much of a front runner as people think, or not as much in the lead as people think.
You can think whatever you think. This is just my board. You decide what you want to think. You can buy into whatever you want to buy into, but Steph and Dre.
I love that. You can think whatever you want to think.
This is just my board.
This is my board and nobody else's. By the way, I love the fact that he had one of those like old school metal like pointers.
Oh, yeah.
Like someone was like, can someone get him a laser pointer?
Get him a clicker, please.
He's clacking on it. But I'm like, yeah, I mean, I like the Kellerman aspect of it where Max was like, is this to throw us off? Is this just to make
And what they're talking about is there's the whiteboard. If you haven't seen it, it's on Spotify, I think, is the only place to see the video form of the podcast.
You can find them on, like, there's clips on Twitter as well.
You can find them on Twitter, but yeah.
But yeah,
if you don't find the whole thing, it's on Spotify. And there's a whole big whiteboard. LeBron's in the middle. He's got 5 teams with, lines connecting from LeBron on the inside of the circle, kind of. And then on the outside of the board, you have 5 other teams. And the team in the top left corner on that outside part is not just the Warriors, but just says Steph plus Dre, and then they're underlined. So what Max Kellerman, the co-host of the podcast, is saying to Rich Paul is, why the hell are the Warriors so far out there in the corner? Are you telling us that that's actually the favorite and you want to keep it under wraps, or are they actually no longer in the lead and they got work to do in order to get this done? And Rich Paul is like, I don't know. They're on. This is my board. He's on the board. Like, whatever. What do you want from me?
I guess it wasn't that methodical, but I mean,
even if it was that methodical, he wouldn't tell you. I mean, this is clearly
he had the Knicks on the bottom right, and he was asking him about the Knicks, and Kellerman was like, well, he goes, honestly, this wouldn't be a board. There would be no board if the Knicks lost. It didn't win the title. He's like, really? He goes, I thought it would be the other way around, where if they did win, he would go there. He would go to the Knicks. He's like, yeah, no. If they didn't win a title, LeBron would for sure go there. I'm like, how sure are you about that though?
Which I guess means he's not going there. But why is he on the? Why are they on the board if he's not going there? I don't know.
Checked in.
Rich Paul's whiteboard. Who had money on that becoming the biggest story
it
of
gives us
this?
a little more juice. But I think the fact that they're even on the board, Steph and Dre, yeah, I'm totally understanding the fact that there's no. He's said it so many times that he wants to play with Steph. So why not just make the decision now? Like, what are we waiting for?
Because he doesn't think the Warriors are good enough.
That's it.
That's my read on it. He doesn't think the Warriors are good enough, and he wants them to make a move. I truly believe he wants to be a Warrior, but he doesn't want to be a Warrior no matter what. He needs something else to push him that way. One more piece of sound from the Game Over podcast with Max Kellerman and Rich Paul. This is Max specifically asking Rich Paul about Steph Curry and LeBron and Draymond Green. You know, Draymond, friends of LeBron. Steph, of course, contemporaries, rivals at times throughout their careers with LeBron. Max asking Rich Paul about LeBron playing with those guys. Here's more from the Game Over podcast.
Him and Steph, who have been, like, if there's a face of the league that's not LeBron, it's been Steph.
Yeah.
For him to play with those guys and Dre, how important would that be to him? Like, is that for him, like, something he's really thought about through the years?
I mean, the golf would be tremendous with those guys.
What about playing basketball with those guys?
I mean, come on, Max. What are you talking about? It's Steph and Dre.
Was he jealous at all when KD went to Golden State and he got to play with Steph? I think sometimes how Michael Jordan said he watches LeBron and thinks how he would have guarded him. Did LeBron ever watch them play and think, this is how I would play with Steph?
I don't know the answer to that. But what I will say to you is, Steph and Dre, obviously you get 4-time champions like you are. You get some of the highest IQ basketball. You get a guy in Joe Lacob who, I've told you this the whole time, wants to win. He wants to win, and a great business mind at that. And so you can buy into whatever you want to buy into, but Steph and Dre.
So Rich Paul says it right there. He wants to win.
I mean,
he wants to win, and Joe Lacob wants to win. But is there enough on the Warriors that convinces LeBron that they can win?
I like what Max said, by the way. He was like, well, do you think he was jealous that KD got to play with Steph Curry? He's like, no. Like, is Steph Curry jealous that LeBron got to play with Dwayne Wade and Kyrie Irving and Chris Bosh? And, you know, there's a numerous amount of people that LeBron has played with that I'm sure other people are jealous of. So I enjoyed that. But I guess he was more upset. If you had to answer that question, he was more upset, you know, because once Kevin Durant went to the Warriors, it was over.
Oh, it was all over.
It was done. But again, he wants to win. Steph Curry wants to win. Draymond wants to win. These guys want to win. I still think they could win regardless if they don't get another talent besides LeBron. I still think, I don't know how far they're going to win. It really determines, like, what kind of winning do you want to do? Like, is LeBron saying, I want to go to a championship team? Because if that's it, then no, the Warriors aren't a championship team. But I don't think a lot of teams are.
Well, not necessarily like you're the favorites to win a championship, but a team that has
like a contender,
chance to contend.
Like a legit contender.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think that sounds pretty important to LeBron right now, just based on everything that I'm reading and seeing, is that LeBron wants to go to a team where, you know, you could realistically see them compete. And by compete, I mean, you know, it wouldn't seem incredibly unreasonable for them to, like, make a conference finals.
But him going to Cleveland, let's go to Cleveland for a second.
Okay.
Does him going to Cleveland really make them? I mean, I know they were in the Eastern Conference Finals. I'm aware of that.
Mm-hmm.
They got dusted. They
did.
Swept. I mean,
should have won game one.
Should have won game one, but they didn't win game one.
And then it was all over.
And then it was done. Right. So I guess it's really just Cleveland because of the personnel, right? The front office.
Well, it's Cleveland because of his connection there.
His connection.
But it's also not a bad team at all. You could say they're not like a favorite in the East.
Wanting to win, but they're a contender.
You add LeBron to that and you're like, okay, like that's not a bad team at all. I mean,
could they beat
you got Donovan Mitchell, you got James Harden, you got Evan Mobley, you got Jared Allen. Like, that's not bad at all. You throw LeBron into that. That's a pretty good starting five. I have a hard time believing that LeBron would want to play with James Harden just because of his play style.
Yeah.
But
a lot of ISO going on over there.
But that's not a bad group at all. It's clearly a better team right now, a better roster than the Warriors roster. It's not close.
Agreed.
And he has the connection, of course, you know, been in Cleveland multiple times, and that's his team.
So you want to contend or you want to try to win a championship? Because I think they got a better chance of winning a championship with guys who can win championships. I'm not saying the Warriors. I'm saying guys who have won championships. That team hasn't won anything.
Let's rank. Let's take the Knicks out. Let's take the Spurs out.
Yeah.
Let's rank the other 8 that are on this list. Okay? In terms of you add LeBron James onto their teams, who has the best chance to win a championship? Okay? So take out the Spurs, take out the Knicks. So you have Cleveland, you have Denver, you have Minnesota, you have Miami, you have Philadelphia, you have the Warriors, you have Dallas, and you have Boston. Out of those 8, you add LeBron onto their rosters. Rank those teams in best chance to win a championship to worst chance to win a championship.
Oof. I mean, honestly, I got to say Denver.
You got Denver number 1.
It's the same team. That's the team that won the championship, right? Like, what's the difference between that?
It's similar, not the same exact team.
Well, okay, with Johnson, right? But Murray, Gordon, Jokic, like...
Yeah, do you trust Gordon to stay healthy?
I mean, do you trust anybody to stay healthy here?
Denver is an interesting case this summer because, they have an opportunity to blow things up. They got upset in the first round this year.
We kind of have no idea where...
They might say bye to Gordon. They're going to try to find suitors for Gordon. They might... Hell, they could move on from Jamal Murray if they really want to. Not going to say it's going to happen, but they can.
Boston's a little intriguing because obviously they've won as well. I want to go to a team that's knows what it takes to win.
Okay, well, factor that into your decision.
Yeah, I'm saying Denver. I would say Boston. I mean, Philly is there only because there's so much talent there. But
where's Miami on your list?
Oof.
Where's Minnesota on your list?
I would have to say Miami's probably 4th or 5th. Minnesota's at the
point.
I just don't think they can get. I put the Warriors above some of these teams just because they know what it takes to win.
I'd put the Warriors above Dallas.
Yeah,
I'd put the Warriors.
You wouldn't put them above the Timberwolves. You wouldn't put them above Miami.
No, I think the bottom 2 are the Warriors and then Dallas. On this group.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, right.
And we take out the Spurs, we take out the Knicks. Of course, they would be up near the very top, if not at the very top. But like the point I'm trying to make is if, and this is my opinion, I think the most important thing to LeBron is to try to win. And obviously there are other things that are factoring in this decision. I don't think he's going to want to go to Minnesota. I don't
think he's going to want to go to Denver either.
The weather, Denver too. But I think the most important thing to him, and this is just me, reading and watching and listening to everything about this situation over the last week, I think winning is very valuable to him still at this spot. Doesn't mean he's going to go to the place where it gives him the best chance to win, but I think it's going to be factored in for sure. And I look at the realistic options as his agent, who knows what's going on, his agent lays out, these are the options. These teams are the options. These teams we're talking about are the places that LeBron could realistically go to. And if I'm right in thinking that trying to win is high on LeBron's wish list, we both have the Warriors as one of the bottom teams out of that group.
I wouldn't put them at the bottom 2, though, because you're talking...
Who else are they better than?
Well, but here's the thing. You're talking about like the best chance to win. I'm picking the best winners out of all this group. To me,
what's the chance they have to win this season?
To win this season? I mean, nobody knows, right? Like, I guess it could be low, but with Steph, Dre, and LeBron, and then you get Jimmy back at a certain point. I mean, not saying Jimmy doesn't know how to, he's not a winner because, he's never won anything.
Been to 2 finals, carried Miami to 2 finals.
Absolutely. And he's beaten guys like Giannis, right? He's went toe-to-toe with, LeBron before in a finals. He's played. I mean, the Nuggets. He had to go against the Nuggets. That's who we're putting up at the top here because they had obviously their team was a lot more well put together. I would rather see him play with winners over a team that can win. Does that make sense? Am I kind of like
you would rather see that? But what do you think he would rather see that? Do you think?
I think so.
Do you think?
I think you would rather play this with Steph than play on a better winning team. Honestly.
Okay.
That's kind of where I'm getting.
And maybe our disagreement is what we think LeBron.
Yeah, the Wolves have a better roster than the Nuggets and then the Heat. They probably have better rosters, obviously, because of the guys who are there. And Edwards, Jokic, Giannis, right? Those three teams are already better because they have a lot better put together rosters. But I think Steph outweighs them. just because of the way LeBron has played with him before.
Our difference of opinion is probably less to do with how these teams are and more to do with what we think LeBron matters to LeBron. I tend to think what matters to LeBron is being on a team that has a decent chance to be able to compete.
Sure, but honestly, I don't even know what we're thinking when it comes to LeBron at this point. At 42, his values, I think, are a lot different now. Like we said it before.
Well, yeah, I wasn't
Golf
sure.
Wine country, like
I wasn't sure that. And look, it's going to be a bunch of factors that add up to his ultimate decision. But I didn't feel this way about what made LeBron tick on Tuesday. But just looking at everything, the Warriors, by everyone's estimation, were the favorites to sign LeBron. And what has changed over the last 3 days? Philadelphia's got Jaylen Brown, and suddenly they're on the list. Not just on the list, but on Rich Paul's inside list. What has changed? They acquired one of the best players in basketball, and suddenly LeBron's like, oh, okay, I'm interested in going there. I guess clearly there is some value to LeBron wanting to go somewhere where he thinks there's a pretty darn good team. And as of right now, things can change. Things have already changed. They can and will continue to change. But we also heard Shams say the Warriors need to acquire someone like an Anthony Davis in order to entice LeBron. So clearly LeBron wants to go somewhere where he feels like they have enough talent to realistically compete. Mm-hmm. And right now, I compare the Warriors roster to the other rosters that Rich Paul brought up himself on his podcast today, and I think the Warriors roster falls short. So I think for the Warriors, if they want LeBron, there is work to do, is the point that I'm trying to make.
Agreed.
And are they going to be willing to do that work? Because that work is going to require giving up future assets.
I think going to a contender, there's a difference between that, though. Like, what kind of contention are you really, in terms of like what LeBron actually wants? I mean, yeah, Philly's the best option, easily. But does he want to go play with guys like Maxey and Embiid? I'm not saying he doesn't. What I'm saying is, like, well, even with Jaylen Brown, there was kind of an issue with him and Jaylen Brown. He says he's gotten over it, but are we to know, like would they be able to coincide with each other on the same team? I mean, possibly. I just don't think that, like, just because the Warriors don't have a better roster and they need more talent, that LeBron would put them at the bottom of that list. That's what I'm saying.
I don't think they're at the bottom of the list. They're at the bottom of the list, in my opinion, in terms of these teams who was closest to a championship.
Yeah.
There are other factors that will bring the Warriors up in LeBron's mind, like proximity to LA, teaming up with LeBron, his friendship, or teaming up with Steph, his friendship with Draymond, the ability to golf, the wine, like that all moves it up, I think, moves the Warriors up in LeBron's mind. But as I'm trying to estimate what is the most important thing to LeBron, the thing that maybe weighs heaviest on his mind, it's how good's your roster? And right now, I think the Warriors roster pales in comparison. But why the delay? Why wouldn't you just sit here, LeBron, and sign with Miami already? Sit here and sign with Cleveland already?
Just go to
Philly.
Because
I think he wants to come to the Warriors, but he needs the roster to be a little bit better.
Just go to Philly, dude. Just make it happen.
The 415. The 415 on our text line, 888-957-9570. LeBron is not signing with the Warriors over a championship contender. You might be right. So the ball is in the Warriors' court.
Honestly.
The ball is in the Warriors' court to maybe make yourself a championship contender.
I don't know if I'm sold on it.
wrong.
I don't know if I'm sold on it.
Who is that directed to? Steven says, I don't know.
I was wrong.
Steiny was wrong. Yeah, we'll just stick with that. All right. We just got to call Adam. I see you. We will get to you when we come back. Hang out through this break, Adam, and we'll get to you right when we come back. It's Ken. It's Grandy. On 95.7 The Game, happy early 4th. We're with you for another hour and a half until 4 o'clock today. I got my tweet notifications on. If Shams tweets, I'm going to see it. Maybe we'll get some news. Don't count on it, unfortunately. We're back with more next on 95.7 The Game.
Bye, Felisa.
Alameda County Fair in Pleasanton is here, and it's a star-spangled celebration. Foodie bites, carnival rides, and concert nights with fireworks. Plus, check out tractor pulls, animals, shopping, and more. Don't miss it. Visit AlamidaCountyFair.com for tickets.
Looking forward to celebrating the 4th of July? Ford is too. Right now, it's the final days of employee pricing at your California Ford dealers. And we've got amazing sell-a-thon deals that won't last long. You pay what we pay. What's waiting for you? It's time to find out in a new truck or SUV during Sell-a-thon. Because it all ends July 6th. Tow your boat to the lake in a new Ford F-150 and start the holiday off with a splash. Check out fireworks from a location that only a new Ford Bronco or Bronco Sport can get you to. There's room for all your friends and family in a new Ford Explorer. Or celebrate in style with a new Ford Mustang Mach-E that delivers power and performance. We're looking forward to celebrating the 4th of July with you at Cellathon. Whatever you're looking forward to, make it happen with Ford. Hurry in for the final days of Cellathon at your California Ford dealers. It all ends July 6th.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi?
They even brought their own devices and spell book.
You didn't give them the new Wi-Fi password, right?
No.
That's good.
I gave them our old one. Because Xfinity lets us keep the same network name and password so devices connect instantly.
What do they want Wi-Fi for anyways?
Better not to know. Plausible deniability.
Get streaming or scheming instantly with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in one price for the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi for 5 years. Guaranteed. And see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Party at your place this summer? Fix things up inside and out with July 4th deals, now at Lowe's. Get up to 45% off select major appliances and save up to an additional 25% off when you bundle select major appliances. Plus, save $80 on the select Charbroil Performance Series gas grill, now $299. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 7/8. While supplies last, selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. The sounds of summer. They're great until they're not. Luckily, AutoZone has free battery testing and charging.
Let me check that for you.
To help make a rough moment smooth. Don't miss the Celebrate Free event at AutoZone. Free products with select deals until July 27th. And free services every day. Restrictions apply. Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Now back to 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, welcome back. It's not getting hot yet, man. We're still waiting on this guy.
Still.
Dude.
Let's take everybody behind the curtain for a little bit.
Go ahead.
Tired of y'all.
And
me too, Goo.
Goo, you picked a hell of a week to miss.
Oh my! He had his own little segment.
Oh, Goo.
Getting straight. I can't wait till he comes back.
I'm my own General Evan.
We know.
We'll get to you, Adam, in just a sec. I want to take everybody behind the curtain for just a little bit because today's is the day that most businesses are taking off as the observed 4th of July holiday.
The parking is not free out here, people.
Come on, San Francisco. Figure it out. SFMTA. Come on. So today was originally going to be a day where we didn't have any local programming. It was just going to be, the national Fox programming here on 95.7 The Game. And then Monday, Draymond opts out and everyone's, antennas go up. We go, oh, what's going on here? And then Tuesday morning, LeBron, it's announced that LeBron is not returning to the Lakers. And as a result of Draymond opting out the day prior, everyone's like, oh my God, Draymond and the Warriors knew what was going on. LeBron's going to come to the Bay. This becomes the biggest week in the history of 95.7 The Game if that happens. So our boss is like, you know what? No matter what happens, if LeBron signs with the Warriors, we need to be live and local on Friday.
Yeah.
If LeBron doesn't sign with the Warriors, well, there will be hell to pay, and we need to be live and local on Friday.
You said that.
I can't even believe we did it. No.
And if nothing happens and he leaves us waiting, the whole Bay is going to be on edge on Friday. So we got to be live and local on Friday. So as a result, you and I are hanging out here at 2:30 on a Friday, July 3rd, talking to all you lovely people about LeBron and why he's leaving us waiting.
I don't get many opportunities to do this. So you know what? Once he said, I'm like, Let's go. Let's just. Whatever happens.
I'm in, says Ken.
Nahegan, you want me here? I'm here, man.
And we're here.
And LeBron's not. So
no, he's not.
But you know what? I'm coming around to it. Please by next week. I said weeks. You said days.
If it's weeks,
you're probably right.
If it's weeks,
probably days.
Oh my God, I'm gonna run through this window.
No, I don't want to see that.
You wouldn't see it. Don't worry. 888-957-9570. Adam's in Oakland. Thank you for holding on, Adam. As promised, you lead us off this segment. What do you got? What do you got for us, Adam?
Hey, guys. If you look at Rich Paul's cryptic picture, he actually has a little pointer, and he's pointing to the Spurs. So
you think he's going to the Spurs is what you're telling me?
Rich Paul literally put a picture up of where he's going. So, and if they take any page out of the Warriors book, the Spurs do it tomorrow, 4th of July, and ruin everyone's 4th of July.
Yeah, on the 10-year anniversary of Kevin Durant doing that with the Warriors.
Thanks.
Look, there was a point in the podcast where he pointed to the Spurs.
Yeah.
I will just say, having watched the podcast, or at least that segment of the podcast, he pointed to every place on the board. So you can find a singular moment where he pointed to the Spurs, yeah, but I can also find moments where he pointed to everybody.
Yeah, I mean, he talked about the Knicks for a good minute.
Yeah,
it's fine. I'm surprised, there isn't more teams, honestly. But why not? I guess the Thunder can't do that.
He said
the Thunder aren't.
He said what? All but 2 teams reached out to him.
Yeah, right.
Have made some form of contact with him.
I want to know who the 2 teams were. I'd love to know that.
Obviously, Lakers aren't included in that. So there's 27 teams that reached out. Lakers didn't, of course, and then 2 other teams didn't. I don't know. Who do those 2 teams be?
I guess the Thunder would have to be one of them. Although,
or would it be the opposite? Teams that are so bad and so just in the middle of nowhere and have clearly know that there's no way they're getting LeBron. Did the Kings reach out to LeBron?
The Kings should be reaching out to everybody and anybody.
Well,
especially Kings, King James. Why not? Makes perfect sense to me.
Okay.
Anyway,
yeah. Is it the Pelicans and the Kings?
I honestly thought the Pelicans.
The Kings are foolish enough to think that they might have a shot. So I'm sure they reached out.
Telling me there's.
I'm sure the Kings reached out, but I don't know about the
That's
Pelicans.
That's a freaking joke.
The Kings reaching out for LeBron. Yeah, I don't know. Who are the 2 teams that didn't reach out? It's a good question. We're probably never going to know, but it doesn't really matter because the majority of teams that reached out aren't even in the picture.
I mean, why aren't I would think the Wizards would, right? If they have,
I'm sure they reached out,
right? If they have Anthony Davis,
it's pretty funny the way this worked,
right?
Who knows where because Shams has said this multiple times now. When I first saw it Monday night when Kevin O'Connor of Yahoo put it out, and that was less of a report, I think, and more just in general like a thought, and it was LeBron would consider joining the Warriors if Anthony Davis were on the Warriors. And then the next day, it kind of felt like the whole sports media landscape ran with it. Shams was reporting it. Windhorst was talking about it. I think, our very own Anthony Slater was talking about it as well. And the story kind of died down, but it's got back up today because Shams on ESPN, Get Up this morning, had this to say about the chase for LeBron. Here's Shams.
Joe, I think at least a few, but this is a true free agency process because so much has changed, right? There's the fluidity that comes with it, with information. A few days ago, the Sixers didn't have Jaylen Brown, so now they do. They did it in stunning fashion, and so now they have to be on the radar of LeBron James, and so where does that fit them? And then the Cavaliers, the Heat, they're 2 teams that are known quantities. The Warriors going into free agency, they dreamt up a grand plan of Draymond Green, Stephen Curry, LeBron James. But the big domino with them is trying to get a player like an Anthony Davis so you can bring in LeBron James and Anthony Davis as a package deal. Short of that, they're not really looked at right now at the top of this list, but things can change.
Short of acquiring a player like Anthony Davis, they are not looked at being at the top of the list.
So that's it.
The point that you make is, well, LeBron, if you're so interested in playing with AD,
just go to Washington.
Go to Washington.
What's the point?
Trae Young.
Although DeAndre Ayton is there now, so
yeah, I don't think LeBron's a fan of DeAndre Ayton.
And I think that, but honestly, we kind of glossed over it before, but DeAndre Ayton going to the Wizards now what are you going to run with when it comes to him and AD? Does that tell you now that AD could be on the move?
Yeah,
to me, you could
also be their backup.
Listen, we've gone around. Let's start speculating now. Like that's all we can do at this point, because if DeAndre Ayton hasn't, if he was the guy that was the replacement for Anthony Davis once Anthony Davis was traded, and you brought him in, and now he's gone to the team that Anthony Davis is on, why would Anthony Davis stay? Right?
Yeah.
What would be the point in that?
Yeah.
That's like, and I feel like DeAndre Ayton's like, well, I feel like I'm a starter, so like clearly you'd have to plug me in there. I don't know. To me, you could say like, you can get on the Windhorse thing. Like, what does that tell you? What does that tell you?
What's going on in Utah?
Exactly. Like, I don't know. I mean, that would give me more pause to see, like, maybe the Warriors are working out something with Anthony Davis. Maybe it's not what we think that they originally asked for. I really got to find that report that original report I saw for Jaylen Brown, because Celtics wanted like way more.
Yeah, of course. I mean, as they should, but they sold for way less.
Right.
Way less.
And again, if it came down to it, if you had to give out, let's say, 1 first-round pick and then maybe 2 second-rounders, I think I would do that. If I can get LeBron James, and it's the extension. That's, again, the thing. But you know what? Who cares at this point? If you're just trying to win, I think that can make you a contender. And we talk about health, but who's been healthy on this team for more than a certain amount of time? Like Steph Curry hasn't been the most healthy guy. So if you're going to really
he just missed half the year.
Right. If you don't care about, if we're talking about health, like they don't have it anyway. So what's the point? Let's just run it. And then I think with that roster, you could definitely take yourself into contention. I think you're out of the play-in, at least. I know you think I'm crazy.
Tell me the roster again.
Well, it would be Steph Curry, LeBron James, Anthony Davis, Draymond Green, and then you get Jimmy Butler,
Well, you're not getting Anthony Davis without giving up Jimmy Butler.
Oh, you would, right. Okay. Well, you have DeAnthony Melton, Podziemski. I know, I sound crazy. But that to me would be like...
if they're all healthy, yeah, but...
That to me would say, well, you're telling me there's a chance. I mean, you're probably an outside contender. I wouldn't say you are a contender for a championship. But you get LeBron. And if you get LeBron, that's what you wanted to do, right?
Yeah, but is it worth doing that? Because I want nothing to do with Anthony Davis. And even if
you had to give up less.
Even if that says the end of your pursuit of LeBron James, I'm willing to stand by that. Yeah. I don't want Anthony Davis at any stretch. But let's just say it even happens. And let's say it's essentially Jimmy Butler and, the Wizards are going to want Yaxel Lendeborg, but you say, we'll just give you 2 future first-round picks, okay? So that's Jimmy Butler, 2 future first-round picks for Anthony Davis. And you're thinking of it as also part of the trade to get LeBron here, because that's what LeBron needs to come here. So it's, all right, essentially Jimmy Butler, 2 first-round picks for Anthony Davis and LeBron. Okay. Let's say LeBron's here for 1 year. It might be his last year in the NBA. So let's just say that seems fair to me. Let's say it's his last year. He's only with you for 1 year. And you have to extend Anthony Davis to do it too. Is it worth giving up 2 future firsts and having the anchor of a contract that will be Anthony Davis and giving up 2 future first-round picks for 1 year of LeBron, where, in your words, if things go perfectly and everybody stays healthy, you can avoid the play-in?
Yeah.
Like, is that worth it?
Mm-hmm. When would you have to make the decision for extending Anthony Davis? That's my question. Because it really had to be about timeline, right?
Well, because
you got to make a decision now, then, I'm out. But if you have a year to figure that out.
He's in the second. Let me double check this. Hold on. Bring it up.
He's making a lot of money.
He has $58 million this year and almost $63 million next year. It is a player option. So he's going to opt into that. But there's talk about him wanting a new contract extension with the Wizards now, this offseason. So.
Yeah.
It would be really, really weird. The Warriors have. There's been 2 things the Warriors have refused to do. I think more than anything else, and it's give up future first-round picks and it is have a bunch of money tied up beyond this coming season and really the next 2 seasons, but specifically this coming season. And the acquisition of Anthony Davis would require the Warriors to do both of those things, which they have refused to do. Yeah, I find it so incredibly unlikely.
Yeah, Dunleavy's not.
I don't think the Warriors.
Dunleavy's not that guy.
If the Warriors have been this hesitant to do any of that for this long, like Anthony Davis is not the case that would make them say, you know what, that's worth it. And not even LeBron. Let me put it this way. If the Warriors have been so scared to move off of future firsts and have been so scared to hand out money that maybe in 2 years from now looks bad, and this would look bad, but a 42-year-old LeBron James hanging in the balance is what convinces them to do that for Anthony freaking Davis, I'm going to lose my mind. You didn't do that for Giannis.
No.
You didn't do that for Lauri Markkanen back in the day. You didn't do it for Kawhi. You didn't do it for, we can even go back as far as Pascal Siakam and OG Anunoby, but you're going to do it because 42-year-old LeBron wants you to do it for Anthony Davis? That's when you do it?
That's a good point.
Nah, the Warriors are too smart for that. We can give the Warriors a lot of hell for some of the things that they've done, but they're too smart for that.
One thing I was thinking about, and I don't know if it would have matched, but do you remember when they were also, because you talk about Lauri Markkanen and Siakam, but when they were kind of in the running for Paul George?
Yeah, when I forgot to mention. Yeah, right? Paul George too.
Now imagine they would have traded for Paul George, right? Right, it would have been a trade or a sign?
A trade.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they would have traded for Paul George.
The rumor was something like Pajemski and Kuminga and more.
I would have.
And picks.
Yeah, and picks. Could you have... So if they would have given up the picks, would they have been able to use that and get Jaylen Brown?
Potentially, yeah.
Right, well, I'm saying. Like, again,
potentially.
Hindsight,
if you were willing to give up multiple first-round picks, but yeah.
But then you would have to take on his contract. He's got
Jaylen Brown's contract.
Yeah, his contract's insane.
It's 3 more years.
It was just something I'm thinking about. I'm like, you could have made that move in that term. Yeah, again, this is what happens when you give older players a ton of money and extend them, beyond a certain amount. Like, they put themselves in this situation. It's really now like it's boom or bust when it comes to the roster being what it is.
The 707 is chiming in on our text line, and you can join in 888-957-9570. The 707 says the Warriors are signing LeBron, Hachimura, and Draymond. All this hoopla is part of the LeBron process. Hachimura would have been signed if he wasn't going to the Warriors. He's the best three-point shooter in free agency. LeBron, Steph, Jimmy, and Draymond with Hachimura is a better team on both sides of the floor than Luka, Austin Reeves, LeBron, and Ayton. You guys are thinking too hard. The AD conversation was to create more drama before the decision. You might be right, 707.
Hachimura, would that entice LeBron?
Well, that's the question that it becomes. I'm of the mindset that LeBron wants to play with Anthony Davis for whatever reason, or maybe less about Anthony Davis and more just about the Warriors putting together a better roster to want him to come here.
But you don't think they're a better roster if they bring in Anthony Davis and LeBron James?
No, they're a better roster.
But
I just don't want Anthony Davis.
You don't want a mortgage.
The question becomes, is there a different player you can acquire that would also convince LeBron, now suddenly your roster is good enough? That's why we're talking about, at times, Trey Murphy, and it's why the 707 is bringing up Rui Hachimura. I don't think that he's on the same level of a player as a Trey Murphy, but the question becomes, if you're trying to entice LeBron to come here, is Hachimura enough? Also, what that would entail, let's just assume that neither of those guys are taking the minimum, Hachimura or LeBron, and Hachimura definitely won't, and I would still be shocked if LeBron took the minimum anywhere. That would entail having to move off of Moses Moody, having to move off of Kristaps Porzingis, and you get Hachimura and LeBron in here. Is that worth doing? Is that roster still good enough at that point?
I would think so. Especially with Porzingis and what we've seen so far. Not that I don't like Porzingis, but I think with Porzingis in there, it's another guy that he had issues when he got here, coming off the illness and not playing back-to-backs. And again, the Hawks were ready to move off him for Jonathan Kuminga, and they already moved off Kuminga. So it looks like they were just salary dumping at this point.
Mm-hmm.
So if you got rid of, and Porzingis is a little older too, I believe, than Hachimura. So, absolutely, I think that would make. Now, would it entice LeBron? I don't know. I think, like you said, he wants to play with his buddy. It seems like the Warriors are the only ones in this decision when it comes to Anthony Davis. But yeah, I don't think there's a move out there for them. I mean, Jaylen Brown going to the Sixers was kind of a wild card. There was no reports on that. So the fact that
not a lot of them, yeah.
There was a team like the Sixers to go and do that. I don't think the Warriors have that in them to go and get a high level talent. We keep saying Trey Murphy, yeah, but who else? They just don't.
You
have
also ask yourself, is he a high level talent?
Yeah, they just don't have the juice.
He's not a high level.
So LeBron's
talent.
going to really have to make a decision. Like, it's on you now. Really, I mean, it's not so much on the Warriors than it is LeBron.
Well, it sounds to me like LeBron is saying it's on you, Warriors.
I know. They're just pointing.
That's what it sounds like to me.
At each other. Yeah, I don't think Dunleavy's got
why the wait? If you're LeBron, why are you waiting? Some people will say, well, he's just, a narcissist and he needs to be the center of attention for this long. And maybe there's a little truth to that, but that can't be the main.
Maybe the waiting the option thing, but no.
Why? If you're LeBron, why are you waiting? The answer that I've come to is he's waiting for maybe not just the Warriors, but he's waiting for the Warriors and maybe other teams to make a couple more moves,
Would another team
make them more intriguing to him.
What if they got another team involved? Like, if you didn't have to give up so much for Anthony Davis, but you got another team, I'm not saying Anthony Davis, but another team would have to come into place, like a 3-team type trade.
You still got to work. You still, just your assets go to different teams, but you still have to give up, in general, the same amount.
Yeah.
To get those same assets in return.
So the money has to match. But
the money going out has to match the money coming in for the Warriors. Yeah, because you're so over the cap and you have no wiggle room.
This apron stinks. Can
I
really
just say
does.
that? It does stink. Basketball coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. On the text line, the 408 asks, and this comes from Gil in the 408. Why do we need to sign AD to an extension? Can we not just trade for him on his current contract? Good question, Gil. Yeah, as we laid out, he has 2 more years on his deal this coming year at $58 million, 58.4 to be exact, and then a player option the following year at 62.7, almost $62.8 million. Normally, you acquire a player going on to the last year of their deal, like that's what the Warriors did with Jimmy Butler a year and a half ago, and naturally when you do that, you give him an extension. So this is a little different because it's 2 years left, the player option for the second year, which if left alone, he would pick up if he was forced to do it. But there's already been rumblings from Washington that Anthony Davis needs a contract extension, and maybe that's specifically what's going on with him in Washington, and maybe he doesn't have a great desire to play in Washington, and the only reason he would is if they commit to him for maybe 4 years instead of 2. So maybe that's part of it. The logic or the general assumption is that Anthony Davis, wherever he plays this next year, is going to want more than just the 2 years on his contract. Not guaranteed, but that's the general consensus that most people are coming to, is that he would want more than just that, which means. And it also makes sense on the team perspective, maybe not the money because it's such a high number, but to give up future assets for a player, like you want that player for a couple of years at least.
The fact that he's been moved around a bunch, it's just really amazing to me, especially for so much money. It's like people are just passing his contract around, right? Because when did he start? Was that contract that he got? Was that originally with the Lakers?
Yes.
So it's all the Lakers' fault. That's who we have to blame for all this.
They signed this extension with the Lakers in August of 2023. Yes,
and then
almost
Dallas
3 years
took
ago.
it on, and then Washington took it on. My God.
Of course, he was part of the Luka Doncic trade, which...
That shocked everybody, right?
Oh, my God. Yeah, it did. 888-957-9570 if you want to weigh in. Speaking of Anthony Davis's contract, Nick in Dublin wants to weigh in. What's up, Nick? Nick, you there?
Hey,
there you go. I got you.
I just wanted to say that Anthony Davis wants to extend his contract with the Wizards. If the Warriors were to bail him out and get him out of the DC, he would take the 2-year contract that he currently has in a second to play with Steph and LeBron.
Maybe, Nick, you might be right.
So we wouldn't need an extension, is he saying?
That's what Nick is saying. Maybe, but and this is what you're going to get to eventually with Jimmy Butler, potentially at some point. These players, especially one of the age of Anthony Davis, who I think you said 33 earlier. You're spot on. He's 33 years old. He'll be 34 next March. So he's not like that old, but his injury history.
Yeah. He's like a 38-year-old with that injuries.
Exactly. He can read the writing on the wall, and he knows probably by the time this next contract expires, he'll be 35. And it's incredibly unlikely that he's going to get the kind of contract that he would probably desire at that point. So he would be willing to rip up his current 2-year deal and sign a new one. And maybe instead of it being 2 years with an average annual value of, say, $60 million, maybe it's 4 years. Maybe it's a little less AAV because, oh, yeah, I'm older. I have an injury history. Okay. But give me 4 years at a higher total number, but a less AAV, which is still kind of like a little scary for the Warriors to commit to because they've been so hesitant, as we've been talking about, to have money on the books beyond this coming season or beyond the next 2 seasons.
And I think if you did that, that wouldn't be a bad option. I mean, what would it be? Again, you said 60 over
68 this year, 62, almost 63 next year is what it currently is.
So that's what my math.
A little more than 60 per year.
So 120. Let's just say 120 to keep it an even number. So 120 over 4.
No, it wouldn't be the same total amount over 4 years. Okay, so it would be a little less AAV, but over 4 years. So instead of being 2 for 120, I'm just throwing out like.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
Maybe it's 4 for 200.
4 for 200.
It's 50 AAV instead of 60 AAV, but it's over 4 years.
Money, though.
Right?
That's still a lot of money, man.
The other thing is, these max contracts, they move up every year with the cap when the cap moves up. So it's probably not even going to be 50 AAV.
Actually, think of it this way, though.
Maybe it's still going to be 60 AAV, but it's going to take up a smaller chunk of the cap because the cap continues to move up. Maybe it would be 4 years for $240 million.
Yeah.
Would you want to do that?
I know. Ooh, that's the thing you have to think about.
No, I don't want to do that.
No, I know you don't want to do that, but if I'm trying to sell it to you, we have a window, right? The window for the Warriors is this. We have 2 years, let's just say, for the sake of, we got 2 years of Steph Curry. We got 2 years of Draymond Green, possibly just 1 year with LeBron, maybe 2, who knows? And then we have the 4 years that we would have for Anthony Davis. I mean, you would have 2 years to go for it with that core, right? 1 year with LeBron, maybe 2. And then you would have to only endure 2 more years of that 50 million, let's just say 50, 60 million per with Anthony Davis with a young core. So you're saying you're out on
I'm out.
I don't think that would be
no part of the Anthony Davis business.
I know.
None.
I understand, but I don't think that would be the worst thing in the world for those guys.
None.
I get it.
None. Nothing. None. Please. Never.
No!
Never.
No!
Thank
Mark
you.
Randy is out on it. Well.
And if that's what it takes to get LeBron, then I'm saying, LeBron, no thank you.
Yeah, please, get away from me.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Get away from me.
We'll see.
If that is what it takes. I wouldn't be opposed to Trey Murphy if you thought Rui Hachimura was enough to convince LeBron, which I'm skeptical of, then yeah, you give that a shot as well. But I don't know. I don't think a lot of that is worth it. 888-957-9570. Andy, I see you. We got like a minute left in this segment, so I don't want to squeeze you in right now. I want to give you enough time. So hang out on hold. We will get to you when we come back. It's Ken. It's Grandy. We're on 95.7 The Game for 1 more hour. Happy early 4th.
Maybe LeBron comes.
In the next hour?
We'll see.
Let me check my phone here. Let's see. We'll see. Anything from Shams on Twitter? Let's refresh. Nope.
Did Bradley Beal? He's going to throw out the Bradley Beal news anytime soon.
Let's see what's going on.
Can't wait for
here.
that.
Well, we got something from Kevin O'Connor. We'll get to this on the other side too. Okay, let's react to some more as it relates to Anthony Davis and the Warriors and LeBron and Steph and all this. God, the 3rd of July, and we're talking about this still. All right, time for a break. We got 1 hour left. Andy, you'll be first. When we come back, Ken and Granny on 95.7 The Game.
Blue Baker?
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. I mean, mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
Don't miss comedian Anthony Jeselnik and his Wrath of Man tour with 2 shows at the Masonic November 20th and the 21st. Buy your tickets at Ticketmaster.com. For your chance to win tickets courtesy of Live Nation, visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code GO to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code GO to borrow up to $10,000. Use code GO to borrow up to $10,000.
Head to Safeway this week for Signature Select 80% lean ground beef mega pack 6 pounds or more for $4.99 per pound. Clip coupons from the weekly mailer or download them from the Safeway app. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
In the market for a new mattress but overwhelmed by all the options? At Mattress Firm, we make it easy. Just drop in, answer a few questions, and our sleep experts will guide you to your perfect mattress. And with options for every budget and free and fast delivery, it's no wonder more shoppers choose Mattress Firm than any other mattress specialty retailer. And now through Monday, all brands are on sale with up to 60% off. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877-CARS4KIDS to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to cars4kids.org now or call 877-CARS4KIDS to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
For 250 years, America has been more than a place. It's been a promise, a story of courage, hope, and dreams. And through it all, local TV and radio broadcasters have been there, telling the story of America, bringing truth to light. Broadcasters tell the story of who we are and who we aspire to be. We are America's storytellers. We are broadcasters. This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Now back to 95.7 The Game.
I'm sensing a theme here, Pasta.
We didn't start
fire,
the fire.
hot. Fireworks, July 4th weekend.
Way to go, Pasta.
I appreciate you, dude.
You're not DJing back there. You don't combine these two together. What the hell?
Yo, Rump Shaker? Oh, you're on one, dude.
Welcome back. Ken Luttrell, Mark Randy with you. The great Steven Risotto behind the glass, making us sound good. Although, some weird choices on the music. No, I'm kidding. Welcome. The Dropkick.
YouTube, you really should be listening to all these.
888-957-9570 if you want to weigh in. I was checking Twitter as we were going to break. I did not see any news, at least news that's worth repeating next. But I do have a couple of people that are hitting me up, telling me things that we should talk about. And we're going to get to that in a little bit because Kevin O'Connor of Yahoo, his latest podcast episode dropped. And he was talking about, of course, as everybody is, the chase for LeBron and where he sees the Warriors fitting into that. So we'll get to that in a little bit. But as promised, we're going to go to the phones first. I wanted to give Andy enough of a runway so he could get his full takeoff. Andy is in Novato and is up next. What's up, Andy?
Hi, Ken. Hi, Grandy. Good to talk to you guys.
You too, man.
Thank you. I used to go to every Warrior game, and we were not good back then. And the idea that, once we got good, we're in the finals every year against LeBron. The idea that now we would love to have him when he was our ultimate villain, that's kind of funny. But I would love to have him. And if we can get maybe an additional piece of Rui or a Vanderbilt or somebody, a guard. But I want no part of Anthony Davis. And let's be realistic. With San Antonio and OKC, we're not going to win a championship. However, if we got LeBron and a player and we play decent and are in the playoffs till Jimmy comes back, I think Jimmy's great. And I don't want to trade him for Anthony Street Clothes Davis. So let's say we're 6th or 7th or 5th and Jimmy comes back. I think that team could be fun, could be competitive, might get to, I don't think we're going to win the West, but maybe we get to the conference final or something like that, and I'm happy with that.
I get, Andy, I get, and thanks for the call. I get your,
thanks, Andy.
I'm with you on Anthony Davis. Because he's getting old. He's very old in terms of like how often he actually plays because of all the injuries that he's had. He's very expensive. But that's also a pretty similar description to Jimmy Butler. Old, injured, expensive. And one of them is currently hurt with a serious injury. The other isn't. I'm not trying to say that they should trade for Anthony Davis because I've sat here till I'm blue in the face talking about how I don't want Anthony Davis here. But all I'm saying is if you're so out on Anthony Davis, it's not like Jimmy Butler is gigantically different, is all I'll say.
That's
because
a great point.
Jimmy Butler's out for at least the first half of the season.
They're basically doing the same thing.
And who knows what he will be when he comes back.
Right.
One of the players is currently hurt. Like, I was of this group when the Jaylen Brown trade was announced. That was Wednesday. Yeah, on a Wednesday, when the Jaylen Brown trade from the Celtics to the Sixers for Paul George, 2 firsts, 2 seconds, when that happened, I lost my mind because I didn't think Jaylen Brown would go for that little. I thought he would fetch a whole lot more, and it made it, thought crosses your mind really quick when you're a diehard fan of a basketball team. Well, my team could have done that, right? Yeah. So my mind immediately goes to, well, what would it have taken for the Warriors to get that done? And the contracts of Jaylen Brown and Jimmy Butler add up equally. Like, that's a 1-for-1 swap. You don't have to include any other players, and you just include draft picks, and you get it done. The logic says what we're just talking about, Jimmy Butler's value is worse than Paul George's value, even though Paul George is not worth all that much because he's old, he has an injury history, and his contract is also expensive. But he's not currently hurt, and Jimmy Butler is hurt. So if you're the Warriors, you would probably have to pay up an extra first-round pick to get that trade done. And would you do 3 first-round picks for Jaylen Brown? Maybe you still would. I would definitely be thinking about it. But it's not like Jimmy Butler is this asset that a lot of teams are eager to get their hands on either. You have to pay up to get him out and to get something else of value in because he's making over $50 million a year and he's hurt and he's old.
And it seems like they would just take him on and then just move him anyway, right? Like they wouldn't. It's not like the Wizards. Yeah, it's not like the Wizards. But I feel like guys do that, right? Like there's been moves made where, yeah, we're going to take on your contract, but
it doesn't seem like Jimmy would be that interested in playing for Washington. No. We can say that.
I don't think he would. By the way, real quick, Bill Simmons. Did you hear Bill Simmons talk about what he said when he heard about the Paul George Jaylen Brown trade?
Do you want to hear it?
I do. Do you have it?
I have it.
Oh, it's so good. I want other people to hear it.
The Bill Simmons podcast, a classic. Here's the great Bill Simmons.
My wife's waiting to pick me up, and she goes, "They traded Jaylen Brown." I'm like, I had just woken up from anesthesia, and I'm not, as you guys know, not really coherent. And I'm like, "Where'd he go?" And she's like, "To Philly for Paul George and 2 first-round picks." And I'm like, I think I'm dead. I think I died. The anesthesia killed me, and now I'm a dead person. And I'm just trying to process it, and it's like I have a head injury. I'm like, are there more first-round picks? Did they get the Clippers first? And she's like, Zoe's really upset. So now my daughter, who likes Jaylen Brown, and I'm like, all right, can you read me what the trade is? And she reads me the trade, and then I stumble out of this hospital place. So when this trade happened at 3:20 Pacific time, I had a camera in my ass, and I had Paul George being rammed up my ass, and that was happening at the same time. And that's how I'm going to remember July 1st, 2026.
He thought he died.
I'm a dead person now.
He goes, that's hysterical. That trade affected him so much. He was like, I have to be dead.
If you're confused, I don't think he said it in that clip, but he was just getting out of a colonoscopy.
Yeah, under the knife, anesthesia, all that. Just coming out of it like,
that's
wait
why
a minute.
Bill Simmons is the GOAT.
Oh, my God.
He's still got his fastball.
It's so good, man.
But that's a Celtics fan reacting to a star player from his team being traded and being shocked at the lack of return.
Right. So will you think you're dead if Anthony Davis gets traded to the Golden State Warriors for a couple of first-rounders? And
like those videos that go viral oftentimes on social media, like young kids after they get their wisdom teeth pulled and they're still all loopy.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah. It was God. Is this real life?
Is this real life?
No. Yes. I thought you were talking about the kids who get the news when their favorite players.
Oh, there was back. One young
Jaylen Brown fan,
who was crying, but didn't stop him from being very honestly nice and complimentary to Jaylen Brown. He wasn't just pissed. He was crying and thank you, Jaylen Brown. You're my favorite player.
That's great, man. I mean, listen, they happen all the time. It's just when it's on your team, it's not the greatest thing in the world.
Yeah. 888-957-9570. We will react to what Kevin O'Connor had to say in a bit. But first, Chris in Santa Clara has been patient as well. What's up, Chris? You're on with Ken and Grandy. What do you got?
Hey, guys, can we declare independence from the low expectations that the Warriors cannot be a continent-dominating, throat-slashing, compete every year franchise? To me, it's like everybody's still kind of hoping that the Splash Brothers are actually still living in bunk beds down the halls and nobody's going to grow up, and we just got to hang on to that glow from the past. And, if you compare to, I know it's different sports, but, if you take a look, for example, at the Dodgers, they love their players and they have no problem casting people aside when it's a year that, okay, we're done. You get, whether it's a Walker Buehler throws the last pitch to win the 2024 World Series, and within days, gone. Justin Turner, gone. You just start going down the list of the way they do it. It's like, hey, you're gone, you're gone, you're gone. And with the Warriors, it's like, we want to hang on to yesterday, but we still want to win. And we know if we hang on to yesterday, then, yeah, we're going to maybe be a play-in team. And, oh, my God, can we choose a lane?
So
I don't know what you guys think.
Yeah, Chris, stay on the line, because it sounds to me like you want to trade Steph. You want as far as trading Steph? Because that's what it sounds like.
Well, I think it's about figuring out how you go forward, because when in NBA history has a coach and his entire staff given a 2-year notice that they're all leaving? Plus, you got your other players. This is now going to be a 5-year window before they even have a glimmer of not being a play-in team. And I would think that should really be the discussion. You hang in the next 2 years. Everybody's saying, yes, it's probably going to be play-in. And then we're going to enjoy kind of a long, extended, appreciation for Steph. And, okay, that's great. But it's not just Steph. It means Kerr. It means you're bringing in somebody new who's going to have to start from scratch, unless I'm completely missing this. Is there an assistant who's going to, take things over, and suddenly the Warriors are third or fourth place 2 years from now?
No, because the roster is what the roster looks like. But I'm just telling you, it's hard to move on fully from the roster when Steph is still on the roster. I get what you're saying in terms of pick a lane, but it feels like if the lane that you want to choose is let's kind of restart this process now, I think you should go all the way and say we should be trading Steph.
Right. Plus, who they're drafting.
Thank you, Chris. Appreciate the call.
Thanks, Chris. And what I would say is, because he was comparing him to the Dodgers, I'm like, yeah, but the Dodgers also have...
It's different when you have good talent and that is coming up behind.
Yeah, I was going to say, a farm system, there's no one thinks about that, and I think they should, because the Warriors haven't had a good prospect value.
It's also not like Walker Buehler he got the final out of that World Series, but Walker Buehler is one of the worst pitchers in baseball,
right?
By the way. He was good, but then Tommy John, he's not very good and hasn't been good for a few years now.
They just know when to move off of guys.
Justin Turner, great Dodger and won World Series with them, but also not very good anymore.
Did he?
He won at least one World Series with him. The COVID World Series. He was on that roster.
Okay, my bad.
But why didn't they need Walker Buehler anymore? Well, because they got Ohtani, and then they got Glasnow, and then they got Snell, and then they got Yamamoto, and then they got Sasaki. Okay, because they have all these other really good guys. It would be easier to move off of Steph and Draymond or one or other of those guys if you had a really good dude behind. That's what Kuminga was supposed to be.
Right. And they drafted well.
Wiseman was supposed to be.
They drafted well and developed their talent well enough where you can go out and get a Mookie Betts. Because, look who they traded to the Red Sox for Mookie Betts.
Yeah.
Right? It doesn't even matter at this point. But they were highly touted prospects. Warriors they're not in that situation.
Yeah.
How much are you going to get for Brandon Podziemski? I don't think you're going to get a lot. So that's a little bit different. And like you said, to your point, you're like, well, in order for you to get a great return, you got to give up something great.
Well, that's the other thing.
Steph Curry's the only great thing you got right now.
You brought up the John Morant trade, which from the Blazers' perspective, they gave up Jeremy Grant. Jeremy Grant largely, and the contract isn't as bad now because years have passed, but overpaid player, hasn't really ever been on a winning, hasn't really been a big part of winning in his career. But, he'll give you 18 points a night and, grab you 6 rebounds.
He would be, wouldn't he be the second best player on the Warriors right now? I would say so.
It depends how you define. He might be their second highest scorer, but it doesn't necessarily mean that he's their second best player. But okay. I know what you're saying.
You know what I mean?
He'd be one of their better players, yeah.
And that's the problem, because...
But the thing is, what we found out, and I think this is going to continue to be the case, there's honestly been more trades than I was expecting there to be that featured, a lot of first-round picks changing hands. Because I think teams are going to value first-round picks more than they had already. And the Warriors are certainly in that boat. But there's been a lot of picks that have changed hands. But I think specifically with what we've seen in the last, week, maybe more than that, since the Giannis trade, is all the biggest moves this summer in free agency. It's less about free agency and it's more about trades. All the biggest moves have been trades. And there's multiple reasons for that. The main reason is because stars rarely hit free agency anymore. Why are the Bucks trading Giannis? Because they don't want to lose him in free agency for nothing. So they're going to get ahead of it and they're going to trade him. Similar thing with Jaylen Brown. The Celtics did it years in advance because it must have gotten so strange and weird in Boston for Jaylen Brown, but they traded him. Kawhi is a similar thing. Why did the Clippers trade him? They are kind of at a spot in their roster where they're at the end of their competing road, so they're looking ahead.
1 or 2 years, right?
I think 1 year left.
So you're like, no, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry to cut you off.
No, you're good.
But
they trade him.
Yeah, because it's the same thing as Giannis.
Exactly.
You got to move off that.
The biggest moves are all happening via trade, not via free agent signings anymore. And I think that's going to be a trend going forward. What does it take to get those trades across the finish line? Number one is you have to be willing to give up your first round picks, because that's the main, fuel to make these trades happen. If a team is giving up a superstar, they need to get something of value in return. And the value, for the most part, is going to be the picks that you give up. It's why Giannis cost 3 first-round picks from Miami, and their 3 most recent first-round picks. Like, it was a haul of all hauls going to Milwaukee. Okay, that's half of it. The other half of it is you have to have the money promised to other players on their contracts to the other teams to make the money work, because so many of these teams are over the cap, and the cap rules are such that you cannot take in more money or give up less money, because generally both these teams are over the cap, so the money has to be equal. So you have to be willing, have to have the picks, you have to be willing to give up the picks, and then you have to have the money to make it work, and the opposing team has to like the player attached to that money enough to be willing to do it. And it's why Jimmy Butler is a terrible trade piece right now, and probably why the Celtics would not have been interested at all in a potential Warriors deal for Jaylen Brown, even if the Warriors wanted to do it, which it seemed like they didn't want to do it. But even if they did, Celtics probably would say, well, why do I want Jimmy Butler? He's old, expensive, and injured. Like, I don't like that asset at all.
Yeah, and I don't think that wouldn't have worked out for either team, especially because they don't have the money either for Jaylen Brown.
That's how those trades happen, and the Warriors are at a spot where they have their picks, but they've refused to give up them, and they don't have the assets with money attached to them that have value. So what do you do?
It almost reminds me of, like, you ever see Dumb and Dumber?
Yeah.
He goes, we got no food, we've got no job, our pets' heads are falling off. Like, I think about that all the time when it comes to a team like this. Thank you. Who is that?
That's Greg Cosell.
That's Cosell. That's what I meant to say.
I thought you forgot Pasta's name for a second. I was like, what do you mean?
I know that guy is. No, but that's kind of what it is, man. It's like either you have to make a sacrifice. I think that's the most important thing we have to understand when it comes to the Warriors. Either or do nothing. Do nothing. Because either you're sacrificing futures for giving up those picks, taking on new money, and the contracts for these players like Anthony Davis and Trey Murphy or whoever, or you're sacrificing not having a talent like LeBron James on your squad. And it's like, pick your poison for them, because like you said, they can't do anything else. They can't take on, like, they don't have the cap ability, because they're right underneath the first apron. Is that right?
The Warriors?
Yeah.
Well, right now they're quite a bit under because Draymond opted out. So there's no Draymond contract right now.
But we're just that's kind of like a wait and see sort. What if they have been over the first April? I'm so bad.
No. So likely what's going to happen is they will be hard capped at the first apron, likely one way or another. The Melton deal right now slots into the biannual exception, and that would hard cap them at the first apron, which is $209 million. But they can move that from the biannual exception to the taxpayer mid-level, which would hard cap them at the second apron.
You sound like an accountant. I hate this stuff.
It's dependent on what happens with LeBron.
I'm glad you're here though, because
very
I can't make heads or tails.
likely their cutoff point will be $209 million, which is the first apron. And given what they have under contract right now, and still, Draymond, and then potentially LeBron, maybe Rui Hachimura or whatever it is, or some combination of those guys, they're going to be hard pressed to fill out the rest of their roster. It's going to be like right up against that number at the first apron.
And they're not a team that can afford something like that, though. Like, I mean, I think about the Knicks. Like, they weren't willing to go over into the second apron to pay Mitch Robinson. They're like, oh, we're good. We're it seems like we'll be okay with, like, we're fine without. Now, I think they should have retained him, but they weren't even willing to go over the second apron. So what gives the Warriors any ability to feel like, oh, we can go do this because based upon our roster?
Well,
like,
you can get to the second apron. No one wants to ever go over the second apron.
Right.
No one ever wants to do that. It's why OKC is doing what OKC is doing this offseason.
Oh, they're unloading. Like they
got rid of Isaiah Joe, got rid of Aaron Wiggins.
Right.
They did not pick up Kenrich Williams' contract, but then they signed him back, but for less money.
Is AJ Mitchell might be on the move?
No, they have time to make some of their decisions, but they got out of the second apron.
Gotcha.
But there will be future bigger decisions they have to make.
And they're going to be a contender.
It's probably going to be about Chet is the decision they're going to have.
Yeah.
Maybe even Jalen Williams, J-Dub.
That's tough, man. That's a real tough.
That's what happens with the new CBA, which was made because of the Warriors. Because the rest of the league, the rest of the owners were upset at Joe Lacob.
So it's all their fault. They put themselves in the situation.
It's the owner's fault for being upset at Joe Lacob. Yes.
Well, I mean, it's kind of like the Mets with Steve Cohen. There's like a third tier now because like a lot of people believe because Steve Cohen's like, I'll throw as much money as I can.
Yeah, and what does that get in the Mets this year? Their manager
the same
fired.
as the Giants. Like
it's their manager fired.
Oh my gosh. Awful. Just absolutely awful.
But don't worry, the GM's going to be around for a while. I saw that. I saw that Cohen said that. They're going to give, what's his name, Stearns? They're going to give him at least,
David Stearns.
At least a few more
Mr.
years.
Mastermind over there from Milwaukee.
Yeah, it worked great.
Meanwhile, Milwaukee is one of the best teams in baseball. Yeah.
Right.
Now,
I don't know what's going to happen.
Again, they put themselves in the situation they're going to have to figure a way out, or they just don't do anything and then just run it back. The more we talk about it, Grandy, I think we're just going to be sitting here with the same team.
Did you see what Anthony Slater reported yesterday?
What did he say?
It was about the Warriors' pursuit of LeBron. Yeah, the mention of maybe it being an Anthony Davis package deal, and the Warriors don't have any interest in that. And then at the very end of his quick little blurb, it was not like his full article. It was on ESPN, just about like free agency in general. At the end of it, he says and the Warriors have. I'm not reading exactly, but something along the lines of the Warriors have, made it known that if LeBron doesn't choose the Warriors, they are content.
Yeah.
Or they are okay with essentially running it back.
You have no other choice to be content.
That's the funny thing is you don't have the choice.
Oh, we're content.
I really hope you're not content with it because last year was ugly. And it might be worse this year because you already have a guarantee of no Jimmy Butler for half the
season.
season.
Sounds pretentious. Oh, we're content without, we don't get LeBron.
Largely returning the same roster.
You have without Jimmy and Moody, right?
Yeah, and the only other difference really is Yaxel instead of Kuminga to begin the year.
He's the only thing I would be thinking about with this season, and just hopefully Steph and Draymond, can just stay healthy. But Yaxel's
Kuminga.
Well, he's out there. He's available.
Go get him.
He was talking about Kuminga yesterday. Steiny.
In what way? Getting him? No.
Yes.
No.
He was.
It's funny?
Remember that during the crossover?
No, I was out in the back.
He said Kevon Looney, Klay Thompson, Jonathan Kuminga. Which one would you want back? And he said Kuminga.
Wait, Kevon Looney, Kuminga, and who else?
Klay Thompson. Which one should you bring? I can't wait for Good to come back on Monday. Good's going to come back on Monday. The LeBron news is going to break on Monday that he's back or that he's coming to the Warriors, and then Goo's going to go crazy. That's my guess. Okay, we got one more segment left. 888-957-9570. I brought up the Kevin O'Connor piece of sound that we didn't get to that segment. We got distracted. We will do that when we come back. A little bit from Anthony Slater, who was on ESPN as well. We'll hear from him. It's our final segment of the day. that might mean we're half hour away from LeBron breaking where he's going to go. Right as we get off the air, we'll find out. But if you want to weigh in, call in now, 888-957-9570. We'll be back with more right after this on 95.7 The Game.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code SNAP to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SNAP for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code SNAP for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Looking forward to celebrating the 4th of July? Ford is too. Right now, it's the final days of employee pricing at your California Ford dealers. And we've got amazing sell-a-thon deals that won't last long. You pay what we pay. What's waiting for you? It's time to find out in a new truck or SUV during Sell-a-thon. Because it all ends July 6th. Tow your boat to the lake in a new Ford F-150 and start the holiday off with a splash. Check out fireworks from a location that only a new Ford Bronco or Bronco Sport can get you to. There's room for all your friends and family in a new Ford Explorer. Or celebrate in style with a new Ford Mustang Mach-E that delivers power and performance. We're looking forward to celebrating the 4th of July with you at Sell-a-thon. Whatever you're looking forward to, make it happen with Ford. Hurry in for the final days of Sell-a-thon at your California Ford dealers. It all ends July 6th.
This is Larry Flick, owner of the Floor Store. July 4th is one holiday that lights up our country, and our 4th of July sale is here to light up your home. So from now to July 6th, everything in our stores will be 25% off. That's carpet, hardwood, laminate, waterproof flooring, and much more. If we sell it, it's 25% off. Plus, get 2 years free financing. There's just one thing. It ends Monday. Visit floorstores.com to find the nearest of our 11 Bay Area showrooms. From Santa Rosa to San Jose. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Oak Cliff Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world is noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins AeroBurst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of AeroBurst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
Now back to 95.7 The Game.
We got breaking news.
Yes, we do.
Not that breaking news.
No.
That was mean. I shouldn't have said that like that.
What am I doing right now?
Free agent center is off the board. Andre Drummond to the defending champion New York Knicks.
Let's go.
Stop it.
$3 million 1 year. I'm in.
Andre Drummond to the Knicks, the Mitchell Robinson replacement as he joined the Boston Celtics. How would you feel if you were a Celtics fan? Obviously, right now you're pissed because of Jaylen Brown, but you sign Mitch Robinson, and then he's talking publicly about, I didn't want to leave Boston or leave New York. That doesn't make me feel great.
Cutting them in. He's cutting their.
Doesn't make me
the
feel
organization
great.
up within. I love it.
Andre Drummond, newest New York Knick, and that is the latest free agency.
I mean, we were talking about it during the break. I don't mind it. He averages the same amount of rebounds as Mitchell Robinson. He averages more points than Mitchell Robinson. He can actually make free throws.
Oh, who cares?
I love Mitch Robinson. I wish I
Andre Drummond can make free throws?
Well, better than Mitch Robinson.
I mean, sure, low bar, but let's not call Andre Drummond a good free throw shooter.
It's a bar. That's what it is.
He cannot be that guy.
Yeah, he's not that guy.
Oh, he's better than the guy we had.
All right, Kevin O'Connor, Yahoo, the Kevin O'Connor Show. On the Warriors' chase for LeBron, I believe he was ranking, power ranking the teams that he think is going to get LeBron. I think he had the Warriors 4th. You might hear that here in this drop. And talking about, how Anthony Davis is a big part of that. Here's Kevin O'Connor, Yahoo, on the Warriors' chase of LeBron.
The Warriors, I have them 4th on the list in part because there's no indication that they're actually going to trade for Anthony Davis, which I think would be a foolish decision. If you can get LeBron James and Anthony Davis by trading Jimmy Butler, who has a torn ACL and is in his mid-30s and is a shell of his former self, why would you not trade that guy to go get Anthony Davis? Well, because you're afraid of giving up 2 future picks. F them picks. Forget about it. Who cares? Go for it. You have Stephen Curry still a top 5 to 10 player in the NBA. Why would the Warriors not trade Jimmy Butler on a torn ACL and future picks to go get AD if it means bringing back AD and LeBron and Draymond Green?
Oh, and Draymond Green.
Ooh.
Okay, Kevin O'Connor.
F them picks, says Kevin O'Connor.
He says F them picks.
I agree with you.
That only worked with one franchise.
The Rams?
Exactly.
And the Knicks. It worked with the Knicks, too.
That's true. I always forget.
It worked with the Knicks. Stop it. I disagree wholeheartedly with Kevin O'Connor, and I get what he's coming from. And we talked about the asset that is Jimmy Butler, and he's not much of an asset right now. And the Warriors have also voiced pretty clearly that they have no intention of trading Jimmy Butler. I think the Warriors might be trying to serve a couple of masters there. One, I do think they like Jimmy Butler, but I also think they understand the value that Jimmy Butler has right now, and it's not all that much. So in order to trade Jimmy Butler to acquire somebody else of any relative value, you'd have to be attaching picks and maybe attaching more picks to it because Jimmy Butler is not a very positive asset at this point. So I hear Kevin O'Connor. I think he's attacking it from more of a you do whatever it takes to get LeBron here as opposed to I really like Anthony Davis. I just personally can't get over the Anthony Davis part. And I'm giving up multiple picks if I think it makes my team better in the present and also in the future. Anthony Davis, multiple picks for that as Kevin O'Connor lays out, plus LeBron James. Does that make the Warriors better in this moment? Yeah, because the main asset you're giving away to help you right now is hurt. And that's Jimmy Butler. But there's maybe 1 year of LeBron James, and who knows how good of a player Anthony Davis is going to be, how healthy he's going to be. It helps you now, but I don't think it helps you at all in the future. In fact, it hurts you in the future. So yeah. I just can't get past the Anthony Davis part of this all.
Yeah, and what I didn't like, he was like, it'd be foolish not to make that decision. It was like, what do you mean? Like, are you you're okay with mortgaging the future and all that? Now, I wouldn't be. We've talked about this the entire show, but I would be more inclined than you would to trade for Anthony Davis, get LeBron James, see what you got, maybe make a run, be a contender, right? But to say that it would be foolish not to, no, I don't think. I think that's kind of a stretch if for Kevin O'Connor to make it seem like they're foolish. It would be foolish to give up all these picks and then, give the extension and all this. I'm more on the side of like, okay, I would give up less for Anthony Davis to get LeBron, not give up exactly what the Washington Wizards want. So that's where I kind of like, I don't really agree with them. And to say that they're foolish to not do it is like, dude, are you going to be the one to have to tell Warrior fans, well, this is what happens when you make a move like this, like after the fact. If Anthony Davis gets hurt, LeBron James leaves after a year, Steve Kerr says, I'm going to retire. Draymond Green is like, well, I'm only going to take a certain extension. Like, no, you're not going to have to answer for that. Mike Dunleavy, Joe Lacob are going to have to answer for that.
Can we run through the worst case scenario if you do that? So say you pull off the Anthony Davis trade, and that also attracts LeBron. Okay, you give up Jimmy Butler, you give up 2 first-round picks. There's also no indication the Wizards would do that, by the way, but let's just say they would. All right, so you go into next season with Steph. You don't have Jimmy Butler anymore, but so you got Steph, Pods, you've got LeBron, Draymond, and Anthony Davis. And then, you've got Porzingis, you've got Horford, you've got Gee, you've got Yaxel. All right, that's not a terrible team at all if they're fully healthy. But worst case, Steph's new normal with his runner's knee impacts him all season. Maybe he still plays a good chunk of games, but he regularly misses more games than he has in the past. Draymond's had back-to-back healthy years, but say his back, which has bothered him at times recently, starts bothering him. Maybe he plays 50 games this year. LeBron plays around the same amount because he's 42 years old, and Anthony Davis is classic Anthony Davis. He has a couple of stretches where he plays for you and looks good, but he plays 40 games. And that's better than he's played the last couple of years, by the way. But say he plays 40 games. Steph plays like 50 games. Draymond plays 50 games. LeBron even plays 50 games, somewhere around there. And then LeBron, and as a result, you're playing at best and you get bounced in the first round at best. And LeBron leaves 1 year after that, you're stuck with at least one more year of Anthony Davis at an absurd salary, and you're out 2 future first-round picks. I just can't swing the Anthony Davis part of it because it handicaps you into the future. It's why the LeBron James thing is perfect. And if LeBron is going to stick to it's Anthony Davis or I'm not coming, then I say, all right, LeBron, I'm going to call your bluff, make your decision now. We're not getting him. I just can't get past the Anthony Davis part of it because I think it desperately hinders the Warriors' ability to be competitive in the future, and it does not give them enough of the boost in the present, in my opinion, to make it worth it.
Yeah, and I'm looking at it now. I mean, he played 20 games Anthony Davis. He played 20 games last year, and obviously we know what happened then. And he played 51 games combined the year before that with L.A. and Dallas. I mean, he only played 9 games. He got hurt. Didn't he get hurt the first game?
Yeah.
Like he tweaked the first.
Yeah, and he was great in his debut. And I think it happened in the third quarter or something. He got hurt.
I mean, you're kind of looking for the 23-24 season where he played 76 games. He was 4th in Defensive Player of the Year award.
When he plays, he's great.
All-star,
no one's down
that. NBA second team, defensive first team. But between that year and 2019-2020 was the last time he was ever considered for NBA first team.
Yeah. Or
a defensive first team, which is what you would be looking for.
He's clearly a very talented guy. You just can't stay healthy. When he's healthy, he's great. He's great, but I have no faith he's ever going to stay healthy.
He's only played over 52 games twice in the last
since he's been a Laker, right?
6 years.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. So I'm out. I'm not touching him with a 10-foot pole.
It'd be foolish not to get him.
That's what Kevin O'Connor says, and he's thinking of it from the LeBron perspective, which I get, but no, I'm not in the business, and we just had a texter from the 707. Shout out to the 707. Say it backwards. 707, doing everything to get LeBron is ludicrous. Yeah, I'm not at a point where I'm willing to. It would be really difficult for me to swallow the Anthony Davis pill. And the only reason why I'm doing it is not because I'm in love with him, not because I think he can be healthy and be good, but because that's the only thing that gets us LeBron. No, I'm not letting LeBron dictate my moves. How about Mike Dunleavy on the Warriors Talk podcast from NBC Sports Bay Area with Bonte Hill and Monty Poole? Mike Dunleavy, what they need to address in free agency. Here's the Warriors GM.
We'll go into free agency and we'll look for some, like I mentioned, some scoring, some better offensive punch, and then look to bring back some of the guys that are unrestricted free agents for us.
Is that an emphasis on maybe finding another creator for the offense? When you look at these NBA playoffs and the teams kind of that made it to the end there in June, Is that an emphasis in this offseason to try to get some players in here who could create more and create open shots for other guys?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we got Steph coming back. He'll still be great. Jimmy's going to miss some time. But, yeah, we have to find a way, get more guys to get the domino to fall and break down the defense. I think we've got really good players. Once that happens, they can play off that cut, move, pass. And Yaxel's no different. I mean, he'll fit right in that regard. And I think he'll be able to provide some offense for us, too. But that would be a heavy load as a rookie in the NBA to expect too much there, but I think he'll do all the other things.
What they need to address in free agency, we need more scoring punch. And that's what we're going to do. We need more scoring punch. Well, where is it?
And don't turn the ball over. But he said,
where's the scoring punch? Where's the scoring punch? From outside of the organization.
Yeah, that's
don't say Yaxel. Don't say Melton. Don't say Porzingis. Don't say Horford, because those are draft picks or they're players that were already on your roster. Where's the scoring punch from free agency?
I mean, that's what Dunleavy's got to find out, because I don't think there's much out there. Like I said, the free agency board, there's nothing in my mind that really could move the needle. So you got to make a trade. And again, they're stuck in the situation. But one thing I liked what Dunleavy said, he goes, there's not much pressure on Yaxel. I thank you, because I felt like there was more pressure on Kuminga than we originally thought. Like, I feel like a lot of people were thinking Kuminga was going to, or is not a torch passing of any kind, because for someone to take the torch from Steph Curry is just not possible, right? It's like Kobe Bryant, who did he pass the torch to once he left the Lakers?
No one.
Right. So it's like you can't really do it that way. But what I mean is, Kuminga was supposed to be the next guy. And I feel like a lot of pressure was put on him. But at the same time, he had to make it work. His style of play had to adapt to Steph Curry's, Draymond's, and Steve Kerr's style of play. With Yaxel, I think it's going to be a better situation, because they've already said his style fits with our style. So, and there's no pressure already. That's the only thing from what Dunleavy said that at least gives me some glimmer of hope for this team going into next year. Whether it's getting LeBron or AD, that's beyond, what I can comprehend. But for them to at least have a rookie who can fit into their system, I'm for it. Let's go.
One more from Mike Dunleavy, Warriors general manager, on the Warriors Talk podcast with our friends Bonte and Imani Poole on NBC Sports Bay Area, on if they're able to fix everything wrong with this roster this summer. Here's Dunleavy.
I think there's where you want to be in September when training camp starts, and there's where you want to be in the spring as you try and compete for the postseason and get in the postseason. And we have a couple of transaction cycles here in the summer, and then once again in February, where we feel like we can build and maximize our team. And so I think the biggest thing is to put together a good team going into camp. And as I mentioned before, a lot of the improvement for us is going to have to come from within, with our habits, taking care of the ball, doing the little things. Get that knocked out. You get on your way, having a good season. We need to stay healthy and then get those guys back. And then, we'll see at the trade deadline and we'll evaluate everything. But if this is not a fix everything over the next couple of weeks in free agency. We're not in that situation based on some stuff we have going on, but we can get a lot better. We can have a good start to the season, and we can be in a really good shape to make a run. But we got to get off to a good start.
That answer is not going to go over well with the fan base.
Well, the one thing he said too, he goes, we gotta get better within. Within. No, we're not gonna. Don't worry about free agency. Trade deadline, we'll see what happens. Let's just get better within. Let's just stop turning the ball over so much.
I understand the reality of their situation. They don't have.
It's a little vanilla.
They don't have the cap space. They don't have a lot of the assets, from a monetary standpoint to go out and get players. They have the picks to do it. They don't want to do that, which I get. You don't want to just be giving out picks willy-nilly. You want to be very, very careful about that. So I get it. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I don't understand the situation that they're in. But, man, the presentation of the way they're talking about this, because it's been the same thing. And I brought this up at the trade deadline this year. I brought it up in the summer last year. I brought it up at last year's trade deadline. It was, all right, we're going all in to acquire Giannis. We're going to trade 4 first-round picks for it. We think we got a great competitive offer. The Bucks hardly even pick up the phone. And, the Warriors end up saying something along the lines of, well, we're just waiting for the right opportunity to strike. We have all of our assets. We have our optionality. We can, still do this. And when the right moment presents itself, we will be able to take advantage. And the next moment, of course, is free agency. Free agency comes around. And you have Mike Dunleavy saying, well, it's where you want to be now, and it's where you want to be when February comes around. We want to build as good of a team as possible, but we have, multiple transaction windows. Now is one of them, and the other is the trade deadline in February. So we'll see where we're at in February. Well, they've been saying that same thing for years. Every July 1st, we have an opportunity to retain our flexibility, and if that's the best thing to do, we will do that for next February. And then February comes around, and they say, well, we still have all of our flexibility because we haven't traded away all of our picks. Right opportunity isn't here just yet. We'll have the opportunity to do something again come July 1st. And we're now here in July, and they're talking about next trade deadline.
Same song and dance.
I
Granny.
get the situation they're in. It is not an easy spot to try to dig yourself out of. But I personally am just a little frustrated at it seemingly being next time.
Honestly, maybe they're just waiting. We're just waiting for this whole thing to just play out. And then that's when they could, we have to wait a couple more years after Steph Curry's gone and Draymond and Steve Kerr. Like, they're running it back, yeah. But in order for them to fully make for that big ticket item that we've all been waiting for, they just have to wait for this thing to fully take its course. And if that's the case, okay. But at least have that direction, stick to that direction, because now you're saying, well, if we have a chance to get LeBron, we'll trade for Anthony Davis and we'll give this. I don't think they're doing that either. But at the same time, pick a lane, right? We said pick a lane. And if this is the lane they pick, fine. But I think we're going to have to wait a little bit longer before we can really go for that big fish out there.
All right, we got time for two more callers. 888. All right, I don't need to give up the number anymore because we don't have any time for any more calls. We got a couple here on hold that we will get to, and then we'll get on out of here. T is up first. T's in the South Bay. What's up, T? Hello? T?
No other deals.
T,
there's no other chatter about anything else.
Nope, all right.
We're talking to somebody else on that line.
Up next is PJ. PJ's in American Canyon. What's up, PJ?
Yeah, LeBron James is not going to the Warriors. Sorry to burst your bubble.
Where's he going?
And why not?
Cleveland. He's going to Cleveland. That's the better story.
So this is all just about story for him? He doesn't want to try to win, or what do you think?
It's bigger than LeBron James. It's about the NBA story.
All right, PJ. I mean, Cleveland is absolutely a possibility. Appreciate the call, PJ.
Thanks.
Cleveland would be...
Thanks, PJ.
Cleveland would be pretty storybook.
I mean, yeah. And
beginning of his career, middle of his career, end of his career.
One thing they said, too, on that podcast with Rich Paul and Max Kellerman, he was like, well, he's got a documentary team. He's like, yeah, he's had a documentary team following him around for the last 4 years. He goes, that doesn't really mean that, the documentary needs to end with him going back to Cleveland. Again, if he chooses Cleveland, yeah, we can sit here and be like, yes, that made total sense. I don't know if he wants to go play with those guys, even though they're better. Like, they're a better roster. I don't know if he wants to go play with those guys over picking a guy like Steph Curry.
We got a few minutes left, Ken. We're not going to get this news, I don't think. While we're still on the air, which is unfortunate, which means we're going to go into the weekend not knowing. All right, I'm going to ask you two questions.
Let's go.
The first question is when? When do you think we have the LeBron James decision?
Well, you convinced me. It's not going to be weeks.
Okay, let's start with, does it happen this weekend or when someone on this station is on the air Monday? Before 6 a.m. Monday. Do you think it's going to happen before 6 a.m. on Monday?
You know what? I'll say Sunday. At
some point Sunday?
Sunday, like I said it before, Sunday 8 p.m. Let's go with that. I'll give you the timestamp too.
Sunday at 8 p.m.
Prime time. Let's go.
I'll say it happens
Eastern.
8 p.m. Eastern, so 5 o'clock Pacific.
Yeah.
Sunday, 5 Pacific. Okay. I will say, just for the storybookness of it, tomorrow, 4th of July.
Let's go.
The 10-year anniversary of Kevin Durant to the Bay.
Guy can't just grill out and have beers. Or wines. He's got to make the announcement that he's coming.
But I don't know if that means to the Bay. But it will be on the 10-year anniversary.
Was that your second question? I'm sorry.
Kevin Durant to the Bay. My next question is, yes, okay, so Sunday, 5 p.m. Pacific is the announcement. And where is the destination?
I'll say Cleveland. But I think, I mean, that doesn't mean I don't think he could really come to the Warriors. I would say Cleveland, though.
All right.
Let's go there. He should go to Philly, but I don't think he'll go to Philly.
Why should he go to Philly? Because you think they're better?
Yeah. But I don't think he wants to play with Jaylen Brown. He's still mad. He said I'm over it, but he's not over it.
About what he said about
about Bronny.
Hey, he's not a player.
Still mad.
That was at Summer League.
Said he's not a pro.
Jaylen Brown
Don't
sitting
talk about my son that
courtside.
way.
He's sitting courtside. I think it was with his girlfriend or whatever.
Yeah.
He's sitting courtside, and they're talking about Bronny, who's warming up to play. Is that a bloop because he was sitting courtside or because he had a girlfriend?
Both.
Pasta. We're just throwing bloops.
And he says, he's not like mic'd up or anything, but you could read his lips. They're talking about Bronny. He's like, yeah, he's not a pro. He wouldn't be here if it wasn't for LeBron.
I'll talk about my son.
And LeBron
man.
was asked about it after and was like, oh, yeah, whatever. He said, we're cool now.
Yeah.
We'll see.
We'll see.
That sounds like something LeBron can get over if he thinks it's going to get him another championship.
I think it would just, for the sake of it, though, I think the Warriors would be so much fun, man. Like, with him and Curry, oh, gosh.
That's why I'm going to stick with, he's
Warriors?
coming to the Warriors.
I love
Announcement tomorrow.
I don't want him to go to the Cavs. Let me
I'll
say
say
that.
1 p.m. Pacific tomorrow.
Okay.
To the Warriors. So what are we? We're 21 hours away.
Let's
my
do
prediction.
it. Let's go.
And I don't think there will be a big Warrior move that precipitates it. I think the Warriors are gonna they're gonna call
They're just gonna get him
gonna
outright.
call LeBron's bluff.
No AD.
They're gonna think that he wants to come here, and they're gonna call his bluff, and they're gonna say, you know what? Let's see LeBron, and then
So
LeBron's
that's
ultimately going to
honestly
decide to come here.
what we just talked about, worst case scenario, that is best case scenario right there. They
That
get
is
LeBron,
best case, or also trading for
Trey Murphy.
and
Let's
getting
go.
LeBron is best case.
Okay,
Yes.
yeah, that would be
That LeBron and nothing else is better than LeBron and Anthony Davis, in my opinion.
Gotcha.
Yes.
Agreed. All right, real quick. So we got like 2 minutes left.
Yeah, what do you got?
Plans. July 4th.
Oh,
this
nothing,
weekend. What are we
nothing
doing?
crazy.
No?
I'm gonna watch some soccer
You're not going to go to the
tomorrow.
bridge? You're not going to go to Golden Gate Bridge?
I haven't decided what my firework plans are for tomorrow night, but I'm gonna meet up with some friends.
Love it.
A couple bars, have some beers, watch some soccer tomorrow.
Hell yeah.
What we were looking at this earlier. What games are tomorrow?
It's Morocco and Canada. That's the first one. And then it's France and
Paraguay.
Paraguay.
10 a.m. and 2 o'clock tomorrow.
Still a European, man.
Thanks, Dan. Appreciate you, Dan.
What about you?
You know, okay, so nothing specific, but I am going to go take the little guy to go see Toy Story 5.
Oh,
Early
okay.
matinee, 10 a.m.
Steven's seen it. He liked it, I
Yeah,
think.
solid.
Pretty solid.
Love
Yeah.
it.
Better than the last one.
We haven't gone to the movies since we tried to go see Goat. You know,
Steph's movie.
Yeah, which I actually loved. But when we went for the first time, to the movies with him, he was like super enthralled, and then too much action going on. Like, I think it was the lighting, obviously, because it was dark with a big screen. He was like, I want to go home. I'm like, dude, we just got here.
Tell the listeners, how old's your son, Dean?
He's 3.5.
3.5.
But at the time, he was just turned 3, I want to say.
That was that was in the winter, I think, when
Was
Goat
it?
came out. I
Yeah.
think.
So that's it. And I'm like, dude, we got popcorn, we got snacks, I bought you everything. And then 5 minutes into it, I'm like, this is a dope movie. And then he's like, I want to go home. I'm like,
I'm out.
Oh.
All right, best
we'll
4th of July food.
Oh, hot dogs, dude.
Yeah, it's got to be hot
Give me
dogs.
dogs.
What do you put on your hot dogs?
Just,
ketchup? Do you do mustard? Do you do
no.
relish?
No ketchup.
No ketchup on a hot
ketchup.
dog?
That's a sin where I'm from.
New York?
You put ketchup on a hot dog, you better be younger than 5 years old.
Oh.
Yeah. Spicy brown for one.
I agree
Then
on the spicy brown.
I go sweet relish and sweet relish with...
Put some onions on there too, or what?
I do onions too, but I do yellow mustard relish. That's another one.
Yellow mustard?
Yeah, I love yellow
I
mustard.
thought you just said spicy brown.
No. I'm talking. I got like 3 dogs with me.
I love mayonnaise.
I got all the dogs. So the first one is going to be spicy brown, just spicy brown. Then the second one's got sweet relish with yellow mustard, and then another one has got yellow mustard with white onion. Bing, bang, boom. And then a chili cheese if you got the...
I don't dislike any of those combos, but I can also just load up all of them on one. And it still tastes good.
Chicago dog is where it's at, too.
Yeah.
But I that's just a lot of ingredients.
All right.
I love bread.
I love hot dogs.
I love
rice.
I love fireworks.
And I love pasta. I love all music. I love bicycles. I love dancing.
Shasky.
I love
What do you think Shasky's loving right now?
Oh, probably playing golf.
I mean, I'd be loving if LeBron would make a decision.
Yeah, we'll see. It didn't happen today while we're on the air, unfortunately. Get your, news, whatever app you use to get the news, get it ready, because the second that we go off the air, we might get some news. That's the way that it's going to happen.
Back.
That's the coming back. Oh, onto the air is what you're talking about.
I'm
headed home.
Get out where you can.
I'm going home. All right. For Ken, for Steve, I'm Grandy. Thanks so much for tuning in all day here on 95.7 The Game. Have a great 4th of July. Stay healthy. Stay safe. We'll talk to you coming up on Monday. Happy 4th of July. We'll talk next time on 95.7 The Game.
We all know what the two best words in sports are. Game 7. But the number 7 has even more meaning in vodka. Because when a vodka is 7 times distilled, it creates a smooth, premium taste that is unbeatable. And there's no better vodka than New Vodka. Spelled N-U-E, New Vodka is 7 times distilled, not 7 times the price. It's an award-winning, American-made vodka that is smooth enough to sip and bold enough to mix. So at a time when everything costs more, New Vodka is the best deal in town. Pick up a bottle of New Vodka at your local liquor store today and cheers to something new. Visit newvodka.com to find out more. That's NUEvodka.com.
Odyssey San Francisco is proud to present our second quarterly game changer of 2026, Joe Hawks. He's a true team player who always goes above and beyond. Joe brings kindness and solutions to every challenge, making every day better. Thanks for being a true game changer, Joe.
They call this one Bill.
Whoa, aliens? Am I in a spaceship?
Affirmative, Bill.
What's with the laser saw?
Relax. We are cutting our bill in half.
What?
An Xfinity mobile transmission says you can cut your bill in half.
Oh, your mobile bill, not me, Bill.
Xfinity Mobile also says we can try it free for a year. Free.
Yes, with no commitment. Can we put the saw away?
I am reluctant. But we will find another being to bisect.
That's not sci-fi. It's Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity Internet members cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year.